The teacher stands at the board, and with a serious look reminds the students that the exam will end in 10 minutes, and therefore asks them to carefully check their names, card numbers, and get ready to hand in the work, since there is very little time left. At one of the desks sits a guy who is experiencing extreme tension, because he already understands that everything is almost over, and he has hardly answered any of the questions asked, which is why he feels impending panic and helplessness. Classmates sitting nearby are in a state of mild shock and despair, as they also did not have time to finish their assignments, and the time to hand in their work is quickly approaching. One of them, looking around, asks his friend where the cheat sheets went. The young man who was approached replied that Lingtian was responsible for delivering cheat sheets for the exam. At this moment, both boys look at Lingtian in bewilderment, who is sitting in front of them at the desk. Despite the seriousness of the exam, he is leaning on the desk and is fast asleep. Lingtian seems completely unconcerned about the consequences of failing his English exam, as he dozes off peacefully, not paying attention to the teacher or other students, and seems to be completely confident in his carefree life. Lingtian is the main character, a university student who leads a rather carefree existence, enjoying every day and not thinking much about the distant future. The guy is convinced that he is already happy and self-sufficient, if only because he can calmly eat and drink every day. Lingtian finds himself in the dining room and asks the cook for more rice, to which the woman, smiling, reminds him that this is the 5th bowl of free rice in a row, and asks if he would like to buy himself more nutritious and varied food. Lingtian categorically refuses and is not at all embarrassed, telling the cook that he simply has no money. But he is not at all ashamed of this fact and considers his situation to be quite normal. Meanwhile, his classmates standing nearby are whispering about the young man and expressing surprise that he cannot afford normal food. Although he looks pretty good, and there is nothing particularly giving away that he is a loser. One of the guys wonders why Lingtian carries his things in a plastic bag instead of a handbag. Upon hearing this, Lingtian confidently states that those who think his choice is strange are simply uneducated and do not understand that this is the latest fashion trend. Lingtian used to be a poor young man, but from today onwards, everything is about to change. The teacher's voice is heard asking why he is sleeping again. Since the boy has not answered a single question and is at risk of being expelled, Lingtian calmly remarks that he still has 10 whole minutes. A disdainful smile appears on the teacher's face, and she asks what he can manage to do in this short time. She begins to scold the students, reproaching the poor and stupid students who are not able to study well. She calls such people a burden on the school. Then she looks sternly at Lingtian and says that she advises such poor students who have no power, no influence, no brains to stop dreaming and flying in the clouds. The teacher's voice is heard. She asks the boy what he dreams about and whether, if he continues to stare out the window, the answers to the test will instantly appear in the sky. Lingtian confidently answers that this is exactly what will happen. Soon a satisfied smile appears on his face, and a loud sound is heard outside the windows. It turns out that a helicopter appeared near the school, to which a huge banner with the correct answers to the test was attached. The English teacher falls silent and looks out the window in surprise. The other students watch in amazement as the helicopter flutters, and the banner with all the answers to the exam questions flutters. Lingtian immediately happily grabs his pen and advises his classmates not to hesitate, but to quickly copy while they have the opportunity. Instantly, the class erupts in joyful cheers as the young people thank Lingtian for the unexpected surprise, saying that he is the best, because no one expected to see the answers on a huge banner in front of the windows. Lingtian quickly fills out the exam form and places it on the teacher's desk, then turns to his classmates with a slight smile, calling them ladies and gentlemen and bidding them farewell, as if he were finishing an important performance. The teacher, unable to hide her irritation, raises her voice, demanding that the students immediately stop cheating, because such behavior undermines the authority of the educational system and violates the established rules. She loudly warns Lingtian that if the boy decides to cheat on the exam, he will receive 0 points and will be forced to retake it. A man in the helicopter, shouting over the noise of the blades, reminds Lingtian that they did the job strictly according to instructions and asks where the promised money is. Lingtian walks up to the open classroom window and calmly tells the man that he almost forgot about the reward, then holds out a large plastic bag filled with banknotes. A moment later, he takes a wide swing and throws the package towards the helicopter, showing that he is ready to pay generously for the success of their daring undertaking, as if such expenses were completely natural for him. The bag of money approaches the helicopter. Lingtian loudly says that there is enough money and no change is needed. The man on board, stunned by such generosity, greedily grabs the heavy bundles, while the remaining money is scattered in all directions by the gusts of wind. Some of the bills carried by the helicopter's blades fly back into the classroom, causing joyful cries from classmates who rush towards the money with delight, trying to snatch as much as possible. Ling Tian, leaving the auditorium with a satisfied look, reflects on how pleasant it is to see everything around him filled with money, and enjoys the triumph of his organizational skills. The teacher, speechless from what is happening, stands motionless and cannot believe her eyes. Ling Tian, casually bidding farewell to the teacher, announces that he needs to catch the school bus, and that if he is late, there might not be any available seats. He glances briefly at the helicopter flying away into the distance and thinks about how difficult it was to coordinate all the details so that the answers would appear outside the window at the right moment. But all the efforts were completely worth it. The money system notifies Ling Tian that the newbie's task has been successfully completed, and he has spent 150,000 yuan in cash during the exam, fulfilling the required conditions. The monetary system appeared a week ago, when the guy was in line at the bank. He was worried about the question of why the line was moving so slowly, because too much time had passed. He continues to hold a plastic bag with 200 yuan in his hands and reflects on how hard it is to limit his spending, since this money was earned with great difficulty. Bitter tears appear on Ling Tian's face. Since these funds constitute his entire monthly salary, he feels offended that he exhausts himself with work for such a reward. The guy looks at his bag, which contains 200 yuan, and convinces himself that even a robber would not find such a sum attractive. Suddenly, his anxious thoughts are interrupted by the loud sound of a pistol shot. Armed men burst into the room. They order everyone to lie down on the floor and loudly declare that this is a robbery. Ling Tian was in extreme shock. The thought of robbers was just a fantasy, and he didn't want something like that to happen in reality. One of the robbers approaches the hostages, holding a gun at the ready, and orders them not to move, and also strictly forbids any sudden movements and resistance. The huge bandit who looks like the leader notices Ling Tian's unusual behavior and finds the guy's movements strange. The robber begins to look closely at the young man, noticing something suspicious in the way he moves. Ling Tian suddenly puts his hand behind his back and vigorously begins to scratch himself. He does not think about what impression such a gesture makes on the bandits. Suddenly the young man feels a cold gun barrel pressing against his head. The robber loudly asks what the guy is doing there and what he is trying to do. Fearing a trick, the bandit suspects that Ling Tian has a gun on his back, so he aims straight at the back of his head and repeats his question. Ling Tian looks at the surprised leader and says that his back is just really itchy, while asking why he can't scratch it if he needs to. The robber is very surprised by the young man's actions and orders him to calm down immediately, threatening to blow his brains out, while the guy thinks that under no circumstances should he allow the villains to take possession of his 200 yuan. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud female scream coming from nearby. Everyone involuntarily turns around, trying to understand what is happening. A satisfied smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He felt that he had received a great opportunity to try to sneak out of the dangerous place unnoticed. While the gang leader is distracted by the sudden noise, Ling Tian slowly tiptoes towards the front door, trying not to arouse suspicion or draw unnecessary attention to himself. One of the gang members begins to rudely pester the woman, who tries to fight him off and screams loudly, expressing her furious protest. The woman is extremely outraged by the behavior of the bandit who attacked her and rudely demands that he immediately stop such harassment. The gang leader is very upset that his accomplice, instead of following the robbery plan, is once again crossing all boundaries and trying to harass girls. The bandit does not understand why the leader is scolding him, and calmly replies that he simply cannot resist the beauty of this woman, considering her irresistible. The girl reacts very emotionally to such words, and declares that she would prefer to die than to deal with a vile bastard who is capable of humiliating and intimidating others. These events distract the bandits. Ling Tian, taking advantage of the moment, manages to get to the front door, hoping to leave the scene of the robbery unhindered. However, a moment later, the young man suddenly turns around and loudly demands that the bandit stop pestering the girl, declaring that he will not allow his class teacher to be offended. The leader immediately points his gun at Ling Tian and wonders how the guy managed to slip away so silently towards the exit, since he thought that all the hostages were still under gunfire. The guy offers to calmly discuss the situation, but at that very moment a loud shot is heard. Ling Tian sees a bullet flying straight at his head. Time instantly slows down. The young man desperately convinces himself that he should not die so ingloriously in this situation. The guy doesn't want to die. His whole being resists the very thought of imminent death. He can't come to terms with the fact that his fate has been decided. Ling Tian thinks that he must, at all costs, spend all of his 200 yuan before he dies. At this point, The money system tells the guy that a new task has been received. He needs to spend 1 million in 3 minutes to avoid death and gain access to the system. The guy instantly realizes that something out of the ordinary has happened. He looks at the leader of the bandits in bewilderment, trying to understand what is happening. The leader's gun is pressed against his head, and Ling Tian realizes that he has somehow inexplicably returned 3 minutes into the past. The guy glances at his watch and realizes that time has indeed rewinded exactly 3 minutes, meaning that in a matter of moments, he will once again be in danger of death. Ling Tian comes to the conclusion that all responsibility now lies with him, and decides to act decisively and boldly so as not to repeat the previous tragic ending. The leader of the bandits looks at the guy with distrust and says that he is behaving too suspiciously, as if he is hatching some kind of secret plan. The gun barrel is still pressing against Ling Tian's temple. The leader loudly warns that if the young man looks sideways again, he will get a bullet in the head. Ling Tian mentally calls the gang leader a scoundrel who already managed to shoot him once, and tries to find the right words to respond with dignity. However, only incoherent mutterings come out of his mouth, and the leader orders him to stop mumbling and express himself more clearly. Ling Tian sharply points his finger at the thug who was harassing the girl, and claims that he allegedly dropped the money, and he just wanted to warn her about it. The bandit is stunned by the information that has been voiced. He is deeply confused and does not understand what kind of money is being discussed. The gang leader points his gun at Ling Tian and orders him to move forward immediately, demanding to see where the notorious money the guy was talking about is. Ling Tian, passing by his class teacher, who was being pestered by an impudent bandit, barely noticeably winks at the girl and smiles. The class teacher is very surprised that Ling Tian is in the bank branch. The girl does not understand what he could be doing here. Ling Tian confidently tells the robber that it was in this very place that he dropped a very impressive sum of money, which he had originally prudently tied to his leg. The surprised bandit looks at his legs and notices thick wads of banknotes falling out from under his trousers. His face immediately distorted with deep confusion. The leader is in genuine shock. He is overcome with anger. He loudly asks his accomplice how he dared to commit such an act. The bandit, completely bewildered, replies that he has no idea where the money came from and assures that he has nothing to do with it. Ling Tian realizes that he has very little time left and needs to quickly come up with another way to spend the money, because even if the bandit completely stuffs his pants with bills, it will only be a few thousand yuan. The bandit furiously shouts to the leader that he himself does not know why he suddenly had this money, assuming that it is all a clever trick thought up by someone. Ling Tian loudly proclaims that he is just a good guy who is used to helping others. Ling Tian approaches the teacher and asks the attackers to pay close attention to the girl their accomplice was harassing. Ling Tian quietly whispers to the class teacher, begging her not to panic and to play along with him. The young man suddenly snaps his fingers, and at that very moment a huge wad of shiny banknotes materializes in his palm. Ling Tian tells the gang leader that the girl really had no choice, so she was forced to hide her accomplice's money. The leader, feeling furious, cannot understand why his people decided to carry out such a risky scam behind his back and insidiously appropriate part of the loot. One of the bandits, trembling with fear, tearfully justifies himself, assuring that he has absolutely nothing to do with it. The leader angrily shouts at his accomplices, accusing them of betrayal and reminding them that for the sake of a great cause, they were supposed to act together. The criminals express extreme indignation. They deny any accusations and say that this is the first time they have seen money appearing in such a mysterious way. The leader furiously waves his weapon in front of his subordinates and exclaims that banknotes won't come out of thin air. He demands an immediate explanation of this whole strange situation. Ling Tian intervenes in the conversation and tells the gang leader that he is doing wrong. The guy points to a large pile of money hidden behind a flower pot and says that the leader deliberately set the money aside for himself, acting in secret from the others. The criminals continue to quarrel bitterly, believing that the leader has no right to accuse them of treason, since he is also dishonest, and in their rage they call him by name, splashing out old grievances. The gang boss points a gun at his subordinate, calls him a complete idiot, and tells him that he's going to die now for telling his real name. The next moment, the criminals, in a fit of mad rage, pounce on each other and begin to frantically shoot their accomplices, not sparing the bullets, and plunging everything around into chaos. The room is suddenly filled with thick clouds of gunpowder smoke and the deafening sound of flying bullets. Ling Tian at this moment covers the teacher with his body and presses her to himself, trying to protect her from the deadly fire. After a short period of time, the shots cease, the smoke begins to clear, and on the floor lie the bodies of the criminals who shot each other in a bloody feud. Ling Tian looks around in confusion and realizes that he has failed to complete the task of the monetary system. He has only spent part of the funds and still has 100,000 left. Suddenly, the young man feels the cold barrel of a pistol pressed against his temple. The gang leader, who was seriously wounded but miraculously survived the fierce shootout, points his gun at Ling Tian and angrily declares that he is to blame for everything that happened, which means he is destined to die. The guy involuntarily shudders with horror and thinks that this time he will not be able to avoid his fatal fate. The gang leader, with a wild look in his eyes, tells the young man to say goodbye to his life and decisively pulls the trigger. At this critical moment, the teacher suddenly rushes forward, covering Ling Tian with her body, and risking her own life, tries to shield the boy from the bullet flying at him. A sharp pistol shot is heard, and the girl notices how a deadly charge is rushing at great speed straight towards her, threatening to pierce her through and through. People watch the rapidly unfolding scene with horror and involuntarily open their mouths, unable to believe that someone dared to take a bullet for themselves. The bandit leader's eyes widen and he watches the girl, still not understanding why his shot missed its target. The teacher, in confusion, turns her gaze to the bandit and wonders how she managed to avoid instant death. The girl still does not feel pain and realizes that something incredible is happening around her, since she is absolutely intact and does not see any bloody wounds or damage on herself. Bowing her head down, she suddenly notices with amazement that right in front of her lies a thick stack of banknotes, which somehow inconceivably became a reliable shield from the shot. The class teacher is very surprised, because she absolutely cannot understand how this money could have ended up near her. The bullet fired by the gang leader hit right into this unusual protective barrier made of banknotes and did not cause the slightest harm to the class teacher. The gang leader is stunned by what happened. He does not understand the reasons for such a miracle, but is inclined to believe that Ling Tian is involved in everything. The robber, not wanting to put up with such paranormal events, again raises his gun towards the young man, intending to fire another shot. At this moment, a powerful explosion is heard, and the weapon in the hands of the bandit leader shatters into many small metal fragments. The leader clutches his head in horror as the gun fragments leave numerous painful cuts and wounds on his head. Ling Tian notices the robber's gun explode, and believes that this development is the best proof of the justice of karma. The young man comes to the conclusion that his idea of quietly stuffing the bandit's pistol with money, which at first seemed very stupid, turned out to be extremely effective. The class teacher asks Ling Tian in a serious tone to remove her hands and not touch her anymore. Ling Tian sheepishly asks the teacher for forgiveness, explaining that he was stunned by what happened and simply didn't notice it. In fact, the guy only wanted to touch the protective shield of money that suddenly appeared in front of the teacher and protected her from mortal danger. However, the moment he touches it, the money disappears, and Ling Tian immediately realizes that the monetary system has not deceived him, because he really cannot get hold of these bills. At this moment, the doors of the bank burst open with a bang, and an impressive group of police officers burst inside. The guards of law and order carefully examine the hall, surprised by the number of corpses of robbers lying on the floor, having shot each other in a brutal feud. The police inspector looks around the room with genuine surprise, and asks everyone present what exactly happened here. Ling Tian calls the inspector auntie and arrogantly declares that since she wears a police badge and is formally responsible for maintaining order, she should sort things out herself. The young man adds that he is late for work, so he slowly turns towards the door and begins to move without waiting for the inspector's permission. The police inspector notices 200 yuan sticking out of the back pocket of the guy's pants. She believes that he is somehow involved in the robbery and orders him to stop immediately. The girl reminds him of how he called her aunt and orders him to stay put. Such treatment irritates her extremely and seems inappropriate. The action moves to the next day. The class teacher, who was in the bank, is teaching her lesson. Ling Tian is doing his favorite activity in class, leaning on his desk and sleeping soundly, completely immersed in sleep. The boy was so deeply asleep that he didn't hear at all how his class teacher came up to him and loudly called his name, trying to wake him up. At this moment, one of his classmates loudly calls Ling Tian a loser, expressing dissatisfaction with the fact that the boy is sleeping in class again, which irritates him. Ling Tian gradually wakes up and slowly raises his head, still in a half-asleep state. He does not immediately understand what is happening around him. Finally, he slowly looks up and sees his class teacher standing next to him, loudly repeating his name, trying to get his attention. Ling Tian slowly returns to reality. The guy is not fully awake, and carefully watches the class teacher, thinking about her good physical shape. The girl strictly demands that he wake up immediately and concentrate on the lesson. She is extremely unhappy with his behavior. Ling Tian apologizes for his inattention and explains that he doesn't even remember falling asleep. mentioning that he was very tired yesterday because of his part-time job. Classmates are closely watching what is happening. They are sure that the class teacher will certainly severely punish the boy for such an attitude towards studying. However, the girl instead immerses herself in memories of how yesterday Ling Tian, risking his own life, saved her in a dangerous situation. The class teacher, to the surprise of his classmates, does not scold Ling Tian for sleeping in class, but only says that she forgives him, but only this time. Meanwhile, Ling Tian notices a small snag in the teacher's stockings and becomes completely focused on it, forgetting about the need to pay attention to the lesson. Classmates begin to whisper among themselves, wondering how Ling Tian's behavior went unpunished. One of his classmates notices that an urgent notification has arrived on his phone, which immediately attracts his attention. Opening his newsfeed, he is surprised to see a photo of Ling Tian and a report that it was this mysterious student who managed to outwit the robbers during the daring bank robbery yesterday. As soon as the bell rang for recess, Ling Tian instantly finds himself surrounded by a large number of attractive girls, all of whom are vying with each other to ask how he managed to deal with the criminals and save the hostages. The guy happily answers questions, enjoying the attention of beautiful girls and his new status as a hero, being in the center of everyone's attention. Their lively conversation is interrupted by a classmate who sarcastically suggests celebrating this event, clearly meaning having dinner together. At the same time, he sarcastically adds that Ling Tian, having become a star, is now obliged to treat everyone, hinting that he most likely does not have the money for this. His friend plays along, declaring that the dinner is absolutely necessary so that Ling Tian can properly cement his new status as a big star. The pretty girls are delighted with this proposal and enthusiastically begin asking Ling Tian to invite them all to dinner, excited about the possible celebration. But in the moment of general delight, they suddenly notice that the place where Ling Tian had just been sitting is completely empty. Ling Tian tries to leave the room as quietly as possible, filled with intense anger that his classmates dared to ask him to spend money. One of his classmates, who noticed Ling Tian's disappearance, mockingly states that he is just a poor man with no ambitions who simply ran away to avoid responsibility. After that, he asks the people around him if they really think Ling Tian is a star, but suddenly his speech is cut off. The young man stops mid-sentence as he feels someone's hand suddenly fall on his shoulder, which causes him great surprise. He turns around sharply to see who has interrupted the conversation. In front of him stands a happy and smiling Ling Tian. The guy informs that dinner will be held in the canteen, and enthusiastically adds that it will be a great choice for everyone. Ling Tian, with his arms outstretched, once again reminds everyone present in a loud voice that he is inviting them all to dinner, which will be held in the school cafeteria. At this moment, a holographic screen of the monetary system appears in front of him. Ling Tian realizes that the new task has come just in time. A classmate named Zhanli is very surprised by this statement, as he finds it strange that they were not invited to an expensive restaurant, but to an ordinary school cafeteria, which is an unexpected turn of events for him. The friends start laughing loudly, clutching their stomachs. They find it very funny that Ling Tian can only invite everyone to the school cafeteria. Ling Tian, ignoring their laughter, says that this is exactly how it will be. He is treating them, and anyone who wants to can join in the dinner. The beautiful girls standing nearby immediately surround Ling Tian, discussing with interest that the canteen is not a bad place, as there are many dishes that they have not tried yet, although they think to themselves that the canteen is not very tasty, but they still think it is a good option to just eat. Zhanli is very offended by such a proposal. He wonders if he will really have to eat in the school cafeteria. Ling Tian provokes Zhanli. He tells the young man that he is simply afraid of being disgraced. Zhanli retreats to the side with his friends and they begin to quietly chat among themselves. One of his friends tries to help. He says that if the guy is afraid to go to the cafeteria, he can go instead of him. Zhanli reacts angrily to this suggestion. He loses his temper and insults his friend, after which he kicks him. Zhanli tells his friends to tell all the students that everyone should gather near the cafeteria today. Zhanli believes that he will emerge victorious in this confrontation. The guy wants to trample Ling Tian in front of everyone. A large number of people gather around the student canteen. They talk among themselves and do not believe that the poor student is going to treat the whole group, considering this something incredible and even strange. One of those present says that the guy is going to treat not only the entire group, but the entire educational institution, which causes everyone to be even more surprised and curious. The young man, hearing this, is surprised by the statement and thinks that Ling Tian has taken on too much, especially after the recent incident, which, in his opinion, made him believe in his own strength. The students hear a loud male voice ordering them to disperse. Looking around, they see the chef standing in front of them. which immediately attracts the attention of everyone gathered. A satisfied smile appears on Zhanli's face. He is surrounded by the best chefs of a five-star restaurant, which gives him a sense of confidence and advantage. A mobile kitchen pulls up to the entrance of the student canteen, and everyone hears Zhanli's voice, which announces that he is in a good mood today, so he will treat everyone to delicious dishes. His friends, seeing how everything is unfolding, begin to try to win over those gathered to their side, offering those who do not want to eat in the canteen to dine here, since the chef of a five-star restaurant has arrived here. Many students, intrigued by the offer, watch with curiosity as the chef prepares sumptuous dishes, and begin to think that it will be much better than the regular food in the cafeteria. Zhanli's friend, seeing the growing excitement among the students, tells them that his friend is very kind and generous, and treats them with all his heart, which causes even greater admiration among those present. The young man adds that his friend really is like that, unlike Ling Tian, who only pretends to be generous, although in reality he is very poor and unable to pay for a decent dinner. Zhanli, looking at Ling Tian, shows an upside-down finger, clearly hinting that the guy has lost in this confrontation and can no longer do anything to oppose his plans. The beautiful girls surrounding Ling Tian begin to show interest in his opponent's proposal and ask the young man to allow them to have a meal at the mobile restaurant, believing that it would be a more interesting option. One of the girls says she is starving and suggests that her friends eat at the food truck first and then return to Ling Tian to support him. Ling Tian, trying to play along with his opponent, replies that in our time it is not worth spending so much money on excesses, and that one can easily do without such expenses. Ling Tian picks up the phone to answer the call, and the other person apologizes and explains that the food he ordered took a little longer to prepare than expected. The person on the other end of the line tells him that the dishes are quite complicated, so their delivery is a little delayed, but everything will be ready soon. Zhanli, watching Ling Tian's actions with undisguised interest, wonders what excuse this loser will come up with this time to save his reputation. Suddenly, Zhanli and his friend's attention is drawn to a strange noise. They begin to look around, trying to understand what is happening and where this strange sound is coming from. At this moment, they all simultaneously raise their heads up and notice with amazement how numerous containers begin to descend from the sky on parachutes. Next to these containers, on her own parachute, a beautiful girl descends spectacularly, her thick hair fluttering in the wind. The girl is holding two clearly dissatisfied cooks in her arms, who, judging by their faces, were not at all delighted with such an unconventional way of transportation. A moment later, the containers land softly, and the girl and the cooks quickly line up around them, attracting everyone's attention with their impressive and confident demeanor. The sound of a container opening is heard, containing a huge amount of ingredients, enough to feed many people. One of Zhanli's friends suggests that this is all part of his friend's brilliant plan, praising him for his secrecy and marveling at how cleverly he organized everything. In contrast, Zhanli himself begins to realize the seriousness of what is happening, and instead of pride, he feels irritation, realizing that the situation is clearly getting out of his control. Zhanli's friend encourages everyone present to hurry up and get in line if they want to try the best food in the world, assuring them that it will be an unforgettable treat. Zhanli thinks that the ingredient containers and the girl with the cooks are the result of his younger brother's actions. The thought that it might be related to Ling Tian does not even cross his mind. Confident, Zhanli loudly announces his name to the crowd and declares that he always strives to bring joy to people, adding that money has no meaning to him. He approaches the girl, who has spectacularly descended by parachute, with an arrogant look and extends his hand to her in greeting. However, the girl completely ignores the young man's gesture. She coldly pushes him aside and, paying no attention to him, walks past. Ling Tian turns to the girl and the cooks. The guy accuses them of being slow and emphasizes that money does not matter to him. He adds that he is ready to double the payment if they start acting faster. The girl bows politely to Ling Tian, apologizes for the delay, and says with a smile that she is the team manager, inviting the young man to simply call her sister. Ling Tian likes this attitude. He calls the manager little sister and asks her to start cooking immediately. The manager smiles kindly and laughs quietly because she is clearly much older than Ling Tian. The young man hands her an empty bottle and makes an unusual order, 2 bowls of rice and cool drinking water, which he asks to pour into this bottle. The students start whispering among themselves. Slightly shocked, they begin to realize that the entire team was not called by Zhanli at all, and wonder where Ling Tian could have gotten the funds to arrange the plane and deliver the goods, as it is incredibly expensive. The students think that Zhanli has been defeated and start heading to the cafeteria to try the food prepared for them by Team Ling Tian. Zhanli is furious and cannot accept the fact that Ling Tian dared to oppose him and was able to surpass him in this confrontation. Jianli loudly announces to everyone present that the expensive restaurant hired by his rival does not matter, because the main thing in cooking is the skill of the chefs. The young man proudly declares that his chefs are world-famous masters who have passed strict qualifications and proven their superiority. Jianli says that among them there is one chef who cooks better than the best chefs of 5-star restaurants in the country. Suddenly, the chef of the Jianli team abruptly pushes the young man aside and confidently walks towards his opponent's team. This chef suddenly falls to his knees in front of one of the chefs on Team Lingtian, calls him master, and begins begging him to teach him his unique culinary techniques. The chef from the Lingtian team is surprised by such an act and reminds the interlocutor that he himself is a chef of the best 5-star restaurant, but still asks him for something. Jianli yells at his cook, demanding that he return to him immediately, and threatens to fire him if he refuses to carry out the order. The cook replies that he doesn't care about being fired at all, since he is staying with the teacher to master his skill. A satisfied smile appears on Lingtian's face, and he loudly announces to the crowd that he is hungry and is going to try the dishes prepared by the experts. The cook bows respectfully to the young man and assures him that he will begin preparing the food. He asks him to wait a little. Jianli watches the events closely, unable to believe that the events are unfolding as if it were a manga. Jianli begins to shake his friend hard by the shoulders, demanding that he do something immediately to correct the current situation. Jianli looks at his opponent with fury and hatred, wanting to see what these culinary savages are capable of. The manager appears in front of Lingtian, holding a huge dish in her hands, and respectfully calls him sir, informing him that the first salad is ready. Lingtian, without the slightest surprise, asks what kind of salad this is, and why the cooks didn't just bring him a bowl of rice, which he has long been accustomed to. The manager smiles discreetly and slowly lifts the lid of the dish, from which a bright glow immediately emanates, filling the entire room. She asks Lingtian to try this masterpiece, offering to evaluate its taste. On a huge plate, in the very center, lies a tiny leaf of lettuce, immersed in a brightly shining golden sauce. Jianli mockingly and arrogantly declares that this sight makes him laugh, because it is not a salad, but just a small torn-off cabbage leaf. One of the girls, unable to contain her emotions, presses herself against Lingtian, declaring that she experiences unearthly pleasure just from the smell of this unusual salad. Lingtian is very surprised by the girl's reaction, but he decides not to argue because the salad is really delicious, although it seems to him that the girl is clearly exaggerating. The manager, seeing the reaction of those gathered, asks the young people to take a closer look at what they call simple cabbage. She begins to explain that this cabbage-shaped salad is actually a culinary creation created from truffles using molecular technology. The dark part of the dish, made from black truffles, and the light part from the more expensive white ones. The leaves and stem of the cabbage are actually made from a paste made from the rarest snow clam. Lingtian, listening attentively to the manager's story, begins to eat the expensive salad without further ado. The manager says that one small piece of this dish, which looks like a simple cabbage leaf, is valued at more than 30,000 yuan. The students gathered around are amazed by what they heard, and shocked by the idea that each bite could cost such a fabulous amount of money. Lingtian's voice is heard admitting that this salad really tastes better than the usual food from the school cafeteria. The manager goes on to say that their dishes look like regular food, but taste like they belong to completely different categories. And these tastes are completely incompatible with each other. The next dish she presents is made from the rarest white asparagus, which is harvested only in the most inaccessible places, and an endangered species of pork, seasoned with mangalitsa, with the addition of one of the rarest types of saffron. Afterwards, Lingtian tries fried eggs with tomatoes and rice, to which are added special tomatoes glazed with honey, and the rarest fish meat, which is valued at huge prices. The students watching the whole event are completely delighted by the rarity and sophistication of the dishes being served, and they begin to say that Lingtian has clearly surpassed his opponent in the culinary duel. Jianli, watching what was happening, was very depressed. His face expressed despair. The guy lowered his head and quietly whispered under his breath that this was simply impossible and could not be true. The manager looks at Lingtian with a smile and asks him if he liked the dishes served for dinner. Lingtian burps lightly and loudly replies that the food is indeed not bad, but the water they gave him was too cold. In response, the manager explains that the bottle contains rare spring water, which was specially extracted from a high snowy mountain, and it has unique properties. After this, the girl hands Lingtian a credit card and says that she is obliged to return the remaining money in order to close all the accounts. Lingtian replies with displeasure that she shouldn't do that. and insistently demands that she keep the extra money for herself so that the manager can buy herself something nice, like a handbag or expensive cosmetics. The students watching this are very surprised by the young man's behavior, and one of the girls standing nearby begins to like Lingtian more and more, and she says with admiration that the guy is becoming more and more handsome to her. Tears appear on Lingtian's face. He realizes that he has completed the task, but he wishes his stomach was bigger so that it could hold more of this wonderful food. The money system informs the young man that the task has been completed, and in return he is awarded a lottery with a random organ upgrade. Lingtian hopes that he will get a useful upgrade, and not something useless like an appendix upgrade. The virtual lottery wheel, which only the guy can see, stops. Lingtian is excited to see what improvement will be provided to him. Looking at the girl standing next to him, Lingtian suddenly realizes that he is beginning to have X-ray vision, which allows him to see through clothes. The young man is incredibly pleased with this improvement, and carefully watches the leisurely conversation of the beautiful girls who are next to him. One of the girls notices that he is staring at her and asks what is wrong. Lingtian throws his hands up in the air, thinking that he has no regrets at all about his life and the improvement he has received. Meanwhile, the police inspector finds the school where Lingtian is studying. The girl believes that she needs to find out the whole truth about the recent incident and figure out what really happened. Even though the robbery case was officially closed, the inspector senses that something is wrong and decides to meet Lingtian in person to try to figure out what is going on. A large group of students walks towards the police inspector, carrying bags of food in their hands, which raises additional questions for her. Coming closer to the young people, the inspector decides to stop them and ask what they are carrying, as well as what was the reason for their meeting. The young people, seeing a police inspector, ask her what happened and how they can help. The girl doesn't like the way the young men behave with her. She demands immediate answers to her questions. She is not used to such disrespect. The young people quickly apologize to the inspector, because someone from their group called her aunt, which caused displeasure among the police inspector. The girl, looking at them with displeasure, decides to continue the interrogation and asks the students what kind of bags they are carrying in their hands. The young people answer that these are bags of food, and say that the luxurious dinner they were invited to was organized by Lingtian. He treated everyone who wanted to eat. The students add that it was an unforgettable dinner, where very expensive dishes were served, costing a huge amount of money. The police inspector thinks about Lingtian, and makes a guess that perhaps the guy is the child of rich parents and everything that is happening is some kind of joke. However, a moment later she realizes that this is absolutely not the case, and that Lingtian is definitely somehow connected to the robbery. The girl is sure that she must sort out this situation and bring the criminal to justice. Her intuition tells her that she is on the right track. The inspector thinks that luck is on her side today, as she doesn't have to look for Lingtian for long, and she is surprised to see a guy surrounded by beautiful girls approaching her. The girl is amazed at how quickly she managed to find Lingtian. She has a feeling that this is not an accident, and that everything that happens has deep hidden reasons. Suddenly, a holographic screen appears in front of Lingtian that only he can see. The money system tells him that the training is complete, after which it displays a selection of tasks on the screen. One of the girls asks Lingtian not to ignore her and says that she wants to taste the food from that wonderful dinner again. However, the young man does not hear her, as he is immersed in reading information on the holographic screen. The system reports that a punishment is assigned for failure to complete the task, and the higher the difficulty, the more severe the punishment will be. Another girl whispers to Lingtian that she will be completely alone in her dorm room tonight. The police inspector watches closely what is happening and cannot understand how a poor young man can be so popular with girls. This makes her even more suspicious. Lingtian continues to navigate the holographic screen that only he can see, and reaches forward to confirm his choice. For the police inspector, the situation becomes extremely clear. She believes that the young man got rich precisely after the robbery, and her suspicions about his connection with the bandits only increase. The inspector catches up with the group of young people and orders Lingtian to stop immediately. However, the guy does not pay attention to what is happening around him, as he is busy choosing the next mission, deciding to choose an easy level. Suddenly, the police inspector grabs the guy by the shoulder, which causes an immediate reaction. He jerks sharply from the unexpected touch and accidentally presses the highest difficulty level on the holographic screen. The guy soon realizes that his hand did not stop on the screen, but passed through it, and as a result, he accidentally grabbed the inspector by the chest. Lingtian realizes that he is in an extremely awkward situation, and in a panic, the guy turns around sharply and tries to escape. The inspector, furious at his actions, shouts loudly at the guy and demands that he stop immediately. The money system tells Ling Tian that a new mission has begun. He needs to buy a car worth more than 2 million yuan and take part in the race. The guy looks closely at his watch and understands that he has only 6 hours to complete the task, and if he doesn't make it, he will face severe punishment. Ling Tian, confident that he still has enough time to complete the task, thinks that no one can stop him from spending the money. However, he suddenly feels strange feelings and does not understand why he ended up in the air. It turns out that the police inspector caught up with him and, grabbing him by the arm, made a powerful throw, from which the guy flew into the air. Ling Tian proved to be too heavy for the inspector. She was unable to stay on her feet, and they both ended up falling to the ground. The young man's hands are loudly clasped in handcuffs. The inspector accuses him of hooliganism and assault on a police officer, after which he announces that the guy is under arrest in accordance with the law. Ling Tian realizes the seriousness of the situation. He is scared and cannot understand why the police inspector is making claims against him. The young people end up at the police station. The inspector offers the guy to tell the whole truth in order to resolve the case. Ling Tian again says that he has explained many times that what happened was a misunderstanding, and that he had absolutely nothing to do with the robbery. The police inspector, with an evil smile on her face, points the bright light of the lamp at Ling Tian. She thinks that she can interrogate him all day and see how long the young man can last. Suddenly the phone rings. The inspector picks up the receiver, and a voice is heard insistently demanding the immediate release of the young man. At this point, the manager enters the office and announces that her client has been released on bail, and if the police have any questions, she asks that they be addressed exclusively to her. Ling Tian, taking advantage of the situation, quickly runs away from the police station, saying on the go that he has urgent business and that the girls would better figure out what is happening themselves. The guy runs towards a huge modern building made of glass and concrete. He stops at the closed doors and, clutching his head, loudly declares that it's all over because the car dealership is no longer open. Walking slowly down the street, Ling Tian wonders where he can now find the 2 million car he needs to complete the mission. Suddenly, a bus hisses loudly in front of him and the doors begin to slowly open. The driver rudely scolds the guy, indignantly demanding that he be more careful, since he almost ended up under the wheels of the bus. At this moment, an unexpected idea came to Ling Tian's mind, and with a smile on his face, he thanks the driver, causing him to be confused. The driver closes the doors, thinking that the young man is behaving extremely strangely, as if he is mentally ill. Ling Tian is set to upgrade the bus, turning its engine into a powerful hybrid capable of producing a huge amount of horsepower. The bus is equipped with an automatic air conditioning system that maintains a constant temperature, and gets expensive leather seats for maximum comfort. Even the smallest details do not remain unchanged. A simple rear-view mirror turns into a modern information screen, capable of rotating 180 degrees. Ling Tian happily bangs on the bus body, confident that such a massive upgrade is worth the 2 million yuan cost. Proud of the work done, the guy believes that the money was well spent. Now he has his own bus and will no longer use public transport. However, the money system informs that this is only the first part of the task, and to complete the mission, you need to win a drift race in the purchased vehicle. Ling Tian comes to the conclusion that he is faced with a serious problem, as he has to participate in a drift race on a bus, and he has absolutely no skills in driving a vehicle. His loud cries of despair attract the attention of a girl who slowly approaches him and declares that she is ready to help him cope with this problem. Ling Tian's eyes instantly light up with joyful radiance, because he is incredibly happy to hear such a proposal. Seeing the manager nearby, he says with sincere joy that he is immensely glad to see her. The guy falls to his knees and, hugging the girl's legs, enthusiastically declares that he will definitely raise her salary in the near future. Soon, changing his happy expression to a serious one, Ling Tian gets up, gets on the bus, and orders the girl to hurry, reminding her that they have very little time left. As evening falls, illegal racers begin to gather outside the city, discussing modifications to their cars and proudly telling stories of their past victories. Zhanli loudly tells his rivals that they have no chance, contemptuously calling their cars clunkers, unworthy of even the gas from his exhaust pipe. The young people do not remain in debt and remind Zhanli that he recently offered everyone dinner, which everyone refused. This remark enrages Zhanli, who grabs one of his opponents by the lapels, demanding that he shut up immediately. At this point, a girl in a mask intervenes in the argument. She sternly demands that the squabble be stopped immediately and forces the guys to shut up. The young men immediately obey her command, calling her a goddess, because she is a legendary racer, famous for her victories in a pure white racing car called Snowstorm. The girl sternly asks the young men to stop talking nonsense and concentrate, after which she slowly gets into her snow-white racing car. She looks closely at the assembled participants and suggests that they not waste time and start the race. Janli recalls an old legend that the winner of the race will be able to remove the girl's mask and see her real face. The guy assures himself that he will be the one to do it today. Announcing that all participants have gathered, Janli gives the judges the command to begin the race. Suddenly, the darkness is cut by a bright light from halogen lamps, blinding all participants and causing them to feel bewildered and confused. Janli doesn't have time to look away. The bright light blinds him so much that he grabs his face and curses loudly. At this moment, Lingtian drives up to the participants in his modified bus, waving happily from the window and loudly greeting everyone present. The manager sitting next to her looks embarrassed and depressed, clearly not sharing Lingtian's enthusiasm. She feels extremely awkward, ashamed that they arrived at an illegal race on a bus. Janli begins to feel intense anger as he realizes that his old rival is once again standing in his way and intends to cause him trouble. Lingtian asks to stop the bus to take a closer look at a racing car named Snowstorm. He opens the window of his bus and intently studies the snow-white racing car, at the wheel of which is the mysterious queen of racing. The girl in the mask notices the young man's intense gaze, which causes her to feel noticeably tense and nervous. The fact that the mysterious girl hides her face behind a mask does not bother Lingtian at all, as he decides to use his unique X-ray vision skill to reveal her true identity and find out who she really is. What he sees next shocks him to the core. The racing queen turns out to be Shui Qing, an excellent student at the university. Yue Qing is known as the universal goddess among the students. This girl from an influential family. She has a beautiful appearance and graceful figure. Her refined style attracts everyone's attention. Shui Qing has achieved outstanding academic success, and her dedication and hard work impress her teachers and classmates. In addition, she has excelled in sports, being a master in several disciplines at once, which causes admiration from everyone around her. Shui Qing has a sweet and gentle smile that no university student can resist. Lingtian couldn't even imagine that this girl was leading a double life, taking part in the races, and was the queen of this dangerous and exciting event. Lingtian continues to stare at the girl in silence, unable to hide his surprise at learning her true identity. Shui Qing gives the guy an angry look, then, without holding back her emotions, calls him an idiot and sharply asks why he is staring at her like that. Lingtian feels extremely awkward because of her reaction and abruptly turns away, closing the bus window so as not to meet her gaze. The judge standing at the start begins the countdown to the start of the race. As soon as he finishes the countdown, he waves the flag, giving the signal to the participants to start. The next moment, powerful racing cars take off and begin to gain incredible speed, leaving the parked bus behind. Janli's thoughts are all on Lingtian. He thinks he's a complete idiot for daring to come to the races by bus. The guy thinks his actions are absolutely ridiculous. Lingtian is not worried at all, remaining completely calm and relaxed. He puts his hands behind his head and leans back on the expensive leather seat of the bus. Lingtian notices that Shui Qing's car, Snowstorm, continues to stand still, unlike the other race participants, which makes him curious and puzzled. The young man, smiling, calls the girl a beauty and asks why she doesn't start the race when everyone else has already started. Shui Qing tells him that she has a special agreement with the judge. She gives a 5-minute head start to the other participants, so that the race does not turn into a mockery of them. Lingtian tells the surprised girl that in that case he will also stand and wait for her to start. Shui Qing is shocked by the young man's behavior, because the entry fee for the race is more than 500,000 yuan. She cannot understand why the guy remains so calm despite such high stakes. Lingtian thinks that 500,000 is nothing, because the most important thing for him is to remain patient and calm. Bitter tears appear on the guy's face because he understands that the money provided by the system cannot be spent elsewhere. Lingtian thinks that he has spent 500,000 not in vain. Now he has to see which of the participants can give him worthy competition in this race. The girl calls him a complete idiot, believing that he will not be able to win with his bus, competing with racing cars that have undergone deep modernization and have great power. Lingtian remains calm and answers the girl in a mysterious tone that a great man always has a great plan. Shui Qing, hearing the young man's name, suddenly remembers who he is and realizes that he is the same Lingtian who has been talked about so much at the university lately. 5 minutes pass. Shui Qing shifts the gearbox and presses the gas pedal to the floor. Her powerful racing car instantly takes off. Lingtian tells the manager that it is time to act and asks the girl to strictly follow the plan. The young man picks up the phone and confidently announces that now will be the decisive moment in their race. After which, the guy calls the police and tells the dispatcher that a group of racers has gathered for an illegal race and is heading towards the mountains. John Lee makes a sharp turn in his racing car, carefully watching the rearview mirror. He notices that there is no one visible behind him. John Lee sends angry curses towards Ling Tian and rejoices that his opponent has been left far behind. He continues to worry about last night's dinner and decides to take revenge on his rival, believing that he simply must win this race. Suddenly, John Lee sharply turns the steering wheel and presses the brake pedal hard, noticing some obstacle ahead. The road in front of him is blocked by a dense net, on which sharp, sparkling metal spikes are attached. Suddenly, a group of police officers emerge from the nearby bushes, lighting the way with bright flashlights. The inspector approaches the young man, stating that he is arresting him for creating a threat to public order and illegally modifying a vehicle. The police tie up John Lee. The guy looks around in confusion, wondering who could have set him up. The female officer does not know the citizen who called the police, but promises that if she ever meets this person, she will definitely thank him for his timely assistance in ensuring order and safety. Police officers and racers notice a slow-moving bus appearing on the night road. The manager asks Ling Tian if their opponents have any other way they can get around this obstacle. The guy says there is a bypass road that will take the thieves a long time, and explains that he called the police to block the shortcut. The manager understands that the racers will now have to take the long way, and this gives them a chance to win. But she is worried about how they will get through the police cordon. Ling Tian yawns lazily and reassures the girl, saying that she will understand everything when the time comes. A police inspector loudly scolds the young men, claiming that they are engaged in extremely dangerous illegal activities. Her speech is interrupted as a bus slowly approaches the police inspector, its powerful headlights brightly illuminating the area. To the girl's surprise, the bus does not brake and continues to move at high speed, hitting her and tearing her clothes. A collision with a bus results in a police inspector's skirt being torn, leaving her in an extremely awkward situation. Ling Tian stops the bus next to the girl and looks out the window. The guy says he recognized her and calls her aunt again. The inspector is furious and suggests that Ling Tian is also involved in illegal racing. Ling Tian tells the girl that she is a little crazy and asks who in their right mind would participate in a bus race. He shows her an information card with the bus number and tells her that he is just going home, after which he asks her to clear the road. The inspector thinks about the young man's words and considers them to be true, since no normal person would participate in a bus race. The police remove the barrier and let the bus pass, which begins to slowly move away into the distance. However, after some time, the girl begins to have serious doubts about the veracity of the young man's words, because she remembers that there are no bus routes in this direction. The girl covers her torn skirt and loudly curses at the young man, declaring that he will answer for everything, including her torn clothes. The manager praises the guy for his resourcefulness and informs him that they are in the lead, and half of the route has already been completed. However, her joy quickly fades when they are suddenly overtaken by a group of racing cars. Despite the other participants driving on a long road, their speed was much higher. They caught up with the bus and begin to lead the race. Xueqing is very surprised by the fact that Ling Tian was the leader in the race for a while. The girl makes an assumption that it was Ling Tian who called the police. She thinks that it was a very smart decision. The girl thinks that the guy will not be able to beat her on the city highway. After this, Xueqing presses the gas pedal all the way down. The engine of her car starts to roar loudly, and the girl starts to pull away a considerable distance. The manager informs the young man that their rivals are quickly getting away, and they are unlikely to win this race. She turns around and hears a young man talking on the phone, asking the other person to just do what he said earlier. Ling Tian puts on sunglasses and tells his interlocutor that money is not a problem for him. He asks him to act immediately, and the stronger the better. At this time, the racing cars pick up tremendous speed and break further and further away from the bus pursuing them. One of the riders has no idea who called the police. He is interested in a completely different question. A young man recently modified his racing car with a nitrous booster and is wondering if he can beat the snowstorm in the race. The guy activates the screen on the dashboard and presses the start button, which turns on the nitrogen acceleration mechanism. His car immediately makes a loud noise and jet flames start to burst out of the exhaust pipe. His car begins to gain colossal speed. He overtakes all the participants of the race, including the car of the girl named Snowstorm. Suddenly, a bright light flashes in the sky, illuminating the entire surrounding space. The young man continues to lead the race. He notices a bright light, but has no idea where it is coming from. A bright glowing ball becomes an obstacle to the further movement of the racers. They stop, sharply pressing the brakes. The racers do not understand the nature of such a paranormal phenomenon. They hear an unfamiliar voice that calls them Earthlings and says that it will take their bodies for study. The young people are shocked by what is happening. They think that they have witnessed aliens visiting Earth. The guy gets out of the car, but he can't see anything at all and is blinded by the bright light. He turns to an unfamiliar voice, asking not to touch him. The racers get out of their cars, fall to their knees, and beg the aliens to have mercy on them and spare them. Suddenly, a bus slowly approaches the kneeling riders. The bus window opens and Ling Tian looks out. The guy looks at the young people carefully. He smiles and silently calls them complete idiots. The young people immediately realize that they have become victims of an evil prank. They look around and notice many bright spotlights located on the roofs of skyscrapers. Ling Tian asks the girl to take action and immediately neutralize the opponents. The manager takes out a throwing tube and loads it with a small poisonous arrow. The next moment, a small poisonous arrow flies out of the tube and hits one of the racers in the neck. The arrows were laced with a powerful sleeping pill, and in just a moment all the racers found themselves on the ground, immersed in a deep sleep. Ling Tian bids farewell to the young people and asks them, when they wake up, to find the parable of the tortoise and the hare on the internet. The young man sincerely praises the manager and tells the girl that she is excellent at such tasks. The bus continues its journey to the finish line, leaving behind the sleeping race participants. Shueking maneuvers at high speed along winding mountain roads. The girl sees a bright light ahead and instantly puts on her sunglasses. She believes that Ling Tian has enough aces up his sleeve. She presses a button on the control panel, and the next moment, a huge spoiler appears on her racing car. With the nitrogen boost activated, she presses the gas pedal all the way down, causing the car's wheels to spin at a colossal speed. Shueking won't let anyone win this race, her car spewing bright jets of unburned fuel and accelerating with incredible force. The bus continues to move slowly towards the finish line. The young man asks how many kilometers are left to the finish line. The manager replies that there are about 3 kilometers left to the finish line. The guy is overcome by the thought that being the best is not easy. He wonders whether there are any worthy opponents who can compete with him. A moment later, he hears a loud noise and turns his head sharply. He sees Shueqing's car, called Snowstorm, flying towards them. The young man is fascinated by this spectacle. He cannot take his eyes off it, and even opens his mouth in surprise, not believing his eyes. The Shueqing racing car makes a powerful jump in front of the bus, and continues to move at great speed towards the finish line. The girl confidently runs her hand across her throat, showing with a gesture that the young man does not have the slightest chance of winning this competition. Ling Tian believes that the girl is not called the goddess of racing for nothing, since she was able to catch up with him in such difficult circumstances, which only confirms her skill and experience. Shueqing uses all the capabilities of her car. The nitrogen boost allows her to move away from the bus very quickly. The manager realizes that they are no match for the souped-up racing car, and asks the young man what to do now, as the situation is becoming critical. Ling Tian is deep in thought. The guy is very puzzled, since such a development of events was not in his plans. He thinks about whether he will lose this race. A moment later, the guy takes out a walkie-talkie and asks the manager if she can give it to the girl's car. A satisfied smile appears on the manager's face. She tells the guy that she can complete this task without any problems, and she is sure that everything will work out. While continuing to drive the bus, the manager rips part of her skirt and uses the fabric as a rope to wrap the radio. She leans out of the bus window and spins the radio vigorously in the air, intending to point it precisely at the girl's car. Having spun the radio well, the girl accurately throws it at the car moving in front of them, precisely aiming it at the passenger seat. Shueqing, noticing a foreign object, immediately pays attention to it, realizing that it may be important. Ling Tian's voice can be heard from the radio, calling the girl beautiful and asking if she is tired, then asking her to stop and take a rest, which irritates her. Shueqing is very irritated. The girl does not like it at all that the guy plays such games with her. She calls him a loser who only deserves to lick her feet. Ling Tian tells the girl that they will still have time to do this, but not before he wins the competition, after which he states that the girl will really enjoy this activity, which irritates her even more. Shueqing becomes very angry and calls the young man a pervert, saying that he won't be able to defeat her today. Ling Tian, in response, tells the girl that she thinks too highly of herself and asks why she is confident that she can defeat him. After this, the guy adds that everyone knows her by her nickname, the Racing Queen, and suddenly tells her real name, which greatly shocks the girl. Shueqing asks the young man how he knew her real name, since she always wears a mask and does not allow anyone to reveal her identity. Ling Tian tells the surprised girl that he not only knows what she looks like under the mask, but also the color of her underwear, which leaves her even more shocked and surprised. He happily tells her that he knows much more than everyone around him and asks the girl to think about it. The guy adds that he knows how to keep secrets, but to do so, he needs to show a little goodwill. Shu Qing is very irritated by his words, and then suddenly presses the brake pedal. The bus rushes forward and approaches the finish line. Ling Tian becomes the winner of the illegal race. The air is filled with loud cheers from fans and the sound of firecrackers, creating an atmosphere of celebration and festivity. Among the crowd of cheering fans stands an irritated Shu Qing, the girl thinking that she will destroy the guy if he tells the truth to anyone. Ling Tian quietly leaves the event as the broadcast he's been waiting for so long is about to begin. The female streamer greets all of her viewers and announces that the broadcast is starting, after which she says that her dance will begin soon, and reminds viewers not to forget to reward her for her efforts. Ling Tian feels a strong sense of satisfaction when watching the girl. He is delighted with her figure. The guy considers her the best streamer, whose broadcasts he never missed. A young man watches the dancing streamer girl carefully, wondering who she really is. Her face is hidden by a mask, and he wants to unravel her secret. The guy continues to enjoy the broadcast and notices how the girl's cat appears in the corner of the room, apparently interested in her movements. The cat decides to play a little. He pushes off from his place and jumps towards the girl, which leads to an unexpected incident. All viewers of the broadcast see how the cat jumps on the girl, and from surprise, she loses her balance and falls to the floor. This greatly upsets the viewers. The streamer girl starts receiving messages. Viewers condemn her for what happened and say that she will not receive any gifts, which makes her disappointed. Ling Tian is furious with the viewers' reactions, as many leave the broadcast and write nasty comments. The guy believes that no one has the right to treat his idol like that. The girl offers her deepest apologies to the viewers for the incident and watches as more and more people leave her broadcast. The streamer can't hide her disappointment, as the number of viewers has dropped from several thousand to several dozen people. Ling Tian is very worried about the girl, thinking that if he had money, he would definitely do everything possible to ensure that his air goddess was at the top and received due recognition. A moment later, the young man notices a strange phenomenon. The index finger of his right hand flashes with a bright glow. He stares at the glowing index finger as the money system tells him that he can make gifts in the broadcast program, giving him a chance to help the girl. The young man immediately takes advantage of this opportunity, and his streamer instantly receives the title of Queen of Broadcasts. The streamer girl is very surprised by the huge changes. The number of her viewers increases from several dozen to several 100,000, which stuns her. She does not understand the reason for what is happening. A satisfied smile appears on her face when she finds out that her subscriber named Ling Tian has given her the crown of Broadcast Queen, which immediately propels her to the top. Ling Tian begins to get very worried, as he just realized that he introduced himself not with a pseudonym, but with his real name, which could lead to undesirable consequences. He opens his news feed and sees that his real name is number 1 on the list of people who have made the most expensive donations, which surprises him greatly. The guy is stunned by the fact that the handsome man and multimillionaire with good taste is him. He begins to think that he has not yet looked at what reward he is due for winning the races. A virtual screen appears in front of him. The money system informs him that the reward for winning the race is a gift generator. He learns that thanks to his new skill called Golden Finger, he was able to reward the streamer. The number of uses of virtual currency is unlimited and can be used on any site, which opens up new opportunities for him. A new day begins. Ling Tian slowly wakes up. The guy is still in a sleepy state and yawns loudly. Suddenly, the young man notices something interesting that immediately attracts his attention and drives away sleep. He watches a girl who has a small cut on her leg, covered with a bandage, exactly in the same place where the streamer had it. This wound was left after the cat attack. Ling Tian finds it impossible that Shu Qing is his favorite streamer, whom he considers his goddess. The girl notices the young man's intense gaze and smiles back at him. The young man tries to start a conversation, but thinks to himself that this is a waste of time, since the girl is not his height, and besides, he does not find her attractive. A smile appears on Shui Qing's face, knowing that the guy knows much more about her hidden life than other people. The young man does not want to continue the conversation and refers to the fact that he has urgent matters and suggests talking later. Shui Qing is very surprised by the young man's reaction, and deep inside she begins to feel very irritated. Ling Tian is distracted from his conversation as his attention is drawn to a strong glow coming from the far corner of the classroom. The guy points towards the source of light and wonders who is causing this strong glow. Janli sits at the desk in a terribly bad mood, this bright glow emanating from his bald head. Janli is very irritated. The young man believes that all his troubles come from Ling Tian. Suddenly, Zhanli has a revelation and realizes that the police who stopped the race were called by Ling Tian. He immediately gets up from his desk and angrily accuses the young man of snitching to the police. Ling Tian denies the guy's accusations and says that he is very wrong, after which he tells him that he was with Xueqing all last night. Xueqing is in an awkward situation, but she has no choice but to agree with Ling Tian's words since the guy knows that she is the racing queen. The girl confirms the young man's words, but thinks to herself that she will definitely take revenge on the guy for everything. She struggles to contain her rage and anger and thinks to herself that she would love to kill Ling Tian. The boy experiences great pleasure while sitting at his desk, and his classmates noisily discuss this information. They start gossiping and come to the conclusion that Ling Tian, whom they previously thought was a loser and a pauper, is actually the master of his life. Xueqing hears the discussion of her classmates and intends to do everything possible to take revenge on Ling Tian in the near future. The teacher enters the classroom, announces that the lesson is starting, and asks all students to take their seats. The teacher writes the lesson topic on the blackboard while Ling Tian looks at the girl carefully. The guy feels something is wrong. He continues to look closely at the teacher. Vague assumptions appear in his head. He notices cat hair on the teacher's blouse, which further confirms his assumption. After that, his gaze is directed to the leg, on which there is a scratch, exactly in the place where the streamer was scratched by the cat yesterday. He watches as the girl stands on her tiptoes to reach the top of the board and compares her height to the streamer's. This version seems unlikely and surprising to him, but the guy continues to carefully observe the teacher and compare all the data. The teacher notices the young man's strange behavior. She stops explaining the lesson and looks closely at the guy. Ling Tian can't believe that what's happening is real. It seems completely unbelievable to him that his streamer, whom he considers a goddess, and the teacher are the same person. His mind still refusing to accept this shocking version, the teacher loudly calls his name and asks what happened and why he is behaving so strangely. The guy doesn't take in her words. He's stunned that his incomprehensible stream goddess is now right in front of him. Ling Tian still can't quite believe that his teacher turned out to be the very same sweet goddess of the ether that he admired so much. His thoughts are still confused. At this moment, the system suddenly informs the young man that he has been given a system task. The difficulty level of this task is called Hell Mode. The system specifies that he needs to collect 3 of the best streamers on the internet within 1 week. Ling Tian does not understand what this task is and begins to wonder what the word collect could mean. In addition, he is completely unclear about what reward he will be given for successfully completing this task. Ling Tian decides that he will figure it out as he goes along, since he needs to complete the task first anyway. The possibility that the teacher is a streamer is high. It is still better to confirm this fact using his X-ray eyes skill. The young man experiences severe stress from using the ability, but he convinces himself that he is doing it not for his own pleasure, but to solve an important problem. Concentrating, he carefully examines the teacher's body. The guy remembers that the streamer has a mole on her thigh, and if it is her, then the teacher should have this mole too. However, despite his efforts, the guy fails to see the mole, since the girl has transparent leggings, and X-ray vision can only show through 1 layer of fabric. The teacher notices his intent gaze and asks him what's wrong with him and what's the matter. Ling Tian tries to justify himself and find some explanation for his strange behavior, but he is completely unsuccessful. He begins to utter completely incomprehensible and stupid phrases. At this moment, the teacher's phone suddenly receives a call. She is distracted from the conversation, connecting with the interlocutor, which gives Ling Tian the opportunity to relax a little. The girl says that she needs to answer an urgent call and asks the students to engage in self-study, adding that she will ask questions after the lesson. She quickly explains the situation, then picks up the phone and starts talking, and then a few minutes later suddenly leaves the class. Ling Tian immediately senses that the teacher's conversation is clearly not pleasant, because she looks very upset and soon begins to cry. The young man, watching this, tries to understand what happened. Memories of how his sweet goddess of the air also cried when she was insulted by the audience pop up in his head, and now the situation is repeating itself with the teacher. He decides that he cannot remain indifferent and suddenly stands up, firmly declaring that he will not allow anyone to make his goddess cry, no matter if it concerns his mission or money. Meanwhile, the teacher goes outside, approaches her pink moped and hurries to put on her helmet. The girl starts the engine and quickly drives off, completely unaware of the young man watching her from around the corner. The guy tells his interlocutor on the phone that the teacher is already on her way and asks him to put psychological pressure on her again to achieve the desired result. Ling Tian, sensing that something important is going on, sneaks up on the stranger and listens carefully to his phone conversation, trying to find out more about what is going on. The teacher is in the doctor's office, where she anxiously tells him that she will soon find a way to get money, and asks him to help her father with an operation that is desperately needed. The doctor, after listening to her, replies that the situation is indeed serious, but despite all efforts, they cannot perform the operation without enough money. At this point, the teacher cannot hold back her emotions and begins to cry loudly, greatly worried that she does not have sufficient funds to help her father, and that her health insurance funds are almost completely exhausted. Suddenly, a message arrives on her phone, telling her that she will be paid 500,000 yuan for dinner with Mr. Joy, but the sender demands that she not keep her boss waiting for long. The girl leaves the hospital and immediately notices two people standing near the entrance who are clearly waiting for her. One of the strangers tells the teacher that she needs to make a decision and deal with the problem as quickly as possible, otherwise her father will die. His partner, noticing her indecision, tells the girl with slight sarcasm that she has a huge amount of patience, and when he signed a contract with her, he did not expect that she would be so stubborn. After which he touches her face with his hand, and in a quiet voice, adds that he is very sorry that she is so beautiful. The next moment, a fist hits the stranger in the face. The man receives a blow that throws him aside and he falls to the ground. The teacher, not understanding what is happening, looks around in surprise, trying to understand who turned out to be her protector. Ling Tian is extremely aggressive, making no secret of his anger, telling strangers that they are just a bunch of scum that he is not afraid of. The guy takes the girl by the hand and in a quiet voice asks her not to be afraid, assuring her that he will solve all her problems. Ling Tian orders the strangers to listen to him carefully, then declares that the teacher is his girlfriend. The girl, standing nearby, looks closely at the young man, completely not understanding what is happening. She does not understand what the guy is up to, and she wants to know what goals he is pursuing. The stranger, without expressing any particular emotion, tells the young man that it doesn't matter whose the woman is, because she has a contract with their company, and it's her personal problem that she didn't read the document carefully. He goes on to say that the guy can't even imagine how huge a fine she will have to pay for breaking the contract. However, the stranger does not have time to finish his speech, as he receives a strong slap in the face from the young man. Ling Tian, not hiding his anger, orders the stranger to shut up and declares that his oratory skills do not inspire him at all, and he does not want to listen to his stupid speeches any longer. The man who was the first to be hit by Ling Tian slowly rises from the ground, and, without hiding his anger, tells the boy in a quiet but threatening voice that he will greatly regret his actions. He spits out his knocked-out teeth and orders his partner to deal with the young man immediately. His partner's face twists into an angry grimace, and without saying a word, he slowly pulls out a huge knife from his belt. The strangers begin to slowly approach Ling Tian and tell him that no matter how strong his fists are, they are sure that they cannot be stronger than their knife. Ling Tian, without losing his cool, tells the strangers that they don't understand anything at all. The guy points his finger in their direction and demands that they turn around immediately. The armed bandits sense a threat and turn around sharply, trying to understand what is going on. To their surprise, the strangers do not see anyone behind them and cannot understand what the young man was threatening them with. They expected to see a threat, but found nothing. Ling Tian is extremely happy that the bandits fell for such a simple trick. He takes the teacher in his arms and tries to leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible. As Ling Tian runs to his bus, he hears angry voices from strangers behind him, outraged that the guy deceived them. They rush after the young man and burst into the bus. The men tell him that he is already dead. Ling Tian sits down on the soft, comfortable seat and continues to hold the teacher in his arms, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He starts whistling a simple tune and tells the bandits that they have no idea whose bus they've hijacked. One of the criminals, upon hearing this, calls Ling Tian a complete idiot and declares that he won't fool them this time. At this moment, the doors of the bus suddenly swing open and the manager appears inside. The girl instantly rushes to attack the bandits and delivers a powerful kick to the head of one of them. The girl does not stop her attacks. She moves her attention to another bandit and swings her leg to strike. The man doesn't have time to react to the manager's swift attack and misses the blow. In a relatively short time, the manager manages to deal with the aggressive bandits. She throws their unconscious bodies out of the bus onto the street. Demonstratively shaking her hands, the manager tells the young man that for her it was as easy as pie. Ling Tian opens the bus window and angrily tells the bandits on the street that this is his personal bus. The bus starts to move and slowly moves forward, leaving behind the unconscious bodies of the bandits who were unable to stop the young man. The teacher is very worried about the fact that she got into such a big mess. She is trying to collect her thoughts and does not know what to do next in such a dangerous situation. Ling Tian, interested in what is happening, wants to know in detail about the situation, and asks the girl what exactly is happening. The guy tries to understand the reasons for her problems. The teacher is in no hurry to go into details, and asks the young man if he can let her go. The guy notices that during the incident he was holding the girl tightly to himself, and realizing this, he immediately loosens his grip. The voice of a young man is heard, who happily announces that he has now let the girl go. The teacher, with slight surprise, clarifies that she meant something completely different, namely, that she wants to be let off the bus. In a sad voice, she tells the young man that she cannot afford to pay for the breach of contract, and therefore, she is going to go to these people to apologize to them and try to settle the situation. Lingtian asks the girl not to worry about it, and proudly says that now the teacher is his person, and he will take care of all the problems. At this point, the money system tells the guy that he only has a week left to complete the task, and that he has collected one of the top 3 streamers on the internet, which is undoubtedly a success. The teacher shouts loudly at the young man and angrily asks him to stop talking nonsense, asking when she became his person. The guy cuddles up to the girl and tells her that she may not be his person right now, but she will be very soon, and he can't wait for that moment. The girl rudely pushes Lingtian away and reminds him not to forget that she is still his teacher, and there can be nothing personal between them. The young man, realizing that the topic could cause even more discontent, suddenly changes the conversation and tells the teacher that they have reached her stop. The girl is very surprised by this turn of events. She understands that the young man took her to the residential area where she lives and dropped her off the bus. She realizes that she really likes Lingtian, but she is very concerned about the idea that she is the teacher and the guy is her student, and such a relationship could be problematic. The bus arrives at a distant part of the city and stops at an abandoned industrial wasteland. Lingtian pulls himself up and stretches his stiff back. He informs the manager that they have arrived at the location and are ready for the next stage. The girl, experiencing great anxiety, cannot resist and asks the young man if she needs to call more people for help. The guy replies that there is no need for this at all, and then asks the manager if everything is ready as he requested. The girl hands the young man a huge armored case, after which Lingtian confidently steps off the bus. The guy approaches an old abandoned industrial hangar, near which there is a group of unfamiliar men. They are quietly talking to each other, not paying attention to him. With a confident step, Lingtian enters the hangar. He hears how the men behind him begin to whisper quietly. They think that the guy is looking for trouble. Lingtian, without slowing down, enters the far room. A stranger is sitting in a chair, his back turned to him. He is slowly smoking a cigar and carefully watching the sunset. With confidence in his voice, Lingtian tells the man not to act too important. He is determined to quickly finish all the business here so that he can calmly watch the live broadcast later. The stranger's chair turns around, revealing a sullen man who begins to carefully examine the young man, clearly assessing him. In a rude and unfriendly voice, the man reminds Lingtian that kidnapping an actress from his company is a serious crime and requires a difficult conversation. Lingtian, remaining calm, acknowledges this fact and asks with a completely unperturbed expression what the problem is. The man loses his composure, raises his voice, and demands that Lingtian explain whether he is in an adequate state to allow himself to act like this. Lingtian takes a deep breath and silently puts his hand into the inside pocket of his jacket, causing those around him to become wary. The men standing near the boss immediately tense up, deciding that the young man is going to take out a weapon. To their surprise, Lingtian takes out an unusual key with a pig-shaped handle from his pocket, causing even more confusion. The men begin to discuss the guy's strange behavior among themselves, trying to understand what he was planning and why he needed this unusual object. Lingtian demonstratively raises the key, showing it to everyone present, and begins to slowly open the massive case, attracting even more attention to himself. With a sharp movement, he throws the lid of the case aside and reaches inside for some object, causing a wave of tension among those present. The men around the boss watch warily, one of them loudly warning the boss that this time the guy will probably actually pull out a gun. At this moment, unexpectedly, one of the men receives a powerful blow to the head, from which he loses his balance and falls. The manager bursts into the room, lightning fast attacking the men inside, and crushing them one by one. Lingtian raises his voice and challenges his boss, declaring that he will now find out what he is really worth. The young man confidently raises the gun, pointing it at the frightened boss, and carefully aims, studying his face through the sight. Lingtian tells the man with determination that he made a fatal mistake by interfering in his girlfriend's life, and now he will have to find out what lead tastes like. The men standing nearby watch this action in horror but are unable to intervene, as the distance to the boss's table is too great to provide assistance. The boss, in a state of panic, begins to beg Lingtian asking him not to make fatal mistakes and to try to calm down. However, Ling Tian moves even closer to the table, pointing the gun straight at the boss, and pulls the trigger without hesitation. The man closes his eyes, screams loudly in fear, and covers his face with his hands, awaiting the inevitable end. A moment later, he carefully opens his eyes. Surprised to realize that he is still alive, he has absolutely no idea what happened. A scattering of banknotes appears in his field of vision and flies around the room, making him think that he has died and ended up in heaven. Ling Tian holds an unusual money gun in his hands, which shoots out bills at high speed, creating a chaotic money vortex. The boss looks at the young man in shock as a bright golden aura flares up around him, and he begins to believe that a god is standing in front of him. Ling Tian shows a picture of the teacher on his phone and calmly informs him that the girl no longer belongs to the boss's company. The man slowly rises from the table, sighs nervously, and tells Ling Tian that he does not agree with this, adding that he has a few questions. Ling Tian nervously throws the empty money gun behind his back and defiantly asks the boss what other questions he might have. The man, with greed in his voice, tells Ling Tian that this money is still not enough, clearly intending to provoke the young man. A powerful stream of banknotes bursts out of the pistols at incredible speed, falling straight into the boss's face. The guy decides to enhance the effect. He takes the third money gun in his mouth and shoots from 3 guns at the same time. The room gradually fills with money. The men inside watch this with genuine delight, experiencing a feeling of absolute ecstasy. They unanimously call Ling Tian a generous and ruthless man. Under the pressure of such generosity, the boss gives in and agrees to break the contract. Ling Tian confidently takes the contract, heads for the exit, and stopping for a moment, loudly reminds everyone that the teacher is now his girlfriend. The manager, barely holding back a sarcastic smile, notes that, of course, it is none of her business, but wonders whether it was worth spending so much money for the teacher. The guy replies that it was really worth it, after which he tells the manager that a little surprise awaits their new acquaintances. The boss of the organization is indignant and shouts loudly. He does not understand how something like this could happen. The men carefully examine the bills that fill the room and realize that these are not real money, but bills for pranks, which are counterfeit. One of the men turns to the boss and holds out his hand with money, saying that he has 3 real bills. Another man joins him and says that he also has 250 real yuan. The boss is indignant at these statements. He shouts in rage at how his subordinate dares to give him such a small thing, after which he sends him to the neighboring wall with a kick. Suddenly the man calms down as a gun barrel is pressed against the back of his head, and a voice is heard asking him not to move and telling him that this time the gun is real. The boss, falling to the ground, bows low before the girl, calling her mistress, and apologizes, expressing his deepest regrets. He tries to justify himself, but the girl, not paying attention to his words, decisively pushes him away with a kick, demonstrating her contempt and dissatisfaction. Without waiting for further explanation, she points the gun at him, declaring that if he sincerely wishes to apologize, he must accept his death as a sign of atonement for his guilt. The teacher sits in her office, looking in surprise at a small box that lies on her desk. She cannot understand how this shipment got to her, because she has not ordered anything recently. The girl opens the box and carefully examines its contents. She looks at the small scraps of paper that fill the space inside. After some time, she is overcome with great surprise when she realizes that the box contains her own contract, torn into small pieces. The girl makes the assumption that since the contract is broken, it means it is no longer valid. After that, she carefully examines the scraps of the contract and finds a letter among them. The teacher begins to read the letter and realizes that this is a new contract from Ling Tian, who gave her the status of broadcast queen a few days ago. She continues to study the new contract carefully, unaware that she is being watched through binoculars. High up in the tree is the manager, holding binoculars in her hands and keeping a close eye on the teacher in the next building. Ling Tian is at the bottom of a tree, a young man leaning on its trunk and asking the manager if the teacher has signed his new contract. The girl deftly jumps down from the tree and tells the guy that the teacher signed the contract, explaining that she could not refuse such a generous offer because her father needs money for an operation. Ling Tian recalls that the previous wave of gifts attracted a lot of attention to the streamer, and now the popularity of her broadcast is steadily growing, which gives hope for further success. The guy thinks that there is no problem with the teacher, but he cannot offer gifts to all the streamers, since there are restrictions in the system, and with the help of money, he can only sign a contract with the 2 best streamers. Using his phone, the young man opens the app and thinks that he should first get the #1 streamer, which will be the most important step in his plans. Cao Bilo, the #1 streamer in the country, appears on the phone screen, attracting tens of millions of viewers during her broadcasts, making her the perfect candidate. Ling Tian heads to his bus, confident that it's time to negotiate with Cao Bilo. The guy intends to sign a contract with her for any amount. A satisfied smile appears on Cao Bilo's face. The girl happily announces that she agrees with all the conditions and is ready to immediately sign the contract without thinking about the terms. This decision greatly surprises the young man, because he does not understand why the girl immediately agreed to his terms, without even spending a minute on bargaining. Cao Bilo hugs the young man, cheerfully calling him her little brother, and then tells him that she thinks he is a good man who would not lie to her, which surprises him even more. Ling Tian is genuinely happy and enthusiastically tells the streamer that she will have a great future, and her success is inevitable. Ling Tian's joy knows no bounds, because the guy couldn't even imagine that everything would go so easily. He is convinced that victory in the mission is just around the corner. Cao Bilo continues to smile at the young man, but to herself she thinks that the guy will soon be in her hands, since he met wolves in sheep's clothing, and does not realize who she is dealing with. The girl raises her glass of wine and offers the young man a toast to his organizational skills. She is sincerely confident in her superiority. Ling Tian raises his glass and drinks it down in one gulp, then thinks that today is a great excuse to get completely drunk. At this time, the streamer quietly nods to the elderly man who is always behind her, which means that she is giving the command to act. The manager notices that the elderly man, who was with the streamer the whole time, is trying to sneak onto their bus, which makes her wary. The man slowly enters the bus, looking around carefully, and then moves deeper into the cabin. Suddenly, a barely noticeable sound is heard. A poisonous needle flies. It hits an elderly man in the neck. The manager approaches the man and confidently says that she sees right through him. She says that if he wants to set up the young gentleman, then first he will have to go through her. To her surprise, the man still hasn't lost consciousness. He's holding his neck and starting to rub the injection site, poisoned by the poisonous needles, which surprises her greatly. The manager cannot hide her surprise, not understanding why the man did not lose consciousness, because the needle was soaked with a strong sleeping pill that should have worked instantly. The man understands perfectly well why the girl is surprised, and turns sharply to her, informing her that his body is immune to organic poisons, which causes her even more surprise. With a sharp movement, the elderly man rips off his clothes and, looking at the manager, asks if she knows who she is dealing with. The man claims that he is a great master and will now demonstrate the ultimate secret martial arts. The manager clenches her fists and instantly launches a decisive attack on the master, delivering a series of lightning-fast blows to him, trying to catch him off guard. However, the old man is not only able to dodge the most powerful blows, but also blocks the attacks of the manager, grabbing her hand, which shocks the girl. With a sharp movement, he throws the girl aside and prepares for a counterattack, declaring that he will now use a technique called the square dance. The manager is trying to recover from a hard fall. She did not expect at all that the old man would turn out to be such a powerful master, who turned out to be much stronger than she expected. The girl gathers all her strength and throws herself into another attack, hoping that this time she will be able to win, but her blows do not reach their target. The master uses his secret technique and cleverly avoids her blows. After a while, the man starts a counterattack. The controller is unable to avoid all the tricky blows, one of which reaches her neck, causing her to lose consciousness. A minute later, the girl finds herself sitting in a chair unconscious. The master takes out his phone and takes a selfie with his losing opponent. He enjoys his victory. Meanwhile, Ling Tian and the #1 streamer continue their dinner at a fancy restaurant, enjoying expensive drinks and delicious dishes, and immersing themselves in the luxurious atmosphere. Ling Tian is noticeably getting drunk. The young man is immersed in thoughts that a contract with a famous streamer is definitely a success that will help him reach new heights. Cao Bilo lowers her hand under the table. On her leg is a small bag with an unknown powder, which she is going to use against Ling Tian. Very quickly, Ling Tian loses consciousness. His head falls onto the table, and he begins to snore loudly, which clearly indicates the effect of the powder. The girl gets up from the table and approaches the young man, despite the fact that he is unconscious. She asks him if he really thought that she would sign a contract with him. The streamer drinks a glass of wine, grins, and says that as soon as the guy gets drunk and passes out, she will tear up the contract and throw him back on the bus, into which she will plant evidence. The girl laughs loudly and declares with satisfaction that the young man will sit in prison and drink only with his cellmates. Suddenly she stops laughing. The girl's eyes widen in surprise when Ling Tian's voice is heard, calmly stating that he doesn't like to drink alcohol. The streamer is very surprised. She looks closely at the young man, The guy is sitting at the table conscious and looks completely sober. The girl is so surprised that she can't put words together into a sentence. Her eyes are wide open. She tries to ask the young man how he remained conscious despite having taken a horse dose of sleeping pills. Lingtian awkwardly talks about this. He replies that as soon as he walked through the door, he used his X-ray eyes to look around, including the girl. The guy tells her that he immediately noticed when she hid the powder and then started using it. Lingtian thought that it was a really beautiful sight, and it seemed like he would have to get used to looking at beautiful girls with his new X-ray vision ability. Cao tells the young man that it means absolutely nothing, since sooner or later Lingtian will end up in her hands. Lingtian mysteriously tells the girl that she should worry about herself in the near future. The young man asks Cao a question, asking if she wants to know who ended up drinking her powder, his words causing the girl to instantly become uneasy. The streamer sits down on the chair with a thud, her face reflecting a mixture of surprise and fear. She looks closely at the glass from which she had just been drinking wine. The girl starts screaming loudly and insulting the young man. She says that the guy is a scoundrel and disgusting to her. Her voice is filled with rage and discontent. Gradually, the streamer's voice becomes quieter and quieter. Her body becomes heavy. The girl slowly closes her eyes, syllable by syllable telling the young man that he is a scoundrel. A wicked smile appears on Lingtian's face as he reaches out to the girl who is slowly losing consciousness and tells her that there is one more thing he hasn't done. The young man licks his lips and begins to laugh softly. The streamer is still conscious, but her voice becomes weak. She tells the young man that he cannot do this, as his actions are illegal. Lingtian is genuinely surprised and asks the girl what is illegal about his actions, since many people do this. The guy does not understand why she is so outraged. After these words, to the girl's surprise, Lingtian takes out plastic bags and begins to pack the food on the table, completely ignoring her reaction. The guy continues to pack expensive dishes into bags and tells the girl that his actions are completely legal because many people do it. Cao looks at the guy carefully and does not hide his surprise. The girl was thinking about something completely different. She believed that his intentions would not be related to food. Lingtian tells the streamer that she has no idea how to properly invite someone to dinner, before adding that he barely ate anything at all. The streamer tells the guy that she is a great beauty who is impossible to resist. She is confident in her attractiveness. But the young man at this time thinks only about food. Lingtian doesn't understand what the girl is so upset about and tells her that she can't be more important than food, which only adds fuel to the fire. These words make the streamer furious. The girl starts screaming loudly and calling the young man names. Her anger knows no bounds. During his tantrum, Cao grabs the tablecloth and yanks it with force, causing the plate with the expensive treat to fall to the floor and break. Lingtian is overcome with intense anger, his body literally shaking with irritation. The guy, barely holding back his anger, slowly approaches the girl. He grabs the streamer by the hand and starts pulling her towards him, which surprises the girl, who doesn't understand at all what the young man is up to. Lingtian says that this kind of attitude towards food is unacceptable, and that he intends to punish the girl in the same way as small children, namely by spanking her. Cao screams loudly and calls the young man all sorts of names. She declares that his antics will not go without consequences, and she will not allow him to humiliate her in this way. The guy orders the girl to shut up immediately, and then says he will show her how to waste food and allow herself to break other people's dishes. The girl says that even her own father did not beat her, to which Lingtian replies to the streamer that in that case, instead of her father, he himself will take care of her upbringing, and she will learn a lesson from him. Lingtian is in a state of triumph, confidently walking slowly towards the exit of the expensive restaurant. Humming a cheerful tune under his breath and feeling victorious, he carries bags full of expensive food and elite drinks. Cao cries quietly. She says that the young man will not get away with his vile actions. The girl continues to be angry and feel humiliated. Near the exit, Lingtian meets an older man who is clearly surprised to see him at the exit. The man lets the young man go ahead, after which he carefully examines him, warily watching his every movement. He approaches the streamer, calls her his mistress, and asks what happened. She confidently tells the old man that nothing bad can happen to her, and immediately asks if he managed to complete their common plan. The old man nods his head affirmatively and tells the girl that everything is ready, and that Lingtian will soon meet an unfortunate fate. Lingtian gets on the bus and glances at the manager, suddenly noticing that she is an incredibly beautiful girl, although he had not noticed this before. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by the loud sound of police sirens coming from near where the bus is parked. Lingtian looks out the window in alarm and sees police cars approaching their bus at high speed with their lights flashing. Within moments, numerous police cars surround the bus from all sides, completely blocking its movement and preventing it from leaving. The officer confidently informs Ling Tian that he has been detained based on a citizen's report and is suspected of concealing stolen funds. These words cause great surprise in Ling Tian, who does not understand at all what stolen money is being discussed, and asks the officer a corresponding question. Suddenly, Ling Tian feels someone pulling his arm. Turning around, he sees the manager putting a gun in his hand. The young man looks at the weapon in his hand in bewilderment, completely unable to understand why the manager decided to give it to him. The officer believes that the moment for decisive action has come, and announces in a loud voice to his colleagues that the suspect is armed. Ling Tian panics and tries to justify himself by saying that he has never held a real weapon in his life. The officer orders his subordinates to immediately open fire on the armed young man. A smug smile appears on the officer's face as he repeats the order, demanding that his subordinates eliminate the dangerous criminal without delay. The officer angrily demands that his subordinate explain why he disobeyed his order and did not open fire on the suspect. The female inspector confidently steps forward and stands between the officer and the young man, covering him with her body. The inspector asks the officer to take a closer look at the object in Ling Tian's hands and with a slight grin says that it is just a water pistol. She pauses and then explains that this dangerous object is an ordinary children's toy. Ling Tian raises the water gun up and pulls the trigger, releasing a thin stream of water that immediately disappears into thin air. The officer begins shouting loudly at the inspector, claiming that the young man remains dangerous because in his opinion, the boy intended to resist the police. The inspector, keeping his cool, states that harsh measures are unnecessary since all the roads in the area are already blocked, and Ling Tian simply won't be able to escape even if he really wanted to. The officer reminds the inspector that she was the one who led the investigation that involved Ling Tian and demands to know why she sided with him. The girl firmly replies that she is guided not by personal interests, but by the principles of justice, and adds that their duty is to catch real criminals, and not to punish the innocent. The inspector's words deeply touch Ling Tian. He suddenly starts to sob loudly. The young man rushes to the girl, hugs her and thanks her for protecting him, calling her aunt. The inspector sternly demands that Ling Tian release her immediately, reminding him that he is still under suspicion. She sharply adds that he should never call her aunt again. Suddenly, the officer lunges forward in fury and roughly grabs the inspector's arm, pushing it away with force, his face expressing irritation and clearly intending to carry out his plan. The female inspector is unable to keep her balance. She flies to the side and falls to the ground with a crash, experiencing noticeable pain from the impact. Ling Tian is overcome with rage and tells the police officer that such behavior is unacceptable even for a law enforcement officer. The officer laughs loudly, his voice mocking and threatening. He claims that Ling Tian is hoping for help in vain, since no one will come to his rescue in this situation. The guy keeps his cool and advises the officer to talk less, after which he turns towards the gateway and gives a mysterious order to get out. Suddenly, a small drone with a video camera appears from the shadows of a gateway. The device smoothly rises into the air and records what is happening. Upon seeing the drone, the officer screams in anger and begins waving his arms furiously, trying to catch it, and after a few seconds he manages to grab the device. Filled with anger, he throws the drone to the ground with all his might, smashing it into tiny pieces. Ling Tian looks at the officer with a wide smile. He is completely confident in himself, and knows that the officer is well aware of his patronage over the streamer and the teacher. The officer is clearly irritated. The man utters a threatening phrase, "In order to spend money, you must first stay alive," and suddenly snatches a gun from his colleague. Ling Tian, remaining calm, mentally calls the officer a naive and stupid person, who doesn't even suspect that everything that happens is being broadcast live. At this moment, the officer's wig suddenly flies off. He points a gun at Ling Tian and threatens to say that even with enormous resources, the young man cannot do whatever he wants. A woman approaches the officer and begins to touch his pistol with visible delight, admiringly saying that the weapon looks realistic. A huge crowd of onlookers quickly gathers around the policeman, taking out their phones and starting to film what is happening, discussing that they have caught an unusual live broadcast. The policeman immediately hides the gun. Onlookers surround him, admiring the realistic shape and commenting that it looks like part of the show. A satisfied smile appears on Ling Tian's face as he reflects on how money can really do a lot. Cao Bilo gradually comes to his senses, although he still feels weak and exhausted despite the effect of the sleeping pill wearing off. The girl turns to her old adjutant and asks if everything is ready and why Ling Tian looks so pleased. The old man says there is no reason to worry. He states that if he works as a team, there will be no problems. The girl reaches into her pocket to take out her mobile phone. She intends to call Ling Tian and warn him of the consequences of their conflict. However, suddenly her eyes widen as she realizes that her phone is gone, and she begins to wonder where it could have gone. Cao Bilo takes an object out of his pocket, but instead of a phone, it turns out to be a small electronic game with a funny pig in the lead role. Her angry and loud scream echoes throughout the house. Streamer number 1 calls the young man a scoundrel who replaced her phone. Ling Tian tells the manager that his plan is strictly according to the previously developed scheme. He decided to use the streamer's phone for the live broadcast. The young man looks at the huge crowd of cheering fans and reflects that the strength of the people gathered is truly impressive. He takes out a piece of paper and a pen, thinking that he can now confidently sign a new contract with the streamer. Then the guy connects to the teacher's broadcast. The system tells him that the task is completed. In a week, he has collected 2 of the best streamers out of 3. To complete the task, Ling Tian only needs to connect 1 streamer. The guy is happy that everything is going so easily. Ling Tian loudly addresses the crowd of fans, asking them if they enjoyed the passionate open-air live broadcast. The young man is confident that from now on he will become the most famous and richest person in the world, and invites everyone to follow his broadcasts, because tomorrow a big prize draw is planned. Suddenly, a loud pistol shot is heard, which instantly attracts the attention of the gathered people. Frightened onlookers begin to scream and run in panic in different directions. The officer tells Ling Tian that he does not intend to shoot him, but that he intends to search his bus right now. The young man is not at all afraid of this. On the contrary, he believes that an excellent opportunity for action is opening up before him. Ling Tian tells the police officer that there are many people watching the broadcast and asks him not to search the bus to avoid embarrassment. However, the officer completely ignores his words and states that he will conduct a search, adding that insulting the number 1 streamer will bring serious problems to Ling Tian. The policeman immediately notices the phones on the bus's dashboard, which are used to broadcast the information. He throws one of them aside in anger and orders his subordinates to immediately begin searching the bus. Ling Tian warns the officer that he is making a huge mistake, as his reputation could be seriously damaged due to the huge number of spectators watching this act. The officer believes that he is doing everything right and will bring the guy to justice, but he is very surprised by the young man's calmness, because his facial expression has not even changed. The policeman tries to put psychological pressure on the guy, telling him that it is too late and asking if he has anything to say in his defense. Ling Tian tells the officer in surprise that he has no facts, and reminds him that he smashed the phone that was broadcasting, which only makes people want to know more about what is happening. The guy notes that all the people present here are part of his broadcast, and therefore the officer's actions will be widely publicized. The officer abruptly orders Ling Tian to shut up immediately, claiming that evidence will soon be found, and he will catch him red-handed. To his delight, his subordinates report that a suspicious suitcase has been found on the bus, which looks exactly like the previously missing case. The police officer is satisfied with the actions of his subordinates, and orders them to immediately open the found suitcase. A sly smile appears on his face as he begins to wonder if the young man will be able to avoid serious consequences after his people planted this suitcase. The police open the suitcase and a bright blinding light bursts out of it, causing them to let out loud cries of surprise and bewilderment. Everyone present is amazed by what they see, and some even open their mouths in amazement, not understanding what is happening. The officer continues to smile. He is pleased with the situation, and turns to the young man with the question of what he can now say in his defense. Ling Tian begins to theatrically express his emotions, stating that he regrets his desire to study so hard and that it was a mistake. The young man's statement greatly surprises the police officer. He cannot believe his ears and repeats the question, trying to find out what exactly the guy wanted to study. To the surprise of everyone present, inside the suitcase they had just opened were only high school math and English textbooks. The officer's subordinate brings a suitcase, opens it, and shows the contents of the case, which causes a storm of indignation in the man. Unable to contain his rage, the officer shouts and demands an explanation, asking what all this means and where the stolen money is. Ling Tian, despite the attacks, continues to act theatrically as if nothing had happened, and innocently asks the officer what stolen money he is talking about. The man becomes increasingly angry, points to a bus parked nearby, and confidently states that all the stolen money is in this vehicle. Ling Tian, in a quiet and confident voice, informs the officer that he is well aware of his insidious plan, which involves his subordinates planting evidence. The man immediately points the gun at the young man, warning him that such actions, which tarnish the reputation of the police, are a crime. Ling Tian calmly moves the gun barrel to the side and warns the officer that if he doesn't put the gun away, he will definitely not get off with just prison. The police officer, moving the slide of his pistol, once again loudly asks the young man who can stop him in this situation. Ling Tian, looking confidently into the officer's eyes, replies that until recently it really seemed like no one could stop corrupt officials like him. But now the person who can do it is right here. Ling Tian's words cause an immediate reaction from the corrupt officer, who abruptly turns to the side and, noticing the man next to him, asks him in bewilderment what he is doing here. This man in an expensive business suit looks closely at the police officer, wondering if he will be able to stop the corrupt employees who are harming the state this time. This man, the director of the disciplinary bureau, he just received an internal report confirming numerous disciplinary violations on the part of this officer. The officer realizes that he has been exposed. He falls to his knees in front of the director and bows his head, realizing that he has been caught red-handed. The director says that the investigation will continue and all corrupt officials will be punished according to the law. He says that crime in their ranks will be eradicated. The special forces soldiers take the officer away, and he, trying to justify himself, exclaims that there really was a suitcase with stolen money on the bus. The director of the disciplinary bureau looked at Ling Tian and asked his interlocutor if this was the guy who asked her to come to the district attorney's office. The police inspector looks at Ling Tian with a kind look and confirms that this is indeed the case. The director, after listening to the answer, notes that at first glance the situation looks wrong, but admits that her boyfriend has a heart of gold. And, in addition, he knows how to stay calm and think clearly in difficult situations. The inspector angrily replies that Ling Tian was never her boyfriend. Moreover, he is a suspect in the crime. The director, ignoring her words, says that it does not matter and states that he is going to return and continue the investigation. He asks her not to spread unnecessary information about this case, which clearly irritates the inspector. She watches the man leave and suddenly declares that her father does not understand anything about what is happening. At this time, Ling Tian, fully aware of how the system works, decides to use the thrown money to increase the popularity of the #1 streamer's broadcasts, and himself. The guy is sure that he will be able to benefit from this. The young man soon learns that he has taken 3rd place on the list of the best streamers in the country, which becomes an important achievement. The money system informs the young man that the task was successfully completed. Since it was not limited to just collecting girls, Ling Tian begins to think about what reward he will receive for completing this mission. Ling Tian expected that he would receive a useful skill for completing the quest, perhaps something like X-ray vision. But the money system surprises him by providing not the expected skill, but an opening of the main quest line and a small personal storage. The sun slowly moves towards its zenith, its bright rays illuminating a huge business center, which contains many tall modern skyscrapers. On one of the upper floors of one of these buildings stands a young man, who, watching with interest the city spreading out below, feels a sudden sense of danger come over him. At this point, the monetary system gives Ling Tian a major task, in which he must create a company, expand his staff, and complete his first transaction. The young man soon learns that the mission's progress is 5%, and he already has his own company with 2 employees. The young man's mood noticeably improves. He confidently thinks that in a little while he will become the most famous and richest man in the world. At that moment, a large bottle of juice lands with a bang on the table next to him, distracting him from his thoughts. He notices that there is an upset man standing in front of him, asking him to sell him this juice. Ling Tian looks at the customer in surprise, then realizes that he didn't notice him right away, and that the man had to stand at the cash register for some time, waiting for his attention. The young man apologizes to the visitor, explaining that he has been sleeping little lately and has become very absent-minded. Tears come to his eyes when he thinks that despite completing many tasks, he still has to work part-time to earn a living. At this moment, an employee of the store where Ling Tian works slipped on the slippery floor and fell to the floor with a crash, attracting the attention of everyone present. The door to the general manager's office opens with a loud screech. A man appears in the doorway, having heard the girl fall and break glass bottles of drinks. The manager, beside himself with rage, begins to shout at the girl, saying that she always brings trouble, and states that if she needs a part-time job, she should be more efficient and attentive. Tears appear in the girl's eyes. She asks for forgiveness and promises that in the future she will be more careful and attentive in her work. The manager, approaching her, grins an evil smile, asking her what he should do with her now. He clearly enjoys her helplessness. The girl, with excitement in her voice, apologizes again and assures the manager that she will pay for the damaged goods. She begs and asks not to fire her. The head manager announces to the employee in a stern voice that half of her salary for this month will be deducted for spoiled food. He adds that the conversation is not over and will soon continue in his office. Ling Tian, standing nearby behind the cash register, listens attentively to the entire conversation, not missing a word. The manager, noticing the young man's intent gaze, sharply asks him why he is looking like that and threatens that for such a speed of work he can cut his salary in half. After this, the manager leaves for his office. Loudly slamming the door, Ling Tian approaches the girl, who is still crying, and tries to calm her down. She apologizes to the guy for scolding him because of her. The young man strokes her head, assuring her that there is nothing wrong with it, because they are both poor students who should support each other in difficult times. The girl thanks Ling Tian for his kindness and support, saying that first she needs to go to the manager for a talk, and after work, she invites the guy to have dinner together. She mentions that she has a discount coupon that allows her to pay half the cost of the dinner. The girl's name is Dodo. A few minutes later, she is already sitting in the manager's office, trying to stay calm. She asks the man what he wanted to talk to her about. Dodo asks the manager not to fire her. The man smirks and replies that her future in this position will depend solely on how well she fulfills his demands. Anxiety appears in the girl's eyes, and she begins to fear that the manager is trying to take advantage of his position to harass her. At this time, Ling Tian, standing nearby, carefully watches what is happening. He loudly snaps his fingers. At the same moment, a massive cash register appears above the head of the general manager. The manager senses that something has changed around him, but he is completely unaware of the heavy apparatus hovering directly above him. A moment later, the cash register starts moving and falls on the manager's head with a deafening crash. The man, losing his composure, begins to curse with cries of rage, declaring that he will immediately fire all the incompetent, talentless, and scoundrels. At this moment, Ling Tian appears at the door of the office, calmly informs the manager that he is not at all against being fired, and gives him a defiant look. The manager, with anger in his voice, announces to the young man that he is fired and orders him to leave the store immediately. The guy calmly tells the man that he is completely out of control of the situation and has completely misunderstood what is happening. Ling Tian adds that he does not mind the general manager being fired, since the store now belongs to him. The manager is extremely surprised by this information and asks the guy if he wants to say that the store was bought out by him. Ling Tian assures the man that if he doesn't believe him, he can pick up the phone and call the company's management. The general manager immediately dials the shareholders' number and begins to chat with them kindly, trying to make a good impression. Ling Tian meanwhile waves his hand at Dodo to calm her down and assures the girl that the whole situation is completely under control. After the call, the manager hangs up and Ling Tian calmly asks if he has anything else to add. The general manager frowned at Ling Tian and remained completely silent, but soon broke down. He angrily throws the heavy mechanical watch that was standing on his desk towards the young man. The manager shouts loudly, stating that he had just spoken to shareholders, and the store was not officially up for sale. Ling Tian starts laughing loudly and calmly explains that he never asked the manager to call the shareholders. The man angrily asks Ling Tian to stop making faces and asks who else he should call in such a situation, if not the shareholders. Ling Tian calmly hands the man a folded piece of paper with a phone number on it and asks him to call the number provided. The manager reluctantly agrees, warning that if he is not satisfied with the answer, he will immediately send Ling Tian to the police. The chief manager dials the specified number and tells the interlocutor his name. At this moment, Ling Tian's phone starts ringing. The young man answers the call, and the voice of the general manager sounds on the phone. Ling Tian gives his name with a slight smile and politely asks the man how he can help him. The manager, overcome with a mixture of shock and rage, realizes that the caller is Ling Tian, who is right in front of him, and begins to suspect that the young man may not be in a sound state. His patience runs out. He grabs a chair in a rage, raising it above his head to strike. He loudly declares that he is tired of Ling Tian's antics and is going to finish him off right now. However, the next moment the manager freezes in bewilderment. The chair in his hands suddenly disappears, and half of the hair on his head suddenly disappears. Ling Tian confidently tells the general manager that he really didn't buy the store, which makes the man even more confused. The next moment there is a deafening roar. A huge excavator breaks the wall and destroys part of the building. The young man, with a satisfied smile, announces that he has purchased the land on which the store stands. After this, Ling Tian deftly jumps into the excavator bucket, which begins to rise slowly. From above, he announces to the manager that the store's site will soon be the site of his company's office. The general manager is overcome with rage. He silently watches as Ling Tian rises higher and higher. Once at the top, the guy settles down in a sun lounger under a large umbrella that protects him from the scorching sun, and takes a large bottle of soda water in his hand. Then he calmly gives the builders the order to begin demolishing the building. The excavator immediately gets to work. Tears of despair and helplessness appear on the face of the general manager. He watches the destruction of his former workplace. Lingtian smiles and turns to the shocked Dodo and asks her opinion on what is happening. The young man tells the girl that he has long known that she is studying at the Faculty of Architecture. Dodo is so surprised by what she heard that she cannot immediately answer, and only nods silently, confirming his words. Lingtian invites her to join his new company and take the position of chief architect to participate in the creation of ambitious projects, at which point the money system notifies the young man that the task completion has reached 11%. The teacher is in her office and thinks that Lingtian was the very person who ordered her broadcast and sent her many gifts. The young man calmly replies that there is nothing surprising about this, adding that he did not even think of hiding this information. The guy assures her that he is indeed the owner of the company. The teacher looks at Lingtian with distrust and accuses him of lying, stating that the real owner of the company is probably his father, and that he himself is just a spoiled son of rich parents. Lingtian is amazed by her words. The guy did not expect that the teacher would doubt his words. The teacher looks at Lingtian with a serious expression and tells him that she is now completely sure that he is the son of a rich father. She adds that as a teacher, she needs to give him some advice. The girl starts with the first point, explaining that he, as the heir to a wealthy family, should not worry about food. At this moment, Lingtian thinks that last month he could not afford enough food, and his diet was extremely meager. The teacher continues. She says that he doesn't need to worry about his clothes either. A young man with tears in his eyes remembers his old, worn-out white underpants, which after being washed with jeans turned blue stripes, but he continues to wear them to save money. By bending her third finger, the teacher asserts that he does not have to work at all. This time, Lingtian agrees with her words, recalling how just yesterday he fired the store's general manager and now, indeed, has no job. The teacher explains to Lingtian that he should pay more attention to social practice since he only earned 2 points and he needs to do an internship to increase his score. Lingtian, smiling, says that he will be happy to fulfill her request, adding that he recently found a construction site for his company's building and will soon go there to help unload the bricks. The teacher is pleased that the young man obeys her unquestioningly and asks the guy to be extremely careful and take care of himself. Lingtian says goodbye to the teacher and tells her that he needs to leave her because he has to go to work. At parting, the girl reminds that the young man must actively devote time to social internship because if he does not fulfill the necessary conditions, he will definitely not receive a diploma at the end of his studies. In a dark corner of the corridor stands Zhanli, who, hiding in the shadows, has been listening attentively to the conversation between Lingtian and the teacher all this time, trying to figure out what was happening and learn more about the young man's plans. Zhanli is very happy about the news that his arch-rival may not receive his diploma. A sly smile appears on his face, as he is convinced that the young man will never be able to earn the necessary social points to receive a diploma. Zhanli picks up the phone and calls his father. He asks how he is doing and says that he has been really short of money lately. The father, after listening to his son, tells him that it is not a problem and he will soon allocate the required amount, after which he adds that he is very busy and immediately hangs up. A stranger standing next to Zhanli's father says that many parents give their children a lot of money and there is nothing wrong with that, to which the father agrees and states that for their family such amounts are just small change that do not pose any problem. However, the stranger reports that he heard that the family's funds were recently frozen, and asks with interest where Zhanli's father plans to get money for his son. The man is irritated by the stranger's remark and angrily asks who exactly told him such nonsense. He does not understand how such personal details could have become known. A satisfied smile appears on the stranger's face. After a short pause, he confidently informs him that he knows about the man's divorce from his wife and advises him to quickly register his property in his own name before something worse happens. The man, unable to bear it, becomes enraged and loudly shouts at the stranger, asking who he is and why the stranger is secretly monitoring his personal life. He clearly feels threatened by the fact that his private affairs are under surveillance. The stranger takes a business card out of his pocket and asks the man to think about it, hoping that he will accept his offer. The stranger then throws the card on the floor and turns around and starts to walk out of the room, telling the man that if anything happens to his restaurant, he has nothing to do with it. As the stranger leaves, the man drops to the floor and with trembling hands picks up a business card that has no detailed information on it, only the name Fanpei printed on it. Lingtian is at the construction site of his new office, busily assisting the workers. The guy stops after a long day of work and thinks that carrying bricks is the best way to get rid of various negative thoughts. Dodo affectionately calls the builders brothers and loudly informs them that she has brought lunch. Ling Tian stands in line, really hoping that there will be a big chicken leg in the lunchbox today. Dodo hesitantly calls the young man his boss and hands him his lunchbox. Ling Tian asks the girl to be less familiar and tells her that they are now one family. At this moment, a huge worker snatches the business lunch from Ling Tian's hands and rudely asks the young man why he is staring at him. Ling Tian looks at the man with irritation. He asks him why he is not standing in line. The huge big guy tells the guy that if he does not want trouble, he should keep quiet. Dodo, clearly shocked by what is happening, tries to intervene and explain to the big guy that Ling Tian is the owner of the entire organization, but she does not have time to finish her thought. The huge man suddenly turns to her and rudely states that he has never seen her here before and invites the girl to meet after work. Ling Tian is beside himself with rage. The young man is trying his best to restrain himself. He is very irritated by the behavior of the impudent huge worker, who behaves defiantly and does not respect others. Suddenly, Ling Tian stops his thoughts as a stranger quietly approaches him and places his hand on his shoulder, causing him to become distracted and stop thinking about the conflict. It turns out to be a strange guy who also works at the construction site. He asks Ling Tian not to interfere and not to argue with these people, assuring that this will only complicate the situation and lead to unnecessary consequences. Ling Tian is very surprised by this information and reasonably asks why he should not intervene and defend his position, because he believes that he should defend his rights. The guy tells the main character that this healthy worker has a dark past and used to be a member of a gang, which makes him a dangerous and unpredictable person. The big guy, noticing their whispering, asks the young people what they are whispering about behind his back, after which he threatens that if they get in his way, he will beat them severely. Suddenly, the huge man loses interest in the young people as he receives an urgent message on his phone. He steps aside and says in an angry voice that he will deal with them later. Ling Tian finds this behavior very impudent. The young man next to him is very afraid, clearly worried that the situation could get out of control. The guy asks Ling Tian not to leave, as the big guy will be back soon and he might get into big trouble. Ling Tian tells the guy that he has no problems. On the contrary, he notes that the big guy will have problems since he is the boss of this organization. This statement greatly surprises the young man. He cannot believe that his new acquaintance is the boss of this company. A huge worker approaches a stranger standing in the shadows, calls him brother, and asks what he can do for him today. The stranger is pleased that there are people he has planted at the construction site. He says that it is time to implement a small plan. Ling Tian carefully watches the huge worker and the mysterious stranger standing in the dark. The young man realizes that they are clearly up to something, which makes him anxious. At this time, a group of hooligans surrounded the guy and Dodo. They speak rudely and behave extremely aggressively, trying to intimidate the young people. The guy tells the hooligans that he is not going to give them the money he earned at this construction site, and hopes that Ling Tian will return soon and help him. The hooligans call the young man a fool. They are sure that no one will help him, and then they begin to beat him because he does not give them the money he earned. One of the hooligans picks up a shovel and mockingly asks the young man if it will hurt if he hits him with a shovel. Dodo is very scared and understands that she can do nothing to help the young man, while the guy humbly awaits his fate. The next moment, a loud crash is heard, breaking the fence of the construction site, and a bus drives onto it. Ling Tian asks the hooligan with the shovel with a grin if it will hurt him if he gets hit by a bus. The man who wanted to hit the young man with a shovel is trying to get to his feet. He is demoralized and clearly scared, as he did not expect such a turn of events. Ling Tian gets off the bus and asks the bully why he is causing trouble for good people. The man calls Ling Tian a stupid upstart and asks if he even knows who their boss is, trying to intimidate him and regain control of the situation. A huge worker approaches the scene of the altercation. Next to him is the man who had previously chased the teacher. They both head towards the group, clearly intending to intervene in what is happening. Ling Tian notices the men approaching. A smile appears on his face. He ironically tells the gang leader that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and ironically asks if he wants to scare him. The man, who lost 2 teeth in the previous fight with Ling Tian, is clearly uncomfortable and is trying to somehow get out of this awkward situation. Ling Tian reminds the man that he beat him up badly last time and asks him to stop attacking the workers if he doesn't want it to happen again. The big guy starts to feel very angry. He asks Ling Tian who he thinks he is and demands that he immediately stop talking to his little brother in that tone. Ling Tian starts laughing loudly and suggests that the big guy ask his little brother about the recent confrontation, which once again puts the bandit in an awkward position. The big guy is very surprised by such words. He did not expect that someone in this area could not be afraid of their group. His confidence begins to waver. Suddenly, the huge giant gets hit on his helmet with a hand, which makes him very angry. He turns sharply and asks in an angry voice who is tired of living. The big guy is determined to deal with the impudent guy. A moment later, his anger changes to strong surprise. An elderly woman appears next to him. His facial expression changes when he realizes who is in front of him. The woman turns out to be the mother of a huge giant. She starts to pull his ears and scold him for being so big and still continuing to misbehave. The woman continues to scold and slap her son, declaring that, unlike his friends, she is not afraid of him at all. After which, the old lady begins to thank Lingtian. She is glad that the guy told her about the incident, since her son is a bad boy, and he could have made a serious mistake. A pioneer tie begins to flutter on Lingtian's chest. He tells the woman that helping people is his passion. The guy expresses his willingness to act for the sake of justice. The old woman takes her son away from the construction site despite his displeasure. Lingtian, calmly watching the events, tells the gang leader that now is the time for them to talk. The man says that he did not want to inconvenience the young people at all, and that his boss made him do what happened. Lingtian tells the man that he will not hold a grudge against him if he tells everything about his employer, and does him one favor. The guy offers a chance to avoid unpleasant consequences. The man is very scared, and tells the young man that there are strict rules and he cannot do something like that. It is not so easy for him to break the established laws of his group. Lingtian holds up a huge plastic bag filled to the brim with thick wads of banknotes, which he slowly hands over to the man standing in front of him. The gang leader, seeing a huge amount of money, falls into a hypnotic state. His gaze becomes empty, and saliva begins to flow from his mouth. He quietly remarks that such behavior is not good. The man, unable to resist temptation, reveals his boss's name to Lingtian, but immediately warns him that these people are extremely dangerous. Lingtian calmly assures the man that he shouldn't worry, as he has the right connections and is planning to do something truly grand. Coming closer to the man, Lingtian begins to whisper the details of his plan to him, which leaves the interlocutor in a state of intense horror and complete confusion. Cao Bilo expresses his strong irritation, stating that he will never, under any circumstances, participate in such matters. Lingtian, looking at the streamer, coldly tells her that she has no right to do this, because a girl should always obey her boss and follow his instructions. Cao Bilo continues to resolutely refuse the offer, adding that Lingtian has no right to force her to take such actions. Lingtian bursts into loud laughter in response, claiming that his guests only want to have fun with the girl, and that he, as a gracious host, is only trying to please them. The streamer, looking at the young man with disgust, notes that she would never have thought that he would be the kind of person capable of such actions. Lingtian leaves the room, leaving a cold reminder about the consequences of breaking the contract, which could be extremely serious for the girl. Lingtian is confident that Cao Bilo will eventually agree, as she was well aware that breach of contract would entail extremely severe and costly consequences. The streamer responds by shouting loudly after the guy, calling him a bastard, and in a fit of anger, she takes her shoe off her foot. Without thinking, Cao Bilo throws his shoe with all his might at the door through which Lingtian came out, declaring that he will regret this and will definitely be punished. Having decided to take action, Cao Bilo calls his old assistant and asks him to turn to a certain person for support. However, the old man expresses his obvious dissatisfaction and firmly states that they can under no circumstances ask for help from this man, because the consequences could be even worse. The girl confidently declares that this man is the only one who can help them in the current situation, and the only one who is not driven by greed and money. The aged assistant falls on his knees before Cao Bilo, addresses her as mistress, and begs her to think carefully about her decision, warning that this man may force them into eternal debt to him. Cao Bilo looks at her assistant with irritation and asks sharply, since when he considers he has the right to speak to her in such a tone. After this, the girl resolutely leaves the room, adding that the old man has only 1 hour to bring her old friend here. A young man, sitting in a cafeteria, addresses Cao Bilo with a slight smile, calling her madam, and admits that he has long wanted to meet her. Cao Bilo calmly notes that Fanpei's name sounds beautiful, like spring thunder, but also hints that there are terrible rumors circulating about him in society. Fanpei, keeping calm, tells the girl that she shouldn't exaggerate, because people tend to make up stories and create crazy gossip. Cao Bilo begins to detail her difficult situation and the main reason why she decided to invite Fanpei to this place. However, Fanpei suddenly asks her to be quiet, explaining that he just wants to watch her and enjoy her beauty in complete silence. At this moment, the guy's eyes begin to glow with an unnatural light. He wants to penetrate into the most secret thing that is hidden in the depths of her heart. Cao Bilo suddenly feels a strange energy field surrounding her. absorbing her will, and Fanpei's icy gaze pierces through her, leaving her completely defenseless. Under the influence of these forces, Cao Bilo begins to remember the most tragic moment of her life. The accident in which her family's car was reduced to a pile of scrap metal, taking the lives of everyone except her. Little Cao Bilo looks at the mangled remains of the car, barely able to comprehend what is happening, while a crowd of onlookers gathers around her, animatedly discussing the terrible disaster. The girl recalls how after that tragedy she had to live on the street, where there were many street gangs, with whom she constantly encountered. She did not allow herself to be humiliated and always fought back. Once in a fight with a group of hooligans, she used a building brick to win. Over time, Cao Bilo managed to unite the hooligans around himself and create his own group, which took control of one of the city's districts. Fanpei, using his unique abilities, sees the girl's past and is amazed that she managed to survive on the streets and become a leader among local gangsters. He finds her story truly fascinating. Cao Bilo is stunned and does not hide her surprise, asking Fanpei how he managed to find out such details about her life. A satisfied smile appears on Fanpei's face, and he calmly replies that the girl is now in his debt. Cao Bilo, still confused, asks Fanpei if she understood his words correctly, and if he really intends to help her in her current difficult situation. Fanpei reports that this is indeed the case, and informs the surprised streamer that the problem lies with a person named Lingtian. Cao Bilo is shocked that Fanpei already knows about this. Even though she hasn't told him anything yet, the guy explains that Lingtian has become a serious problem, and many people have been begging him to intervene lately. Cao Bilo is sitting at a table on which refreshments are laid out. The girl is experiencing strong irritation, since for her receiving guests is an extremely unpleasant activity. She imagines with disgust how she will have to smile, entertain, and in every way please drunk and wealthy men who are disgusting to her. Despite this, the girl is convinced that Fanpei will be able to help her, because she believes that he will be stronger than Lingtian. Checking the radio earpiece in his ear, Cao Bilo is preparing to start the operation, and counts on Fanpei's support. Fanpei is at this point on the street, near the entrance to the restaurant, checking the connection quality, and informing Cao Bilo that the operation is starting. He then turns to his accomplice named Zhanli. He gives him a clear order to go to the entrance of the restaurant and detain Lingtian for at least a few minutes. Zhanli bows low to the young man and calls him Lord, after which he immediately begins to carry out his instructions, showing complete submission. Fanpei takes out a powerful optical device from his pocket and is about to take a closer look at the next mystery, hoping to solve another riddle. Lingtian whistles a cheerful tune and slowly approaches an expensive European restaurant, enjoying the moment. Suddenly, at the door of the restaurant, the young man runs into Zhanli, who is carrying out tasks. Lingtian mockingly calls his old acquaintance a student with a shiny bald head and asks how he can help him. Zhanli tries to start a conversation to pass the time. He asks the young man what he is doing in such an expensive establishment. Lingtian says that it is none of his business, then says that he is in a hurry and does not have time to chat unnecessarily. Zhanli thinks that he needs to detain Lingtian by any means. He rudely shouts at the guy and asks him to wait. Lingtian is visibly nervous and asks his classmate why he is bothering him and what else he wants. The guy tries to understand what Zhanli is up to. Zhanli says that this restaurant belongs to his family. The guy can tell the chefs to prepare a table for Lingtian. Lingtian tells the young man that there is no need for this, and if he has no more questions, he asks not to detain him. Zhanli shouts loudly at the young man, then tells him that Lingtian is grossly breaking the law. Zhanli walks inside the restaurant and loudly calls out to everyone present, declaring that he has an important message. Lingtian looks at the young man in surprise and asks how and where he broke the law. He is perplexed by the accusations. Zhanli points to the room where the streamer is and says that this is the room where Lingtian streamers are receiving guests. Lingtian asks the young man to show evidence and tells him that his business is honest, assuring him that there is no violation of the law. Zhanli doesn't believe a single word. The guy resolutely heads to the door to see for himself that the law has been violated. He opens the doors with a sharp movement and freezes in place. After a while, when his surprise passes, he quietly asks Lingtian who these strange guests are. The guy does not believe his eyes. Inside the room is a streamer, surrounded by a large group of children who are happily playing with her, creating an atmosphere of fun and carefreeness. Not at all like what Zhanli expected to see. Lingtian arrogantly turns to the young man and tells him that he has made a very serious mistake. Zhanli is very upset because the guests are small children. The young man thought that the streamer would host rich adults and do all sorts of obscenities, which did not come true. Lingtian casts a haughty glance at the guy and says in a low voice that he is an idiot, clearly despising him for his stupidity. Zhanli realizes his loss. The guy turns around and leaves. With the last of his strength, he tries to contain his irritation, realizing that he could not prove his case. Lingtian tells the girl that there is no one in the whole world who can make children laugh better. He assures her that her work is important. Cao Bilo is trying her best to hold on. She is really fed up with the long hours of company with a huge number of young fans who do not give her any peace. Fanpei is on the roof of a nearby building. With the help of a telescope, the guy looks at what is happening inside the restaurant. He wonders what is happening there. He watches Lingtian and the streamer closely, trying to figure out the situation. Fanpei notices that an incomprehensible digital code has been implanted into the young man's body, which makes him suspicious and wants to know more. The young people stand by the window and enjoy the cool evening air. The evening seems calm and carefree. Lingtian notices that the girl is noticeably nervous and asks her what is the matter. Cao Bilo sadly tells the young man that she was wrong and thought that the guy would use her for some selfish and immoral purposes. Lingtian slowly eats the snacks and tells the girl that he can't believe she thought he would want to force her to do something like that. Cao Bilo angrily reports that the young man misled her and did not explain anything clearly. So she thought that she would not be communicating with children, but with a completely different contingent of people. Today's guest reception was a free experience. Tomorrow, Lingtian is going to make the first transaction with the streamer and complete part of the task from the monetary system. The most challenging part of the young man's main assignment was setting up the company and hiring employees, which required a careful approach. Lingtian is deep in thought and doesn't notice a young man approaching him and colliding with him forcefully. Fanpei apologizes and tells the guy that he was extremely inattentive. After which, Lingtian and the streamer head to the bus. The girl looks back at Fanpei, who secretly smiles at her, as if enjoying this moment and his cunning plan. Fanpei approached the guy to carefully examine his mental body, but so far he does not understand anything and only sees that the binary code gives the number 11%, which makes him even more curious. Fanpei quietly repeats Lingtian's name. He says that the young man intrigued him very much because there is something unusual and mysterious about him. As the bus slowly pulls away from the restaurant building, Zhanli's voice is heard asking how else he can help. Fanpei believes that there is no need to engage the new enemy directly, but rather wants to deal with the people around him first. The teacher is checking the student's homework when she receives a message on her cell phone, which clearly attracts her attention. The message was sent by a doctor. The girl asks him how her father is doing and whether he has gotten better. She is worried about his health and condition. After a while, the teacher's expression changes dramatically. She is clearly alarmed by what the doctor told her, something that is bothering her and causing anxiety. Dodo is sitting by the window and slowly reading a book. At this moment, she also receives a message on her cell phone. The girl happily calls the landlord back and informs him that she can pay this month's rent right now. She feels satisfied with the opportunity to resolve this issue. After a while, her expression loses all signs of joy and becomes serious and upset. She seems to have received bad news. Cao Bilo is sitting on her phone, analyzing her stream statistics, when she receives a message that catches her attention. The girl makes a call, introduces herself, and starts a conversation with the interlocutor. A few seconds later, her eyes fill with fear and tension. She understands the seriousness of what is happening, and her calm disappears. She listens silently to her interlocutor for quite a long time, after which she says that she understands everything. Cao Bilo is deep in thought. She has no idea what Lingtian is planning and what he is going to do next. Lingtian is at his desk in his office. The guy is very annoyed by the fact that none of his employees are answering him. He feels growing dissatisfaction. He looks closely at the cards of his employees lying on the table and does not understand why they all quit without saying a word to him. Lingtian doesn't know what to do next. At this time, the money system reports that the completion percentage of the main task has been reduced. This adds even more anxiety and uncertainty. The guy answers the incoming call and asks again what kind of race it is, why it is the final one, and when it will take place. The next task of the system is that the guy needs to win the race using the same car as the first time. Lingtian hears a loud sound at the door. The guy opens it and sees Fanpei in front of him. He asks about the correct address of the company and says that he came for an interview. Lingtian says that everything is correct and invites the young man to come inside. He says that he posted a job ad and is glad to welcome the guy. Fanpei looks closely at the young man's mental body. He notices that the number in the binary code has become much smaller and wonders what this could mean. Fanpei believes that he will definitely figure it out later, but for now, he needs to concentrate on the final race to prevent Lingtian from winning it. The judge tells the race participants that the final will be a little different. The route of this race is longer than all the previous ones. Ling Tian learns that he needs to go from the central part of the city to the eastern part to get the mark, and then go to the west, where the finish line will be. The judge informs the participants that the winner of the race will receive membership in the Divine Heroes Club. He then throws a stack of contracts towards the participants and says that the losers will be required to give up everything of value they have, which surprises the participants and makes them focus even more on the race. This information greatly surprises Ling Tian. The guy is indignant and asks why no one told him about this before. The judge begins to wave the flag vigorously, after which he counts down the start time. Ling Tian tells Fan Pei that he has high hopes for him. The guy says that his company is not very valuable, but he still can't lose it. A sly smile appears on Fan Pei's face. The young man says that he understands everything and asks not to worry about it. In fact, Fan Pei intends to do everything possible to make Ling Tian lose. He wants to see what his face will look like after the guy loses his company. The judge gives the command to start. The next second, powerful sports cars roar forward. The air is filled with excitement and passion. This time the race is broadcast live. The presenters announce that the competition has begun, and the Queen of the Night is leading the race. The broadcast is conducted from a helicopter that watches the racers, which gives viewers a unique perspective on what is happening from a bird's-eye view. The presenter says that the Queen of the Night has pulled ahead. This year, many have tried to break her winning streak. The girl says that the champion lost to a mysterious dark horse in the previous race, but now she has upgraded her car and may continue her winning streak. The presenter reports that a strange ghost bus is participating in the races. She says that it moves slowly but steadily. This creates intrigue around the unusual participant. The girl informs the audience that this racer is most likely using the tortoise and the hare strategy, and recommends that the audience look up this parable on the internet. Fan Pei addresses Ling Tian, calling him boss, and tells him that their car is too slow to win. He expresses doubts about their chances of winning. Ling Tian asks the young man not to worry, and says that he has everything planned. Ling Tian dials the police number and tries to get through, but no one picks up the phone on the other end, which makes him feel uneasy. A sly smile appears on Fan Pei's face. The guy smiles at the young man's words. He has it all planned out. Because this evening, he turned off the cellular connection along the entire route of the race. Ling Tian is very surprised that he couldn't get through to the police station. The guy thinks that in this case, he will have to use Plan B, which he calls super acceleration. Ling Tian orders his new driver to urgently change the route. Fan Pei is very surprised and asks the young man why to do this, because this road leads to the other side of the city, namely, to the south. Ling Tian replies that everything is correct and informs them that only with a workaround will they be able to accelerate as needed. Meanwhile, the rest of the race participants arrive at the checkpoints, which are located in the eastern part of the city. Zhanli believes that his main rival's bus is too slow, and he is confident that he will not be able to improve his position in this race in any way. The guy reaches his hand out the car window to put a mark. He looks very pleased. He was the first to arrive at the checkpoint. Zhanli removes his hand and immediately stops. His attention is drawn to something strange, which makes him wary and think that it was just an illusion. But the guy looks closely and sees a snowflake. Zhanli is very surprised by what is happening. He looks at the snow slowly falling from the sky and does not understand at all why this is happening in the middle of summer. A loud sound is heard in the sky, and the attention of all the racers is drawn to huge transport planes that spray huge amounts of snow over the city, turning the streets into a snowy labyrinth. The Ling Tian bus has undergone major changes. Now, instead of the usual wheel pairs, it has skis, thanks to which the vehicle moves much faster, sliding on the snow surface. Ling Tian plays with the snowball, smiling contentedly, thinking that it is easy to roll on the snow and accelerate the bus, which gives him a great advantage. Many of the race participants are unable to control their cars, as the sudden appearance of black ice creates unbearably difficult conditions for continuing the competition. Zhanli also loses control and crashes into a pole at full speed, after which he gets out of the car onto the street and screams loudly, turning to higher powers with the question of why all this has fallen to his lot. Huge transport planes continue to circle the racetrack, dumping tens of tons of snow, turning the summer race into winter chaos. Ling Tian believes his plan was original, as the artificial snowfall he created caused huge problems for other race participants and allowed his bus to accelerate significantly. Fan Pei gives the guy a displeased look, realizing that the detour through the southern part of the city was only necessary to get to the checkpoint. Fan Pei realizes that Ling Tian has turned to a specialized firm to arrange snow delivery. The guy tells the manager that money is not a problem for him, and demands to use planes, rockets, or artillery to deliver more snow. Ling Tian also adds that he needs a pair of tracks for the bus, and orders them to wait for his signal to start the artificial snowfall. The bus continues to move confidently along the snowy racetrack. Fanpei considers his new boss a madman who is completely mismanaging his money, and doubts that such an adventure was worth the investment. Fanpei assumes that the snow supply on the plains is already running low and asks Lingtian if there will be more snow. Fanpei tries to persuade Lingtian to abandon the snowfall idea and instead go to the competition office to bribe the judge, claiming it would be much easier and cheaper. Fanpei really hopes that Lingtian will agree to his proposal, because in this case his people will be able to catch the young man in the act, which will lead to a loss of reputation and money. However, Lingtian dismisses this plan with obvious disdain, calling such a development pathetic, and orders an immediate rerouting of the bus, heading north. Fanpei doesn't understand his boss's logic at all and tries to figure out why he needs to go to the city center, risking losing precious time in the race. Lingtian asks them not to ask unnecessary questions and just follow his instructions, assuring them that his plan will lead them to victory in the competition. Fanpei can hardly contain his irritation, increasingly considering Lingtian to be crazy, as he sees no logic or clear intentions in his actions. Lingtian reminds Fanpei that today is his first day on the job, and urges him not to waste time and to show his best side. The bus continues moving along the snowy road with ease, confidently rushing towards the northern part of the city at high speed. A helicopter carrying television reporters circles near the finish line, and the presenter announces that there are only a few miles left in the race. She notes that the first group of racers has already appeared on the horizon and expresses surprise that among them there is no Queen of the Night who always leads. Xueqing believes that there will be an unpleasant surprise at the finish line, because she does not believe that Lingtian is capable of competing fairly. She notices several cars in front of her that, like her, have so far avoided the traps, and she realizes that the moment has come for a decisive acceleration. Xueqing presses the nitrous booster button on the dashboard. Her car suddenly takes off into the air, overtaking her rivals and taking the lead. The presenter reports that the Queen of the Night has appeared on the track and suggests that the champion was specifically saving her strength for the decisive dash before the finish. Xueqing hears a loud and sharp sound of an approaching train, which makes her very surprised and anxious. The girl instantly realizes that this is a trap and slams on the brakes to avoid a collision. She watches as a train passes in front of her at great speed, which should not be here at all, since its schedule is clearly disrupted. The Queen of the Night is absolutely certain that what is happening is planned by Lingtian, and does not doubt for a second his involvement in the sudden appearance of the train. Despite the obstacles that have arisen, the girl still holds the lead in the race, but an unexpected sight confuses her. Lingtian begins to talk about an old proverb, stating that behind every successful man, there is always a woman who silently supports him. His bus ends up hooked up to a moving locomotive, allowing him to suddenly jump into first place. The young man triumphantly notices that he is already very close to the finish line, and gives the command to activate the bus's transformation. The bus uncouples from the locomotive. Lingtian enthusiastically orders his driver to cross the finish line as quickly as possible. Xueqing watches as the bus slowly approaches the finish line, but is unable to give chase as the railway crossing remains closed. The girl believes that what is happening is beyond all bounds, and declares that she, too, has her own secret trump card. Xueqing presses the large button located on the steering wheel, and instantly her racing car begins to transform. Within seconds, Xueqing's car transforms into a racing motorcycle, after which she immediately starts chasing the bus. The girl quickly drives around the railroad crossing and turns on the nitro mode, hoping to get ahead and win the final stage of the race. Fanpei takes a close look at the rearview mirror and comes to the conclusion that Lingtian has used a rather cunning plan to block the opponents. Fanpei ponders whether Lingtian is an incredibly intelligent person or a madman who was simply blessed with divine grace. Lingtian looks out the bus window, sighs heavily, and states that he is sad because he has no worthy opponents. Xueqing presses the throttle on his motorcycle to the floor and races towards the bus, aiming to finish the race first. Lingtian notices a girl approaching him on a motorcycle. He is very surprised as he did not expect to see anything like this. Xueqing tells the guy that he's not the only one with a plan B, and assures him that he's definitely lost this time. Despite the situation, Lingtian seems completely calm. He carefully examines the girl and gently says that today she is wearing black again. Fanpei asks the guy what black color he is talking about, because the girl is wearing a silver suit with colored inserts. He continues to ask his new boss why they are not speeding up, since the girl has already overtaken them, and if this continues, they will lose the race. Lingtian confidently tells the guy that they have already won this race. Xueqing watches carefully as she moves away from the bus. Only a few hundred meters left until the finish line, and she thinks she has won. Xueqing presses the gas pedal to the floor and flies across the finish line at incredible speed. The presenter joyfully announces that the winner has already been determined, and the Queen of the Night has taken first place. The TV reporter says that the winner was again the Queen of the Night, whose car evolved into a motorcycle. The presenter announces that second place is at stake, and a strange ghost bus is approaching the finish line. Xueqing looks defiantly at Ling Tian, who is looking out of the bus window, and tells the guy that he has lost. To her surprise, the bus does not stop, but continues to move slowly and leisurely, which surprises not only the girl, but also the presenter. The broadcast presenter reports that it seems that this driver is unable to admit his defeat and cannot come to terms with second place, so he intends to run away. Ling Tian looks out of the bus window and loudly announces that it is time to finish, after which he offers to collect his wages for the work done. The group of people who are at the finish line holding the finishing ribbons throw them on the ground and start running towards the bus. Xueqing and the broadcast host standing next to her are stunned and don't fully understand what's going on. Suddenly, Xueqing has an epiphany, and the girls instantly realize that this finish was not real. A cheering crowd of people tosses Ling Tian in the air and congratulates him on winning this intense race. Xueqing feels extremely irritated. She can't accept that she was so cleverly deceived this time, and this makes her uneasy. Fanpei, in turn, cannot understand how Ling Tian manages to defeat such strong and charismatic personalities. He is amazed by this. Xueqing, with malice in his voice, replies that the guy should probably know better, and sarcastically calls him the #1 eye that can see right through. After some time, the girl again turns to the young man and asks why he cannot cope with Ling Tian. Fanpei explains that he is unable to fully scan Ling Tian's mental body, but still admires his abilities a little. Once again, scanning the guy's mental body, Fanpei notices that the numbers on his body have changed, but he still cannot understand what they mean. This causes confusion and anxiety in him. Ling Tian praises Fanpei for his work and smiles as he allows him to add a chicken leg to his dinner. Xueqing, unexpectedly for himself, learns that it was Ling Tian who invited all the spectators at the finish line. And what's more, he organized a live broadcast. With pride, like a true winner, Ling Tian declares that all these people present are now employees of his company, which earns the respect and admiration of those around him. The crowd surrounding the young man begins to cheer and chant his name loudly, showing obvious sympathy. Ling Tian, as if nothing had happened, suddenly offers Fanpei to bring back all those people who quit. Fanpei, not suspecting a trick, falls for this trick and asks the guy in bewilderment if these people didn't tell him anything. Ling Tian instantly casts an angry and piercing glance at the young man, which makes Fanpei feel an uncomfortable tension. Fanpei realizes that he made a serious mistake, because he should not have known anything about those people. He thinks that he fell for a trick, and this becomes a clear nuisance for him. In an attempt to get out of the awkward situation and somehow smooth over the moment, Fanpei decides to change the subject and suggests that everyone loudly celebrate this victory, hoping to distract attention from his mistake. Ling Tian sees no point in throwing a party for the people gathered, believing that it is enough to simply hand out money, and everyone present will be happy, which will save a lot of time and effort. He says goodbye to the people around him, and asks Fanpei to take the wheel, preparing for the next stage of his plan. Despite his outward calm, Ling Tian actually thinks that his new employee is not as simple as he seems at first glance, and is clearly playing some kind of complex game that he cannot yet fully unravel. At this time, Fanpei, carefully scanning the young man, admits that he is indeed not simple, and is a serious opponent, which causes him to have a certain respect. The racing queen watches as the huge bus slowly pulls away, still unable to accept her defeat. The girl hits her motorcycle with all her might, expressing dissatisfaction and anger. Xueqing is very annoyed not only because she lost, but also because Fanpei failed, which only adds to her anger. The girl begins to transform her motorcycle, deciding it's time to teach Ling Tian a lesson. The Ling Tian bus arrives at the huge house of the #1 streamer. Ling Tian slowly opens the front door and carefully walks inside the house, preparing to meet the girl. The young man stops at the threshold and is greatly surprised by what he sees in front of him. His old friend, a police inspector, is in the house and is now talking to Cao Bilo. Everything that is happening seems strange to him. The police inspector, in an accusing tone, tells the girl that all the evidence points to her and threatens that she will not be able to escape punishment this time, which makes Ling Tian anxious. Ling Tian, feeling awkward, greets the girls inside the house and, not understanding what is happening, asks what is going on here. The guy hopes to get at least some kind of explanation. The police inspector, looking at Ling Tian with displeasure, asks him what relation he has to this girl, who, as she claims, is in a gang. Cao Bilo, without holding back her emotions, begins to shout loudly at the young man, accusing him of the fact that all the troubles began precisely after she began communicating with him, and this clearly irritates her. Ling Tian, holding back his irritation, denies all the accusations made against him, and thinks that this scene reminds him of the legendary battle of the Greek goddesses, where there were also many disputes and accusations. Ling Tian, unable to bear it, loudly shouts at the girls and orders them to shut up immediately, demanding an explanation from them about what is actually happening, and hoping for a clearer explanation. The girls, hearing his demand, stop arguing and, silently looking at each other, their gazes are full of decisive challenge, which for a moment creates an atmosphere of tense anticipation. At some point, turning synchronously to the young man, they begin to explain their points of view to him. Cao Bilo tries to explain that the inspector is falsely accusing her of fraud related to the recent incident on the platform. The girl assures the young man that she was not involved in what happened. Ling Tian, holding back his emotions, asks the girl to be silent, which causes her to react angrily. She turns away, showing her dissatisfaction with his actions. Ling Tian, despite her reaction, asks the police officer to sit down and calmly explain his side of the story, wanting to understand what exactly happened. The police inspector begins to tell us that this morning there have been numerous cases of fraud which have caused quite a stir. The streaming platform, as it turned out, launched a promotion with discounts on balance replenishment, and users began to receive large percentages of cashback on their accounts, which quickly attracted many participants. Ling Tian, upon hearing this news, is very upset, although he does not show it, and feels that this is a big loss, since he could get an extra 10 yuan for every 50 yuan he tops up his account. The inspector continues his story and reports that a huge number of people took part in this action, but serious problems soon arose. The management and moderators of this service instantly disappeared, which caused panic among users. Ling Tian, not hiding his concern, decides to check with the inspector and asks if they disappeared along with the money. The police inspector, confirming the young man's suspicions, reports that the only person they could find in connection with this incident is Cao Bilo, and she is one of the main suspects. The girl, hearing such accusations, is very surprised, because she has absolutely nothing to do with the company that carried out this action, and this greatly offends her. Cao Bilo is very irritated by such accusations. She tries to justify herself, but her speech becomes unclear, since her rage does not allow her to clearly formulate her thoughts. The young man, noticing that the situation is getting out of control, asks the streamer to calm down and stop yelling, while he says that he believes her and is ready to support her, despite the accusations. Cao Bilo, hearing Ling Tian's words, falls silent, withdrawing into herself, tears appearing in her eyes, indicating her emotional reaction to what is happening. Ling Tian, confident that he is right, tells the police inspector that he has implicit trust in his employees and is ready to take full responsibility. After which, with full confidence, Ling Tian tells the police inspector that he takes full blame for his streamer, which becomes the decisive moment in this tense situation. The inspector remembers that the young man has already helped the police more than once, so he decides to give him a simple warning, deciding not to escalate the situation. She begins to move towards the exit, announcing that a special investigation team has been created for this case, and tells the young men that they have a maximum of 2 days to figure out what is happening and find a solution. A satisfied smile appears on Ling Tian's face, because he thinks that 2 days is more than enough to resolve all issues. He was clearly prepared for such incidents. Ling Tian, feeling confident, turns around abruptly and looks at the girl in surprise, who silently pulls his hand, indicating that she wants to say something. Cao Bilo is grateful for the help and support. The girl expresses her gratitude, because she recently quit her job, and the young man, despite this, continues to help her, which causes her deep respect. Ling Tian, responding to the streamer, says that despite all the difficulties, she is still a great employee. Looking closely at the girl, he cannot help but notice that she is truly beautiful. Cao Bilo looks silently into the young man's eyes, and for a moment there is a romantic pause in which silence and tense anticipation reign. But the silence of this romantic pause is suddenly broken by a woman who enters the room and coughs loudly, making her presence known, which immediately disrupts the atmosphere. The young men instantly come to their senses, turning sharply towards the girl who had just entered the room. This girl turns out to be the former manager of Ling Tian, but now she has a short haircut, which gives her a new, more determined look. The manager informs the young man that his predictions have come true, and that he can now begin to act. Cao Bilo, feeling guilty for her past actions, asks the manager for forgiveness for previously hypnotizing her and arranging the attack with the help of her adjutant. The manager replies that the hypnosis has long since worn off, and at the moment she has quit her main job, becoming exclusively Ling Tian's personal assistant, which confirms her commitment to the business. The young man is pleased with her decision. He praises the girl for her actions and offers to take care of the fugitives as soon as possible. Once outside, Cao couldn't help but ask how the young man could have known that a fraudulent broadcast operation was about to take place. Ling Tian, calmly responding, said he simply had a vague feeling that something was about to happen, so he sent people to bus stations, airports, and highways in advance. The manager reports that several individuals have used these travel routes, but there have been some minor issues with tracking, indicating the complexity of the investigation. She shows a photo of Litzen, one of the shareholders who ran away with the money, which causes the young men to focus on his identity. The young man looks closely at Litzen's photo and asks the manager if an investigation has already been conducted. The guy is trying to understand what stage the case is at. The girl replies that they have taken the object into development and that he will be participating in an online gaming tournament tonight, which gives Ling Tian information about his location. Hearing this, Ling Tian starts laughing loudly, greatly amused by the fact that the shareholder and criminal turned out to be a big fan of online games, which he finds unexpected and funny. He loudly announces that in online games, donations decide a lot, and that this is what he is especially good at. Fanpei, trying to get on the bus with Ling Tian, suddenly encounters a young man blocking the entrance with his body and preventing him from doing so. Ling Tian, calmly and confidently, tells the guy that he is going home to play games and that he does not need to follow him. He suggests that everyone do their own thing. Fanpei, however, believes that he needs to stay close to the young man to gather as much information as possible, and offers to give Ling Tian a ride home. Ling Tian, pointing to the manager who is sitting behind the wheel of the bus, replies that the old employee has returned to him, and therefore the guy is free and can rest. Fanpei tries his best to stay with the young man, claiming that he can help in many ways and will do whatever his new boss tells him. He demonstrates persistence and a desire to be useful. The guy continues to do everything possible to stay on the bus and collect as much useful information as possible. Ling Tian, looking closely at the young man, notices that he is acting very strangely, which makes him suspicious of Fanpei's motives. The bus doors slowly close and it starts to move. Fanpei failed to persuade the young man, and he was left on the street. The #1 streamer looks sadly at Fanpei through the bus window, her inner thoughts full of contradictions, indicating her confusion. Suddenly, the girl stands up abruptly and tells the young man that his new employee is known as Fanpei, and he is very difficult. Ling Tian asks the girl if this new acquaintance is somehow connected with the closure of the broadcast. Cao reports that this is quite possible, since this guy is really very difficult and has serious connections and opportunities. Ling Tian starts laughing loudly, confidently declaring that he had long ago figured out Fanpei and did not immediately believe that he was an ordinary person who was looking for a part-time job. Cao is very surprised and asks why the guy continues to pretend that he doesn't know anything. Ling Tian calmly states that this is part of his plan. When Fanpei is around him, his tricks don't work. The table in the office is filled with numerous monitors, behind which the player sits. Litzen shouts happily, stating that the 23rd player was a weakling whom he simply tore to shreds. This shows his confidence in his abilities and arrogance. Litzen controls his game character in an online game and thinks that no one else will dare to challenge him. However, in the online game, the character Ling Tian appears. The game system reports that a new opponent has entered the game and announces the start of the fight. Litzen believes that his new opponent is another weakling. Because the game character does not even have a beginner's kit, the man thinks that this is another teapot. The character Litzen raises his upgraded battle sword, his body instantly being enveloped in a powerful field of energy. Litzen feels a strong sense of joy. He starts laughing loudly and thinks that fighting such a player would be like beating a baby. This only emphasizes his arrogance. Suddenly the smile disappears from Litzen's face. He is very surprised and begins to peer closely at the game screen. The man cannot believe his eyes, because something unusual is happening in the game. In a matter of seconds, the player character Ling Tian defeated his player without any equipment at all, which calls into question all the strategy and effort put into leveling up the character Litzen. The character Ling Tian's face lights up with a joyful smile, and he reports that the victory came to him quite easily. Litzen experiences a state of strong anger and goes into a rage. He hits the keyboard with all his might. The man does not understand how this could happen, because he spent a lot of time and a lot of money on his character. Litzen calms down and thinks about how a guy with no equipment was able to defeat his player who was equipped with the best equipment of the Golden Gods. The man starts screaming loudly, and comes to the conclusion that his opponent is a professional cheater. Ling Tian begins to mock his defeated opponent and asks the man if he can afford to buy such equipment. Litzen begins to think carefully about the situation and comes to the conclusion that his opponent used a powerful disguise that allowed him to win. The character Ling Tian has a legendary donation transparent armor, the drop rate of which is 1 in a million. Litzen is very upset by this fact. The man considered himself the #1 donor in this online game, and now his confidence is greatly shaken as his status is under threat. On a wave of emotions, he makes a decision. He must use the remaining money to donate and upgrade his character. With trembling hands, he takes his bank card and thinks that he can't let his opponent remain a legend in this game. The man feels rage filling his heart. Litzen feels wild anger and hatred. He believes that he cannot afford to lose under any circumstances, because this victory has become something personal for him, affecting his pride and reputation. Litzen goes to the game's online store and enters the card number and password. The man experiences such a strong rage that his blows cause the keyboard keys to fly apart. The game system gives out lottery spins in which Litzen wins the yellow color. He decides that if he uses the tried and tested usual tactics, then the gold color will be quite enough. He continues to furiously press the keys on his keyboard, trying to trigger more lottery spins, desperately hoping for luck. This time, luck is not on his side. He gets a very weak color, which further undermines his confidence. Litzen begins to feel despair. His attempts to trigger lottery spins again and again do not bring the desired result. He sinks deeper and deeper into a state of panic, not knowing how to get out of this situation. Litzen screams loudly from helplessness and anger. His emotional state is getting out of control because he cannot collect the required number of flowers from the offered spins. Out of frustration, he begins to cry loudly and wonders why all this has happened to him. He feels deep disappointment from the fact that he failed. After some time, he receives a private message. Litzen begins to wonder who the sender could be. In the message, Ling Tian asks if he wants the legendary donation transparent armor. The guy promises to sell it, which gives Litzen mixed feelings as he can't believe that such a rare armor could be offered to him. Litzen wants to buy this armor, but he thinks that his interlocutor clearly wants to make a big profit off of him, and doubts about possible deception begin to spin in his head. Litzen believes that he would rather die as a vegetable or jump off a building than let himself be deceived by some swindler. Ling Tian tells the man that he will not have another chance to become #1 in the game, and he will forever remain a legend, which at some point begins to influence his decision. Eventually, Litzen agrees to the young man's terms and purchases the phantom legendary armor for his character from him, deciding that this is the only way to regain his respect and status. Ling Tian tells the girls next to him that everything is done and he got what he wanted. The guy feels satisfied with how successfully this deal went. Cao Bilo thinks the guy did it for her and asks if he feels sorry for losing such a rare piece of equipment. These words greatly surprise Ling Tian. The guy replies that it is not rare, and he already has a dozen of such equipment. Ling Tian points to the virtual game cards. Indeed, he has several dozen sets of legendary transparent armor. Cao Bilo is unable to hide her surprise. The girl cannot believe that such a huge number of game artifacts can be in one hand. Ling Tian proudly shows the contract and tells the girl that he actually bought the game company. Cao Bilo is overwhelmed with delight by this statement from the young man. The girl asks the guy in surprise how he was able to do this. Ling Tian says he didn't exactly buy the gaming company, but rather traded it. Tears appear in Cao Bilo's eyes, and the girl begins to think that the young man exchanged the gaming company for her. Ling Tian is very surprised. The guy cannot understand how such thoughts could come into the girl's head. Cao Bilo instantly calms down when she realizes that this is not the case, and a satisfied smile appears on her face. Cao Bilo approaches the young man. The girl cannot get rid of the thought that he probably likes her, and this thought makes her feel excited. Ling Tian, in turn, starts laughing out loud, finding it funny that a gaming company could be exchanged for the #1 streamer. The manager, stunned by the situation, clutches her head with her hands. She is very surprised by what she is observing. It all reminds her of a ward for the mentally ill. Cao Bilo does not calm down. She continues to interrogate the young man. Her curiosity does not give her peace. The girl is still trying to figure out how he managed to become the owner of such a large gaming company. Ling Tian asks her to remember the rules of the recent race, where the loser had to give up his most valuable property. Ling Tian tells the girls that he traded several small companies he won in the race for 60% of the shares of this gaming company. After that, he asks the programmers to work on the game a little, adding numbers to the characteristics of his game character, which helped him win. Cao Bilo, after listening to him, thoughtfully wonders if the transparent legendary armor actually exists. Ling Tian, in turn, is completely immersed in the correspondence on the phone. He does not notice the girl at all, who continues to ask him questions. The manager understands that the so-called transparent armor is constantly changing, since programmers have the ability to interfere with it and adjust the data. The young man reports that he is truly happy at the moment, because he not only got everything he dreamed of, but Litzen also donated him a huge amount of money. Cao asks if the young man now has proof of her innocence. Ling Tian responds sharply to the girl. He asks her to be quiet, and says that he is working on it and cannot yet provide her with evidence of her innocence. The manager, watching what is happening, decides that she can no longer watch this, because the guy really does react to everything in an ironic and straightforward manner. Soon, Ling Tian suddenly jumps up from the table and suddenly suggests that the girls move to another place, which becomes an unexpected turn in their conversation. The young man reports that he has now received a list of everyone involved in the setup of streamer number 1. Loud music is playing in a nightclub, and an unfamiliar girl in a mask is singing a song for the visitors. A rich man sitting at a table suddenly calls over a waiter and asks him why he hasn't seen this mysterious singer before. The waiter, trying to please the visitor, obligingly notes his good taste, adding that the new singer is truly beautiful and popular among the guests. The man is noticeably interested. He asks to describe what this girl looks like. His interest becomes more and more obvious. The waiter respectfully explains that the singer usually hides her face, but one day a girl from the staff accidentally saw her and said that she was incredibly beautiful, which further fuels the man's interest. Looking at the singer with a lustful gaze, the man decides to act and orders his men to immediately deliver her to his room. The huge giants, without a second's hesitation, begin to carry out their boss's order, while he calmly retreats to his room, confident that his order will be carried out. The bandits come out on stage, surrounding the singer from all sides. It becomes clear that the girl is clearly scared and trying to understand what is happening. Having gathered her courage, the singer indignantly addresses the men surrounding her, demanding to explain what they need and want. However, the huge giants completely ignore her questions. They do not say a word, and begin to stretch out their huge hands towards her, which only increases her fear and confusion. After some time, the girl finds herself in the private room of a wealthy man, who lustfully declares that he is going to hurt her. However, despite the threats and obvious danger, a barely noticeable mysterious smile suddenly appears on the girl's face. The man says he wants to see her face and, holding out his trembling hands to her, suggests that they have some fun together. The girl, without showing resistance, allows the man to hug her, but continues to maintain a mysterious smile. Suddenly, the man's mood changes dramatically. He stares at the girl as if he sees something incredible. His face expresses genuine shock. The mafia boss is clearly scared. He starts to crawl away from the girl. The man screams loudly and demands that she immediately leave his room. As it turns out, the mysterious singer was Ling Tian all along, who suddenly takes off his mask and mockingly asks the mafia boss if he really doesn't want to have fun anymore. The man, experiencing deep disappointment, cannot come to his senses, still trying to understand where his beauty disappeared to and why he ended up in such a situation. Ling Tian, without missing a moment, begins to rudely scold the man, accusing him of impudence and shamelessness, and that he even dares to ask such questions after everything that happened. The guy, clearly indignant, declares that he is deeply offended by the man's words and defiantly asks him if he really is not good enough to satisfy his demands. Ling Tian, without hiding his anger, raises his voice and asks a sharp question: is a man not able to accept him instead of his beauty? Which sounds both sarcastic and mocking. The mafia boss, losing patience, orders the young man to get out of here nicely, as he cannot understand what he is getting at, and does not want to continue this strange conversation. The man takes out a walkie-talkie and tells his men to come to his room immediately. He describes the situation and says that there is some dangerous, crazy pervert next to him. Responding to the call, the security guards immediately burst into the premises. She surrounds Ling Tian, who stands in the center of the room, and awaits further instructions from her boss. With the arrival of reinforcements, the mafia boss becomes noticeably more confident, and, looking at the young man with contempt, declares that he has seriously spoiled his mood, for which he must now pay. At this point, Ling Tian, not hiding his irritation, rips off his woman's wig and loudly shouts that all this has gone too far. The guy loses the rest of his patience. He then forms a gun-like shape with his fingers, confidently pointing them at the mafia boss, adding even more tension and unpredictability to the scene. Ling Tian mockingly and confidently tells the man that although he has a sufficient number of well-trained guards, he himself has a gun. The man is noticeably shocked by such a performance. He begins to seriously think that in front of him is a person with obvious signs of mental instability. The mafia boss, trying to keep his cool, orders Ling Tian to stop his antics immediately, and then orders his men to immediately seize the young man. One of the guards, deciding to take action, raises his hand, intending to strike Ling Tian, who calmly points his pistol hands in his direction. Remaining confident, Ling Tian loudly tells the guard that he asked for it, then makes a sharp movement, simulating a gunshot. At this moment, something incredible happens. The guard suddenly stops, his body freezes, as if he has lost the ability to move. To everyone's surprise, especially the mafia boss, the guard begins to slowly stagger, losing his balance, and then falls to the floor with a crash, causing complete silence in the room. After this, Ling Tian points his makeshift gun at the next guard and pretends to shoot again, which leads to an unexpected situation. This guard also falls down as if he was hit by a real bullet. Without stopping there, the guy starts shooting randomly in different directions, consistently pointing his pistol-shaped hands at each of the guards. Every time he fakes a shot, the men fall to the floor as if they were actually hit by the shot. Just a minute later, the mafia boss's entire guard lies unconscious on the floor in front of him. Ling Tian points his gun straight at the boss himself. Coming close, he places his fingers on his forehead, and with cold determination, orders the man to listen carefully to everything he says. The mafia boss is seized with terrible horror. He perceives the young man as a real demon, and, in a trembling voice, asks him to speak. The man promises to do everything he demands. Meanwhile, Ling Tian gives a hidden signal through the open window, giving a thumbs up signifying his approval. On the roof of the neighboring building, there is a manager who, using a rifle and sleeping pills, carefully and silently neutralizes all the guards. Cao Bilo, watching what is happening, is deeply surprised by the accuracy and professionalism of the manager, sincerely admiring her skill and calling her work simply magnificent. In a haughty voice, the manager calmly tells Cao Bilo that working with the sleeping rifle is a mere trifle for her, and requires minimal effort. The girls continue their conversation on the roof, completely immersed in the conversation, and completely unaware that someone is watching them closely through binoculars. The secret observer turns out to be Shuqing, who wonders with interest what move Ling Tian will make next in this complex game. Standing against the wall are the dejected bosses of the crime gangs previously involved in fraudulent activities on the streaming platform, forced to await their fate. Ling Tian, feeling proud of his work, approaches the police officer, confidently informing him that all the key players in the fraud case are here. The police inspector looks at the situation with a stern look. The girl approves of Ling Tian's actions and notes that this time the young man really did a brilliant job. Cao Bilo, deeply irritated, reminds everyone present that she has repeatedly denied any involvement in the fraudulent schemes. The police inspector, unwilling to give in, counters by arguing that although it does not directly concern her, there are many hidden nuances to the matter. Cao Bilo, unable to contain her emotions, shouts loudly at the inspector and indignantly asks if catching all these criminals is not enough to clear her of suspicion. The police inspector confidently states that the captured leaders of the criminal group are just small fry, behind whom stand much more powerful forces. Ling Tian speculates that these forces have recently been using multiple companies to create black funds and hide illegal transactions. However, the young man's thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the director of the disciplinary bureau, who suddenly enters the room and, with a slight smile, calls Ling Tian a rather smart guy. The director explains that all departments are currently actively working on this case, but, unfortunately, they have not yet managed to obtain significant evidence. After surveying the assembled group with his piercing gaze, the director of the disciplinary bureau announces the existence of a secret plan that he intends to implement. The police inspector, after listening carefully to her father's words, seems to understand the essence of his plan, which causes her a strong feeling of anxiety. Ling Tian, noticing the close attention of the inspector and the director, begins to feel nervous. The guy understands that he too may find himself in the center of upcoming events. Ling Tian, feeling uneasy, tries to clarify what is happening, and asks the police officers directly why they are staring at him so intently. The police inspector, without delay, explains that the director of the disciplinary bureau is proposing that Ling Tian conduct the investigation as a freelancer. Hearing this, Ling Tian feels very irritated and indignantly asks why no one warned him in advance that they were planning to use him as a secret agent. The police inspector, addressing the director, states that such dangerous tasks cannot be entrusted to others, especially those who are not prepared for such risks. The director, for his part, calmly tells the inspector that he understands her concern for the young man, but reminds her that the safety of the entire country depends on Ling Tian's actions. Ling Tian collects his thoughts and, with a serious expression, tells the director that the mission looks extremely dangerous and requires careful preparation. The director of the disciplinary bureau listens to him carefully and, with a note of understanding in his voice, states that he does not intend to force ordinary people to take such a serious risk. To everyone's surprise, Ling Tian suddenly agrees to carry out secret missions, but adds that he should be offered a much higher fee for such dangerous work. The girls silently watch what is happening. They are clearly shocked by the young man's decision and his attitude towards the upcoming mission. The director of the disciplinary bureau, noticing their surprise, cannot help but smile and begins to laugh loudly, saying that modern young people have become too ambitious. After that, he hands over a folder of classified materials to Ling Tian, which contains information about the criminals, and he urges the young man to prepare thoroughly and then begin carrying out the secret operation. He emphasizes that although the mission will be extremely dangerous, the glory it will bring will be priceless. Ling Tian, with an important look, assures him that he has never failed a single task and is ready to cope with any difficulty. Ling Tian leaves the room. The director, turning to the police inspector, notes with interest that this guy is really very unusual, and if everything goes according to plan, they will definitely continue their cooperation. The girl turns to the director. She calls him Dad, after which she asks him not to talk nonsense. The inspector says that there is no relationship between her and this young man. With the streaming platform scam deal over, Ling Tian is wasting no time in moving on to the next battle, which is set to begin on campus. In one of the folders, Ling Tian finds very important information that concerns a music teacher who teaches at their university. This music teacher is a handsome man with good manners, which makes him very popular with the older female students. However, despite his attractiveness, he is not interested in young female students. He has secret feelings for a teacher named Chen, and the young man watches closely as the music teacher tries to win her favor. Ling Tian puts on black glasses. His face becomes stern. The young man decides to find out more about the music teacher in order to expose him. Chen, in her office, stares out the window for a long time in silence, lost in thought about her father, who is currently in the hospital. Suddenly, her phone rings and the doctor tells her that her father is gradually recovering, but they have serious problems of a completely different nature. The doctor asks her not to worry, but then anxiously reports that her father has disappeared from the hospital this morning. Chen is emotional about this news and wonders how her father could disappear from the hospital when he is unable to move during his recovery. The doctor, somewhat confused, admits that he has very little information about the incident, but he assumes that perhaps someone took him away. The teacher is very outraged by this incident and, without wasting time, informs the doctor that she is immediately leaving for the hospital. At the hospital, she is met by police officers who draw up a report. The girl approaches the officer and asks if any evidence was found. The policeman explains that it was a group of people in black who broke into the room in the morning and kidnapped her father, after which he asks the girl if her family has any enemies. Chen honestly tells the police officer that she has had some minor conflicts lately, but that is clearly not enough for someone to decide to kidnap her father. At this moment, the teacher receives a message on her phone. The kidnappers inform her that her father is with them and strongly advise her not to contact the police. The officer notices that the teacher is visibly nervous after using the phone and asks with concern if she is okay. The girl, trying to hide her concern, says that it was a message from her student who was having some problems. Chen hopes that the police can quickly find her father and says that she needs to leave immediately. Chen is certain that her father's kidnappers must be enemies of Ling Tian's business. The girl is in great confusion, because on the one hand she wants to warn Ling Tian about the danger that may threaten him, and on the other hand her father is in the hands of criminals. Suddenly, the teacher jumps up from her desk as a man appears in the room, reaching out his hands to her. Chen, greatly irritated by this behavior, asks the music teacher what he is doing. A smile appears on the music teacher's face. The man considers his joke a success and invites the teacher to go on a date with him. Chen firmly refuses the music teacher and asks him to forget about it, and after a short pause, she says that she already has a boyfriend. The music teacher begins to feel very angry and reproaches the teacher for having thought too long and now daring to refuse him. Chen feels awkward in this situation and shyly asks the music teacher to forgive her. The man, showing great anger, says that he knows about her secret life and that she conducts private broadcasts, which only increases her confusion. Chen doesn't know what to say at this point and starts to wonder why she's even participating in streams. The music teacher, trying to take revenge on the girl for her refusal, tries to humiliate her. He says that she just likes it when men stare at her. He begins to slowly approach Chen. Feeling threatened, the girl screams loudly and asks him to stay put. The man holds out his hands to her and, smirking, says that internet celebrities are one hotter than the other. His appearance changes. acquiring a demonic appearance. He tells the girl that from now on she belongs only to him. Chen starts screaming loudly and demands that the music teacher take his hands off her immediately. At this moment, the men's hands firmly grab her by the shoulders. The girl furiously says that she does not like being touched at all. The music teacher freezes in shock as he was unable to grab her while being a meter away from the girl. Lingtian appears next to the girl and tells the teacher that he has come to her aid. The young man, with a smile on his face, assures Chen that his touch should not be taken as groping. He explains that such touches are simply a sign of concern for the subordinate on the part of the boss. Chen, clearly shocked by what is happening, realizes that she has just fought off one annoying suitor, and is now forced to endure Lingtian's touch. The music teacher asks the young man how he managed to get up here, since they are on the 7th floor. Young people are moved into the cradle of a car lift. Lingtian, clinging to the girl, replies that you can get to the 7th floor by simply buying a crane. The teacher, trying to remain calm, asks the young man not to create problems for her in front of the other teachers. Lingtian understands this statement in his own way, and thinks that if they are together, he will be able to do whatever he wants. The music teacher is very angry. He furiously throws an incomprehensible object at the young people, which flies straight towards them at great speed. The young man is very surprised by such an attack, and at the last moment manages to dodge the object flying at him, barely avoiding serious injuries. He is very indignant at the actions of the music teacher, since the throw injured his ear, and if the young man had not dodged, he might have been more seriously injured. The music teacher, with an angry expression on his face, orders the young man to leave the place immediately and informs him that Chen is the woman he likes. Lingtian, without losing his composure, informs the music teacher that, first of all, Chen is his woman, and secondly, the energy that his hand emits is exactly the same as his brother's. The music teacher, in a rage, calls the young man a little brat who wants to know his family's secrets. The man can barely control his wild rage, and clenching his fists, he tells Chen that he is giving her one last chance. He warns the teacher that if she decides to leave with the young man, he will not be able to guarantee her father's safety. Chen is very angry. She accuses the music teacher of being the kidnapper of her father. The girl does not hide her emotions and rage. Lingtian gently takes the girl's hands. Then in a quiet voice asks her not to be nervous, assuring her that he is nearby and everything will be fine. Chen is very worried about his kidnapped father, because even the police could not find him. The feeling of helplessness grows with each passing second. Lingtian, trying to calm the girl down, asks her not to worry and says that, unlike the police, he has already found her father. A bright flame flares up in the music teacher's hand, and he states in surprise that this cannot be, since his family controls all the high-ranking authorities in this city. Lingtian has strong doubts about his family's influence, and confidently says that even ordinary people can be stronger and more worthy than his powerful family. The music teacher scornfully tells the young man that he knows absolutely nothing about it, and, unable to restrain himself, throws the school chalk towards Lingtian. The guy reacts quickly and hugs the girl tightly, thereby saving her from being hit by a flying object. A piece of school chalk flies past and hits the basket containing the young people with force. The impact was so strong that it broke the supporting structure of the basket, and now it is slowly starting to fall apart, which makes the situation dangerous. The teacher screams loudly in fear and clings to the young man. They begin to quickly fall down. Chen continues to scream loudly, realizing that they are about to fall from a great height and probably crash to their deaths. The girl loses all hope of salvation. A moment later, the girl realizes that they have suddenly stopped. She is surprised and stops screaming, looking around, clearly not understanding what is happening. The music teacher is also very surprised by what happened. He looks closely at the young people who are now hanging in the air and not moving. Lingtian asks the man with a smile if he has ever seen a movie being made, and then explains that wire rope stunts are much cheaper than buying a crane. The young people begin to slowly climb up. Lingtian waves his hand to the music teacher, and in a confident tone says that they will meet him on the roof. The man instantly rushes to the landing, deciding to catch up with the young people on the roof of the building. He goes up to the roof and sees Chen rushing towards his father, who is in a wheelchair and has somehow ended up on the roof of the building. With a smile on his face, Lingtian says that he was not lying or bluffing when he said that he found the teacher's father. The music teacher is beside himself with rage. His body is shaking violently from nervous tension. He does not understand at all how Chen's father could have ended up on the roof, and is at a loss to guess. The man stands as if paralyzed, unable to believe what is happening. He looks at the young people and constantly repeats that this simply cannot be. Suddenly, he is distracted from his thoughts by an unexpected touch. Someone places a hand on his shoulder. The music teacher turns around abruptly and sees Lingtian crying loudly in front of him, making the scene even more bizarre. The man, not understanding what is happening, asks the young man why he is whining, surprised by his emotions at such a moment. Lingtian wipes the tears from his face, sobs slightly, and says that the scene of the father and daughter reunion is very touching. The music teacher abruptly pulls the young man's hand away and loudly calls him names, demanding that he immediately stop bullying him. The man is unable to contain his rage. After that, he asks Lingtian how he was able to free her father, clearly not understanding what happened. The young man, with a slight grin, says that all he has is money. A look of great surprise appears on the music teacher's face, as he believes that the boy has bribed his people. The music teacher picks up the phone, gritting his teeth in anger. He begins to dial a phone number, clearly preparing for an important conversation that could change the course of events. The phone rings, the man takes out his phone and sees that it is his boss calling him. The man politely calls the music teacher his boss and asks what his next instructions will be. At this moment, a wild, loud scream is heard on the phone. The man immediately removes it from his ear, not understanding why his boss is screaming so angrily. He is confused and stunned by the unexpected behavior. The music teacher, not hiding his anger, asks the kidnappers how much they were bought for. He is trying to understand who is behind all this. The man, trying to remain calm, replies that this is not true, and they have never worked for competitors. He tries to convince him of his innocence and understand what is happening. The music teacher, with obvious disbelief, asks why in that case the kidnappers released the hostage. The man turns and looks closely at the kidnapped person. He does not understand what is happening and tells the music teacher that he is misleading him. The man claims that he is now next to the hostage. The teacher says that he doesn't believe a single word the man says, and he says again that he's not lying and asks the teacher to come to the place and see for himself. The music teacher, with fury in his voice, calls his subordinate a liar and an idiot, promising to tear him into small pieces. A satisfied smile appears on Lingtian's face. He enjoys how the music teacher loses control, becomes hysterical and literally seethes with rage. Suddenly the man calms down, trying to collect his thoughts. He has a clear feeling that the whole situation may be a carefully thought-out trap. The music teacher turns around abruptly and sees that the chair the paralyzed man had been in is now empty, which surprises and alarms him. Suddenly the man in the chair jumps high into the air, heading quickly towards the music teacher. With incredible speed, he flies up to the teacher, snatches the phone from his hands, and doing a somersault, lands smoothly on the roof. Filled with anger and hatred, the music teacher cannot understand what these young people are up to, and feels his rage growing. Lingtian calmly says that the answer is quite simple. He is going to get even with the scoundrel. The boy continues talking, saying that the teacher acted very meanly, and then rips the fabric off the device, which is designed to recognize the exact location. Lingtian takes out the music teacher's phone and quickly connects it to the location recognition device using a cable. The computer processes the information very quickly and displays data on the location of the subscriber who called earlier. Lingtian tells his friends that this place is very close to the city center and suggests that they set off immediately. Meanwhile, Chen's father begins to tear off pieces of artificial skin from his face. Under this mask the manager was hiding. The girl tells the young men that they should hurry, after which she pushes off from the ledge and jumps down. Following the manager, Lingtian jumps from the roof, quickly spreading the wings of his flying suit and softly descending down to the ground. Lingtian assures the girl that everything is now under control, after which he asks how he can best punish the music teacher. Chen moves closer to the young man and whispers the punishment plan to him, which makes Lingtian look visibly shocked. The guy asks Chen if she thinks the proposed method is too cruel to punish their opponent. A moment later, Lingtian changes his mind and agrees with the girl, adding that he is starting to like the idea. The senior girls gather outside the music teacher's office, waiting for him to appear and discussing their plans. In the semi-dark corridor, the girls notice a familiar silhouette, instantly recognizing it as their favorite music teacher. They admire the man's figure and declare that such elegance can only be found in their idol. Charmed by their teacher, the girls wave their hands in a friendly manner as a sign of greeting, experiencing sincere warm feelings. However, a second later, their mood changes dramatically. The corridor is enveloped in complete silence. They look closely at the person approaching them. The music teacher, addressing the girls, says that, despite their sympathy, he has serious matters to attend to, and he needs to concentrate on his work. The girls, however, respond with disbelief, look at each other and ask who he is. They simultaneously whisper among themselves and call the man some kind of freak. The man is clearly puzzled by what is happening. He sincerely does not understand the strange reaction and, with bewilderment, tells the girls that he is their favorite music teacher. The man insistently repeats to the girls that he is their favorite music teacher, completely unaware that his appearance has changed greatly. Part of his hair is missing, and his face looks old and sickly. He suddenly begins to scream loudly, sending angry curses towards Ling Tian, realizing that the young man has somehow disfigured his appearance. Meanwhile, the girls from Team Ling Tian are outside near the mobile kitchen, chatting enthusiastically among themselves, discussing the latest events. The manager watches the girls closely and asks the young man what they are doing. She is clearly interested in their conversation. Ling Tian tells the girl that once the company has accumulated enough money, it will allow them to begin a new business plan. After which the money system tells him that the percentage of completion of the task is 72. The manager shows keen interest in the new business project and asks what these new plans are. To which Ling Tian replies with confidence that the new business will be extremely successful, and adds that he has already thought through everything in advance, down to the smallest detail, including the client list. The young man hands the manager a stack of papers and asks her to find these people, which arouses genuine curiosity in the girl. The manager begins to carefully study the information provided, and an expression of strong surprise gradually appears on her face. First on the client list is a corrupt police officer who once tried to plant evidence on Ling Tian. The second potential client turns out to be the former general manager of the store where Ling Tian previously worked part-time. The list ends with his classmate named Zhanli, who considers Ling Tian his greatest enemy. The girl tells Ling Tian that she found all the people on the list and brought them to him, but she does not hide her surprise at such a strange choice. The manager, with a touch of irony, calls Ling Tian a big man, and wonders how a small man like him could interest such an influential businessman. A corrupt police officer begins to complain about Ling Tian, explaining that due to a previous incident, he was demoted 3 ranks at once, which greatly affected his career. Zhanli is convinced that Ling Tian wants to mock him again, because 2 defeats in races, in his opinion, were clearly not enough for the guy. Ling Tian smiles at the people he has gathered and asks them if they really still haven't figured out what it is that unites them all. The men exchange silent glances, and then come to the conclusion that the only thing they have in common is that the guy deceived them all. Ling Tian is not satisfied with this answer. He shakes his head and states that this is not the main reason at all. Suddenly, a young man explains to the assembled group that what unites them is that they are all bald. The men's faces show expressions of bewilderment. They have absolutely no idea what Ling Tian is getting at. The guy opens a case in front of them and says that his new business plan is created especially for people like them. Ling Tian says that his plan is to sell artificial hair. Men begin to be outraged, considering this proposal absurd, because such products are sold literally on every corner. Ling Tian asks his interlocutors not to rush to conclusions and assures that his wigs have unique properties that make other people sympathize with their owner. Zhanli says he believes it is a scam and calls the guy's advertising campaign blatant nonsense that is not trustworthy. Ling Tian categorically denies his words and claims that a living example of the effectiveness of his product is right behind their backs. The men, clearly surprised and wary, immediately turn to look back. They see a manager standing behind them, motionless, and looking at them intently. Ling Tian explains that the changes in the manager's appearance and perception were made possible by wearing one of his wigs. Zhanli expresses doubts, stating that he does not believe in the ability of a wig to cause such a major change or sympathy from others. Ling Tian strongly advises Zhanli to think back and think carefully about whether the manager was so attractive and noticeable before. Zhanli looks closely at the manager and agrees that she has indeed changed a lot, and now looks completely different than before. The guy notices that the manager previously looked more gentle and had a more charming appearance. Ling Tian confirms his guess with a smile, adding that the young man is thinking correctly, and takes out a wig from the case, intending to reveal the secret. He declares that he will now explain why the music teacher was so popular among his female students. Zhanli suggests that the reason lies in the man's talent and exceptional beauty. Ling Tian categorically denies this assumption and hands over a phone to Zhanli that contains secret photos of the music teacher. He says that he has been watching the man for a long time and claims that he used to be bald and was not at all popular with girls. However, after the teacher purchased a wig from Ling Tian, the situation changed dramatically, and everyone around him began to admire him. Ling Tian reports that today he took the magic wig from the music teacher, and now everything is back to normal. The man is no longer the center of attention, and the opposite sex has completely lost interest in him. Zhanli continues to look at the photos with amazement, showing the changes in the teacher's appearance, and admits that he did not even imagine that all his success could be connected with a wig. Ling Tian confirms that this is true, adding that without this wig, no one would recognize the music teacher. He became so invisible. Zhanli, stroking his bald head, begins to wonder if his lack of hair is the reason for his own unpopularity among those around him. Ling Tian tries to explain the logic again. The music teacher was bald and no one noticed him. But after he got hair, he suddenly became the object of everyone's admiration. However, Zhanli remains skeptical and states that he does not believe in the magical properties of the wig. Moreover, he claims that even if it is true, the music teacher could have bought the wig from somewhere other than Ling Tian. Ling Tian tells Zhanli that he has other evidence to back up his words, although he mentally considers his classmate to be naive for almost believing that the music teacher actually wore his wig. Ling Tian says he has a video recording of him going to collect the money for the wig today, and the music teacher wanted to get a receipt from him so that he wouldn't sell the magic wig to anyone else. The music teacher loudly curses the young man, accusing him of taking away his beautiful hair. Ling Tian says that he has no intention of deceiving anyone, but on the contrary, dreams of making it so that everyone can afford a magic wig and win the sympathy of the opposite sex. Zhanli shows strong interest in such a proposal, but he has an uneasy feeling that something is wrong and continues to doubt. Seeing his classmate's hesitation, Ling Tian hands him the wig, inviting him to touch it to assess its quality and smell the subtle, pleasant scent of the hair. Zhanli carefully examines the offered wig and then begins to sniff it. Instantly, tears of joy appear in the young man's eyes, and he tells those around him that this wig really does smell magical. Zhanli continues to cry and says that he is ready to buy the wig, after which he asks the young man how much it costs. Ling Tian doubts that the young man can pay for this wig. He says that his classmate is a student who can hardly have that kind of money. This statement makes Zhanli very angry. He cannot contain his emotions. The guy loudly shouts that he is a financially secure person, and that no one has the right to look down on him, accusing him of poverty. In a fit of anger, he throws a whole handful of plastic bank cards into Ling Tian's hands, declaring that for him, money is nothing more than small change, and he can take as much as he wants, without any restrictions. Approaching Ling Tian, the manager quietly whispers to him that the client is behaving extremely strangely, showing excessive excitability and aggression, which suggests that he is in an abnormal mental state. In response to these comments, Ling Tian explains to the manager that the wig had been treated with a special potion long used in Chinese medicine, and that it only took a small amount of the substance to cause such a reaction. The manager continues to doubt the correctness of their actions and says that the new client was grossly deceived, using various tricks and manipulations to force him to spend money on useless things. Ling Tian, sensing the girl's thoughts, turns to the manager and loudly asks her what kind of car she wants. Instantly, all eyes are drawn to the Zhanli racing car parked nearby. Zhanli, with a smile on his face, calls Ling Tian his brother and hands him the keys to his car, offering to take it as a token of gratitude for his help. Ling Tian, twirling the keys in his hands and standing next to the car, hears the driver speaking to him in a low voice. She expresses her concern about the whole situation and claims that everything that is happening is too much, especially considering that he has already deceived the young man several times. The men wave goodbye, their new wigs glittering on their heads. Ling Tian, after thinking about it, decides that now he can collect his first reward from the monetary system, since he has already successfully completed his first transaction, built an office, and employed many employees. What Ling Tian sees on the virtual screen of the monetary system makes him very wary and worried. The money system reports that the goal has been achieved, but at the same time an unknown error occurs, consisting of a discrepancy between the employee's personality and the real person. The young man begins to think and remembers that all new employees confirmed their identity, and only one person, Fanpei, did not go through this procedure, which immediately arouses the guy's suspicions. After this, Ling Tian comes to the conclusion that perhaps the manager's identity also does not match the documents. The third person Ling Tian suspects is Dodo. The young man begins to think that the girl may also have discrepancies in her documents and personal information. Without wasting any time, Ling Tian takes out his mobile phone and dials Fanpei's number, deciding to see how quickly his interlocutor will respond to the call. Fanpei responds almost instantly, greeting the young man, calling him boss and asking what his instructions will be. In response, Ling Tian explains that he needs to discuss something important with Fanpei and ask his advice. A wicked smile appears on Fanpei's face as he confidently tells Ling Tian that it is not a problem, assuring him that he can do whatever he wants. Ling Tian, with gratitude in his voice, replies that he appreciates his attitude very much, and adds that he has something important to tell him. Fanpei believes that it doesn't matter at all to him what the young man says. He confidently thinks that he will be able to outwit and beat him in any case. Ling Tian smiles happily and suddenly tells him that he is fired. After this, Ling Tian hangs up and says that one suspect can be crossed off his list as he no longer poses a threat. Fan Pei still holds the phone in his hands. He can't believe what happened. The young man is very surprised that his employer reacted in such a way. He clutches his phone tightly in his hands and feels anger and helplessness overwhelm him. Unable to contain his emotions, the guy begins to scream loudly, expressing his anger and discontent. Ling Tian decides to ask the manager what she thinks about what he did with Fan Pei. He waits for her answer to understand her point of view. The girl says that in this case she is not interested in the moral component. She says that it is connected with the violation of the employment contract. Ling Tian confidently states that he can easily solve this problem. Because money is not a problem for him, he is ready to pay a year's salary to the dismissed employee. Then the guy gently and tenderly hugs the girl. He tells her that there is one more matter that concerns her. The young man, approaching the girl, whispers in her ear that she is also fired, which causes her great surprise and shock. The manager's face changes, as she did not expect such a turn of events at all. The girl remains stunned by what was said. Ling Tian, ignoring her reaction, says that he has information that the manager is not real. The guy, with confidence in his voice, tells the girl that the real manager always carried out his orders, and although she sometimes expressed doubts about his methods, she never contradicted him or expressed dissatisfaction. Ling Tian continues, pointing out that the real manager didn't like it when he touched her, but now the girl silently tolerates his touch. He then tells her that he has one more fact and asks if she really wants to know about it. The fake manager understands that it is impossible to hide this secret from Ling Tian for long. She realizes that her movements and fighting abilities are far superior to the real manager's. Ling Tian is very surprised by her reaction, because he expected to hear something completely different. In a quiet voice, he tells the girl that the real manager's breasts were 1 cup size larger than hers, which he thinks is an important difference. The girl, upon hearing this, instantly becomes furious, instinctively covering her chest with her hands, and calls Ling Tian a pervert, accusing him of constantly staring at her body. Ling Tian, a little shyly, says that he can't do anything about it because he is attracted to girls. He begins to reflect on the fact that the fake manager had no malicious intent and wonders where the real manager is then. Suddenly, the girl begins to slowly dissolve into thin air, before disappearing completely. She tells the young man that he does not need to know the whereabouts of her sister, after which, with obvious disdain, she wishes him to enjoy the life of a stupid rich man. Not wanting to lose the girl, the guy reaches out his hand, trying to grab her and stop her, but she completely disappears into thin air. Ling Tian looks closely at the place where the girl was just a second ago. He is overcome with sadness, because he understands that he has lost one of his best employees, and this leaves a heavy feeling of loss in his soul. Without wasting any time, he calls up the virtual screen of the money system, hoping that the disappearance of 2 people from his list will now open the opportunity to receive a reward. But the system returns an error. The young man cannot believe that Dodo also turned out to be fake. The money system tells the young man that there is a discrepancy between the employee's personality and the real person. This worries him, and he decides to conduct his own investigation. The guy watches the girl closely and remembers that Dodo never had problems with her studies. The girl is actively involved in sports, which also corresponds to the habits of a real Dodo. The young man continues to follow the girl, and in the dining room he notices that she eats well and has an excellent appetite, which also corresponds to the character of a real Dodo. Ling Tian is in the dumpster and continues to follow the girl unnoticed, carefully observing her behavior. He checks the area around Dodo's house, but does not find anything suspicious that could confirm his doubts. The young man climbs out of the container and thinks about the fact that the girl has no problems with identification. Everything seems fine. He begins to suspect that perhaps there is an error in the monetary system itself. Ling Tian throws away the fish bones that are caught in his hair and decides to head to his company to make some suggestions. The site of the old shop where Ling Tian once worked is now the site of his company's modern and luxurious headquarters. The young man watches as a crowd of onlookers admire his new building, not forgetting to capture it on their phones. Those around him are amazed by its scale and stylish design. Upon entering, Ling Tian finds himself greeted by a large number of girls who happily call him their boss and express their respect and appreciation. He walks through the line of these girls and, activating his X-ray vision, looks with pleasure at their underwear, red, blue, white, and deep black. The young man is amazed by his X-ray vision and continues to watch with interest the variety of underwear that comes his way, from flesh-colored and camouflage to snow white. Ling Tian, absorbed in this spectacle, thinks how great it is to have his own company, and even better to have such a unique skill as his X-ray vision, which allows him to see what is hidden from others. Suddenly he stops. His attention is drawn to one of the elements. He notices that this underwear with the image of a teddy bear has caught his eye more than once. His gaze stops on Dodo. The girl is clearly surprised, noticing how the young man is looking at her attentively and intently. The guy wonders how the girl ended up here. The girl standing next to him says that Dodo is the most active among them, and adds that she has been there since the morning. These words cause Ling Tian to have serious doubts, because he watched the girl all day and is sure that there is no way she could have come to work so early. The young man resolutely approaches the Dodo and, remaining completely calm, begins to examine it closely, hoping to find at least one discrepancy that will confirm his suspicions. Wanting to test the girl, Ling Tian directly addresses her and provocatively says that she did well in the swimming lesson this morning. The girl calmly tells the young man that he is mistaken, because she has never had morning swimming lessons. Ling Tian pretends to be amused by this. He starts to laugh fakely and agrees with her words, claiming that of course he was wrong. However, he remains wary and decides to continue asking questions, believing that the girl is pretending. Ling Tian tells the girl that he was definitely mistaken, because this morning he invited her to have spicy tofu with coriander for lunch. Dodo starts laughing and asks her boss to stop joking. She reports that he invited her for pumpkin cookies. Ling Tian is visibly upset, realizing that the girl confidently answers all the questions correctly, and the answers exactly match those that only a real Dodo could know. The girl tells him that the company has several contracts for the sale of wigs, and adds that these contracts require his signature. The guy agrees. He says that he will definitely sign the documents, and praises Dodo for her diligence, noting that she works really well. Ling Tian begins to move away from the girl, thinking about the situation. At this moment, the solution to what is happening comes to his mind. He suddenly realizes that there are actually two Dodos in this world, which explains all the strange things he has been observing. Later, he shares his thoughts with teacher Chen, who is very surprised by this story. The woman is sincerely perplexed as to how two girls with identical appearance and knowledge can exist at the same time. Ling Tian decides not to bother his head with these thoughts, believing that the girls themselves will tell him the whole truth when the time comes. Teacher Chen expresses doubt about this plan, suggesting that their words may be lies and will confuse the situation even more. To this, Ling Tian confidently replies that his plan is flawless, and the victim will soon fall into a trap that is about to slam shut, revealing all the secrets. It turns out that Dodo has a twin sister who looks exactly like her. They discuss the current situation. One of the girls expresses concerns that the young man has already begun to suspect something, and suggests confessing to him in order to avoid complications. However, Dodo asks her sister not to rush and says that she has one last trump card that will help to cope with the problem. After a busy day, Ling Tian returns to his apartment. Fatigue takes over. He lies down on the bed and, almost instantly, plunges into a deep and sweet sleep, completely disconnected from disturbing thoughts. Suddenly, there is a loud knock on the front door of Ling Tian's apartment, and the sound does not stop, as if the person is deliberately trying to attract attention. This persistent noise wakes the young man up, and he, waking up in a dissatisfied mood, wonders who could be knocking so persistently on the door late at night. Ling Tian slowly walks towards the door to find out the reason, and begins to cautiously look through the peephole, hoping to see the guest. He looks around the entrance through the peephole for quite a long time, but does not see the slightest movement, which makes him confused. The guy does not understand how the one who knocked could disappear so quickly. Finding this rather strange, he yawns loudly, decides not to pay attention to it, and goes back to bed to continue his sweet sleep. However, before he can even reach the bed, he hears a new, even more insistent knock on the door, causing his heart to clench with fear. Ling Tian instantly runs to the door, violently opens it with a sharp movement, and loudly shouts out a question. He wants to know who dared to make such a brazen joke on him at such a late hour. To his great surprise, the corridor is empty again, as if no one had ever knocked. But a moment later something rushes past him at great speed, causing him to flinch in surprise. Ling Tian continues to look around the corridor tensely, but his gaze does not notice anything, although a strange and frightening silhouette is lurking in the darkest part of the corridor. The creature in the corridor is barely audible. It clearly repeats the same phrase about how this is a mistake. Ling Tian feels growing irritation and loudly demands that these stupid jokes stop immediately, deciding that someone is simply playing on his nerves. However, his words have no effect. Suddenly, the creature appears right behind him, and in a quiet but ominous voice says that the guy was wrong. At this moment, Ling Tian's anger is replaced by wild fear, which completely takes over his mind. The guy, clenching his teeth, tries with all his might not to scream, feeling how a cold horror creeps up his back, depriving him of the ability to think or move. He opens his eyes and is surprised to find that the strange creature has disappeared, as if it had evaporated into thin air. The young man stands all alone in the empty corridor and begins to think that perhaps all this was just a strange hallucination, a game of his tormented mind. Because of this night incident, Ling Tian did not get any sleep and felt extremely tired. He sat in the classroom yawning loudly. Dodo, noticing his tired and broken appearance, immediately addresses him, calling him boss, and asks what happened to him. Ling Tian tells the girl that something extremely strange happened to him last night, and begins to tell her about yesterday's mystical incident, which still worries him. Dodo listens attentively to his story and, after a long pause, reports that, apparently, he encountered a real ghost. The girl begins to explain that the main symptom of people who encounter ghosts is a misperception of time, which causes them to see strange and absurd things, such as the inability to recognize familiar people. The young man immediately understands where the girl is heading and decides to play along with her, saying that such people sometimes begin to see two identical people, which makes the girl happy. Dodo is delighted to hear this statement and confirms that everyone who encounters ghosts begins to see people as their doubles, which, according to her, is irrefutable proof of strange occurrences. Ling Tian thinks it's time to stop pretending. He shakes his head and suddenly asks the girl what kind of relationship she has with her. The sudden change in the topic of conversation and this unexpected question stop Dodo, causing her great surprise. The girl did not expect such a turn of events and remains confused for a few seconds. An evil smile appears on Ling Tian's face. The guy tells the girl that he saw everything yesterday. She and the stranger dressed up in ghost clothes, and both of them were in underwear with cats. This causes confusion in Dodo. The girl panics and does not understand how the young man could find out about her underwear. The guy angrily tells that he noticed everything, and that the ghost's clothes were torn, and their cheap wigs were askew. His gaze full of confidence, he immediately realized that he was being played. Dodo is very upset by this statement. She believes that this is impossible, since the operation was perfectly planned, and nothing should have given it away. A satisfied smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, because the young man had long ago seen through this whole masquerade, and understood that all attempts to hide the truth were in vain. He tells the girl that he understands that the situation is serious, and that she may have doubts, but he still asks her to trust him. Dodo falls silent for a moment, then quietly tells the young man that he better not interfere in this situation. Otherwise, sooner or later, all his loved ones will die. These words are spoken with such confidence that Ling Tian instantly feels the tension and seriousness of the threat. It becomes clear to him that the situation is much more complicated than he could have imagined. Ling Tian is in his office, thinking about what secret is hidden behind these mysterious words. He is trying to comprehend what could be connected with this threat. The Dodo sisters thank the young man for his support and say that it is time for them to go. The guy comes to the conclusion that the problem is most likely related to the Chenji family. He believes that he is able to cope with it, despite all the dangers. The twins, hearing these words, look very surprised and wary. One of them turns sharply to the young man, asking him how he knows about the Chenji family. The guy takes out a bottle of Coke, the production date of which is indicated as 82, and offers the girls to enjoy this rare drink. He states that he has information that is worth discussing in detail. He reveals that he knows important details about the Chenji family, namely, that they are a vassal of the Lia family, which makes the situation even more intriguing. The Lia family is one of the 4 legendary families of China, and although it only ranks 3rd, it is considered the most powerful in cultural terms. The members of this family are immortalized in a huge monument, and today all masters in the fields of art, music, chess, and calligraphy are somehow connected with this powerful family. The guy knows that the Lia family sends musical talents and makes instruments for the Chenji family. Dodo talks about how her family is poor and cannot be a representative of a famous and wealthy family. The young man raises his hand in front of the girl and tells her that her deception will not go unnoticed, since her hands will not be able to hide the truth. The girl immediately starts looking at her palms, thinking that the young man took her fingerprints. However, Ling Tian assures her that fingerprints have nothing to do with it, and that he means something completely different. The calluses on his hands that will not let him be deceived. He takes the girls by the hands and continues to explain that their delicate palms have characteristic calluses in certain places, which can only mean one thing. Such calluses are often found in people who play music a lot. Dodo, after listening to him, confirms his guesses, but sadly reports that she herself knows nothing about the Chenji family. She says that this family is too powerful, and they are not able to resist them. The young man, continuing to reflect on the situation, wonders if the Chenji family is so strong. Then why did the girls separate from it? And how do they manage to survive separately? The twins begin to remember events from the past, when they remained alive only thanks to their father. The father of the twins responds sharply and rudely to the men, declaring that they should not even think about sending his daughters into the house as servants. He is clearly outraged by this, and is not going to put up with such a proposal. He then grabs his two young daughters in his arms and tries to escape, being chased by a crowd of armed men, the attackers shouting loudly and ordering him to stop. The man, without losing his composure, quickly puts his daughters in the car. He orders them to sit quietly, and under no circumstances to get out of the car. He then gets into a fighting stance and tells his pursuers that he is ready to fight them. The man is not afraid of their numerical superiority and is determined to fight. The little sisters remain in the car. They are very worried about their father, screaming loudly from excitement, and do not understand what will happen next. Dodo tells how later the driver took them away from that place, and that was the last moment they saw their father. When they were already grown up, the twins learned that their father saved them at the cost of his life. This story touches the guy deeply. Tears appear on his face. He looks at the girls and says that their father was a real hero. Dodo tells the young man that they cannot let their father down. They need to stay together and stay away from the Chenji family to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lingtian, wiping tears from his face, asks the twins if they want to avenge their dead father, a story that makes him want to support their fight. However, Dodo is confident that they cannot take any risks, as their opponent is too strong, and if they do anything, their carefree days will quickly end. Lingtian, in turn, cannot understand why the girls are not going to take revenge on their father's killers, and decides to find out the reason for their refusal. The sisters shake their heads and explain that dealing with the Chenji family is extremely problematic. They cannot afford to take such a risk, understanding all the possible consequences. Lingtian tells the girls with determination that he will always overcome any difficulties, and if there are no difficulties, he will create them himself in order to overcome them later. The young man hands the girls an envelope and, to their surprise, states that he is ready to fight the Chenji family and avenge their father. The girls begin to speculate that the guy is going to fight alone. Lingtian immediately refutes their assumption, stating that this is not the case. An image of the director of the disciplinary bureau appears in his mind, with whom he seems to associate his future actions. Lingtian is confident that he can deal with a powerful opponent, because behind him there are even stronger and more influential forces that provide him with support. The action moves to a music school owned by the Chenji family, where a musician, visibly nervous, enters the principal's office. The director turns out to be a pretty girl who remains calm and offers the musician some tea, after which she will listen to his story about the problems that have arisen. The musician is still nervous and tells the principal that uninvited visitors have appeared at the school and have put on a real show, disturbing the peace. The girl asks the man with a smile to calm down and stop panicking. She promises to go downstairs immediately after she finishes drinking tea. On the first floor of the music school, two groups of people gathered, loudly arguing and emotionally discussing something, creating a tense atmosphere in the room. Lingtian insistently demands that the music school's director be called immediately, claiming that he wants to talk to someone more influential than ordinary managers. The musician in front of him replies that if Lingtian really wants to meet the director, he will have to talk to him in person first. The man proudly declares that he is the best clarinet player in the world, and says that he will be the first to compete with him. Lingtian, without losing confidence, gives a command to his subordinate, asking the young man to bring a wind instrument to begin the competition. The guy, having heard the assignment, literally beams with joy. He is glad that the choice fell on him, and enthusiastically declares that he is completely ready for the test, promising to show everything he is capable of. The musician can barely contain his irritation. He is amazed that some stranger is able to compare with his high skill. However, Lingtian calmly tells his opponent that the art of playing a musical instrument does not always depend on appearance or professional status, because sometimes ordinary people turn out to be unusually musically gifted. The musician pays no attention to the young man's words. He brings his flute to his lips, and without saying another word, begins to play. At the same moment, the room is filled with sounds of incredible beauty, capable of enveloping the entire space around with divine vibrations and aromas of flowers, creating an atmosphere of a real miracle. People standing nearby lose control of their emotions. They begin to wipe away tears and enthusiastically say that this sound is not only divine, but also unusually elegant. Ling Tian listens attentively to the performance. He is impressed by the musician's skill and highly appreciates his performance, after which he calmly remarks that this is a truly worthy performance, confirming the skill in conveying emotions through music. The musician, proudly hearing the praise, says that the clarinet has an amazing range of almost 4 octaves, which makes it a champion among wind instruments. He expresses doubt that anyone, whether a professional or a beginner, will be able to surpass him in the art of playing. Ling Tian gives a command to his subordinate. The young man begins to play the trumpet, filling the room with sounds that transport those present into an atmosphere of eerie cacophony, permeated with despondency and deep sadness. The space seems to freeze under the influence of these sounds, conveying the heavy feeling of mourning in its purest and most uncompromising form. Tears appear on Ling Tian's face. He, with difficulty holding back his emotions, says that this music embodies not just sadness, but the very essence of mourning. He explains to those around him that his musician plays at every funeral in the city, and his art is capable of causing such unbearable sadness that it is impossible to bear. People around, under the influence of the sounds, begin to cry loudly, plunging into a deep feeling of sadness, as if experiencing the loss personally. The musician, not remaining indifferent to the created melody, also begins to cry, shocked by the performance of his opponent. He admits that Ling Tian won this competition, but notes that such a trick will not always ensure his victory. After this, the musician turns away from the young man, takes out his phone and makes a call, briefly telling his interlocutor something. Ling Tian is determined to continue the competition and intends to play 10 opponents in a row to prove his strength. Suddenly a girl enters the room, whom everyone immediately recognizes as the eldest granddaughter of the Chenji family and the director of the music school. With a graceful smile, she announces that it is now her turn to enter the competition and show her abilities. She subtly praises Ling Tian for his bravery and courage, noting that few dare to challenge such a powerful family as the Chenji. However, Ling Tian does not hear her words at all, as his attention is completely captured by her beauty and the perfect proportions of her figure, which make him forget for a moment about the purpose of his visit. Captivated by her appearance, the young man cannot help but instantly activate his skill called X-ray vision, wanting to see her even better. The girl, not paying attention to his strange behavior, calmly says that she is not ready to play musical instruments now, but can demonstrate her skills by reading a poem. The girl recites just a few lines of poetry, which instantly causes the young man to experience severe physical stress. Ling Tian, struck by the power of the poems, loses his balance and his nose starts bleeding. He falls into a state of ecstasy, exclaiming that in his entire life he has never heard such beautiful lines. The guy comes to, opens his eyes and realizes that he lost consciousness for a moment, struck by the power of the poems he heard. His gaze falls on the girl who is sitting next to him on the floor and gently stroking his head, her face radiating kindness and care. The director of the music school, with a smile on his face, looks at him and quietly asks if he feels better after such a sudden shock. Ling Tian instantly jumps to his feet, realizing that he didn't expect to fall for such a clever move that could literally knock him off his feet. Addressing his subordinate, he firmly states that the only way to deal with the school principal is to use their secret weapon, which can change the course of events in their favor. The young man holds up the 5 yuan that Ling Tian handed him and asks with obvious bewilderment what kind of secret weapon he can get for such a modest sum. Ling Tian, with a calm expression and wearing dark sunglasses, utters a strange string of words such as camp, feed, fast, and beam. Despite the seeming nonsense, the subordinate instantly understands the meaning of what was said and leaves without delay. Ling Tian informs the director of the music school that he has completely come to his senses and is ready to continue the competition. A satisfied smile appears on the girl's face, and she asks with interest what kind of competition he would like to choose next. Ling Tian calmly states that the wind instrument competition is over and looks at the 2 people standing behind him, pointing at them. He states that it is now time for the string instrument and percussion skills tests. The girl cannot hide her surprise and slight fear when she hears about the choice of string and percussion instruments, and says that she is a little unprepared for such a challenge. A satisfied smile appears on Ling Tian's face as he believes that her words mean admitting defeat. However, the school principal immediately refutes his conclusion, explaining that her words are not about this at all, but about the fact that they could have chosen other instruments for the competition, and this time, only the 2 of them will take part. At this moment, Ling Tian quickly jumps up to the girl, grabs her hands tightly, and eagerly asks her to quickly tell him about the rules of the new game. The girl begins to laugh quietly, thinking to herself about how stereotypically and predictably young people behave in such situations. Suddenly, Ling Tian starts shouting loudly, declaring that he is not like everyone else, and that her attempts to manipulate her feminine beauty and charm will lead to nothing. The director of the music school is genuinely surprised by such an emotional reaction of the young man, and looks at him silently for a while, trying to understand what could have caused such a surge of emotions. The girl begins to gently stroke the young man's face, and he gradually calms down. She says that it will take 1 day to prepare, after which they will be able to compete in playing the instruments. In her opinion, this is a fair and honest decision. The school principal then slowly leans towards him and whispers in his ear that the loser will have to fulfill any wish of the winner. Ling Tian smiles contentedly as he accepts the proposed terms and confidently states that they suit him completely. Unexpectedly for him, the girl suddenly approaches and kisses him hard on the lips, which shocks the guy. Ling Tian didn't expect such an act from her, and now he feels very surprised, not knowing how to react to it. The director of the music school smiles mysteriously at him, looking straight into his eyes, and with a slight mockery says that this kiss is just an advance. After this, the girl decides to leave. Leaving Ling Tian in thought, he, smiling slightly, invites her to stay to kiss for at least a few more minutes. These words make the school principal laugh loudly. She, with a slight mockery, tells the guy that she is looking forward to his performance. The girl expresses confidence that he will show something amazing. At this moment, one of Ling Tian's subordinates approaches and tells him about the rumors that are going around about the girl. They say that she is a real witch whose music is capable of taking away people's souls, and besides, no one has seen what instrument she plays. Ling Tian's friend confirms these rumors and adds that their powerful and emotional guitar part with dynamic allegro-style drums cannot compare to the skill of this mysterious witch. Ling Tian comes to the conclusion that he urgently needs to involve the Dodo twins in order to defeat the Chenji family. His subordinates look at each other, not understanding what exactly he means, and wonder if Ling Tian really understands the complexity of the situation. After a short pause, the men inform him that the twins do not know how to play musical instruments and therefore will not be able to seriously compete with the director of the music school. The next day, the competition begins in a huge arena. A large number of spectators gather, and soon the participants appear. The director of the music school emerges from an expensive car, dressed in a bright red dress made of the finest Chinese silk, which perfectly emphasizes her elegance and status. Ling Tian looks like his usual self, so as not to be distracted by the school principal's beauty. He puts on a blindfold, trying to focus on the upcoming competition. The opponents approach each other and stand face to face. The air around them begins to electrify, creating a tense atmosphere. Cao Bilo, watching the scene, thinks that this is the most dangerous day in Ling Tian's life, and wonders what kind of electrical sparks are starting to appear in the air around them. Ling Tian, looking closely at his finger, notices that it is sparkling. At first he thought that it was a spark that passed between him and the school principal, but now, watching the events unfold, he does not understand what is actually happening. Ling Tian feels a strong fear and comes to the conclusion that the gossip about the school principal may indeed be true, because judging by what is happening, she really seems to be a witch. The school principal, noticing his tension, smiles, asks him to relax, and explains that the sparks that filled the air are the result of her instrument being electric. Ling Tian is genuinely surprised, as he expected the school principal to play the organ or conduct. The young man begins to wonder what kind of electric instrument it might be. Perhaps a guitar, an electronic gojin, or even electronic drums. At this moment, the school principal claps his hands loudly and orders his subordinates to bring the instrument into the arena. Soon a dozen people appear in the arena, struggling to carry a heavy object covered with thick fabric. Ling Tian is amazed by the colossal size of the musical instrument, and does not understand at all what it could be, because he has never seen anything like it. The school principal, with arrogance in his voice, declares that he probably won't be a serious competitor for her today. She throws off a thick cloth from a huge object. The space around is instantly illuminated with a bright light, which attracts the attention of everyone present. The director announces that she will play this instrument. The bright light blinds everyone, making the audience guess what kind of musical instrument it is. At that moment, she suddenly throws off the protective fabric, and to everyone's surprise, a Tesla coil appears. The girl looks closely at the shocked and surprised spectators, licking her lips. Ling Tian is in a state of great surprise. The guy physically feels the enormous power emanating from the Tesla coil. He is unable to believe what is happening. The director of the music school slowly enters the protective cage, her movements confident and graceful. She addresses the young man, asking him to watch her play carefully, because today she will demonstrate something completely unique. The arena is deathly silent. There is a tension in the air that can be felt. The girl raises her hand. A bright electric spark flashes on the tip of her fingers, which instantly attracts all eyes. She starts playing. The Tesla coil is activated, filling the entire space with powerful streams of electrical energy. The competition arena is filled with blinding bright light, and the sound wave created by powerful fields is striking in its power and grandeur, so strong that it seems as if the arena is about to explode. The girl continues to control these colossal forces. Her movements become more and more confident. The entire space is filled with powerful, mysterious energy. This energy puts the audience into a state of trance, absorbing their attention and feelings. The audience is in complete shock. They whisper that it was something amazing. The music created by this girl is unlike anything they have ever felt in their lives. The performance is coming to an end. The director of the music school comes out of the protective cage. Her steps are confident and calm. She turns to the young man, asking him how he rated her performance. Lingtian's hair on her head took on an unusual shape due to the strong electric fields, which was an unexpected and striking effect. The guy is surprised to notice that it made an impression on her, and adds that it all looked really grandiose. The girl smiles quietly, because she thought that the young man would most likely pretend that he didn't care. Lingtian, ignoring her doubts, takes her hand and says with sincere admiration that this is the first time he has heard such professional and real electric music. The guy, sensing the moment, presses himself against the girl and respectfully says that he could not repeat this, and her beauty combined with the electric current is divine, which deeply shocks him. The school principal gently strokes Lingtian's head, feeling that she is definitely the one to win this competition, and then she tells the boy that he will now do whatever she wants. However, Lingtian, not one to admit defeat, confidently declares that the competition is just beginning and takes out his phone, preparing for the next step. The people around him, stunned by his statement, cannot believe that there is music that could be more powerful than what they have just seen, and eagerly ask the young man to stop talking and show what he can do. Lingtian, ignoring the doubts of those around him, tells his subordinates that they are starting, and then begins to slowly climb to the top of the Tesla coil. Having reached the very top, Lingtian, standing proudly at the top, declares that this performance has convinced him of what real music is, and that he is ready to demonstrate something completely new. The guy is determined to say that the nature of music is vibration, and that he is going to use a new technological way to extract it. The director of the music school, not fully understanding what exactly the young man had in mind, looks at him with surprise and caution, trying to figure out his next step. The girl notices that the guy only says some pompous and mundane words about music being a vibration, and doesn't attach any special significance to them. Suddenly a loud sound is heard. The entire surrounding space begins to be permeated by a powerful vibration, which affects people so strongly that they begin to feel trembling throughout their bodies. The personal security, concerned about what is happening, rushes to inform the director of the music school that the situation is becoming unsafe, and suggests that she immediately leave the competition arena to avoid possible consequences. The waves of powerful vibration do not stop, continuing to penetrate everything around. The young man, noticing the excitement, asks everyone to calm down, assuring that this is not an earthquake at all, but part of his performance. The most powerful vibrational waves begin to create incredible sensations, turning into something truly cosmic. The entire arena continues to shake, radiating extraordinary energy. People freeze in place. They cannot understand what is happening, as they have never experienced such intense sensations and emotions in their lives, which take them beyond the limits of their usual perception. The director of the music school, being in the center of everything that is happening, experiences mixed feelings. On the one hand, she admires the unique vibration, which is undoubtedly a work of art. And on the other hand, she is overcome by strong fear, because she understands that she does not control what is happening, and this situation scares her to the depths of her soul. Lingtian, noticing the girl's concern, sincerely asks her for forgiveness, admitting that his musical ear is indeed not as good as he would like. He admits that he has little understanding of rhythm and has never studied music theory, but happily adds that he has a lot of money, which allows him to use other methods. The vibration, meanwhile, continues to shake the entire area of the city, creating increasingly powerful waves. The young man confidently reports that all the nearby buildings are his musical instruments, which he tuned for this performance. Lingtian begins to slowly descend from the top of the Tesla coil and, addressing the crowd, asks the twins to come forward so they can talk about their role in this performance. He says the twins study architecture and have helped him calculate the exact vibration speed of each building, as well as the sounds they might make when subjected to such vibrations. The young man says that to implement his idea, he hired construction companies that used modern vibrators and installed them on nearby buildings. Ling Tian confidently states that people who use music always control the instruments, but only he has allowed these instruments to control people, creating a unique piece of music that touches the hearts and minds of everyone present. The young man, proudly raising the twins' hands high in the air, declares that no one in the world will be able to repeat this piece of music. It is so unique and powerful. Ling Tian watches the crowd's reaction with satisfaction. He notices that the director of the music school is standing right behind him and turns to the girl, asking how she feels. Suddenly, the guy begins to feel that his perception has changed. He understands that the vibrations he created have not passed without a trace, affecting him as well, filling him with sensations that he could not predict. The director of the music school, a little embarrassed, reports that she begins to sweat heavily, but at the same time feels incredibly pleasant feelings that she has never experienced before. And in addition to this, she feels very sad. Ling Tian, noticing her changes, curiously asks if this sadness is the result of defeat. The director, after thinking for a moment, admits her defeat, saying that she realized this immediately after hearing the young man's music, realizing all its power and depth. The girl, unable to contain her feelings, throws herself into the guy's arms and, with genuine excitement, tells him that at the moment no musical works can influence her, since she simply cannot listen to other music. Cao Bilo, watching what is happening, feels anger and jealousy, believing that the director of the music school is clearly manipulating the young man. Her behavior causes discontent in her. The school principal, unable to contain her feelings, cuddles up to the young man. The guy, with confidence, tells her that she lost and now must do him a small favor. He points to the Dodo twins and tells the girl that they must return to the Chenji family and fully regain the social status they had lost. The director of the music school, being under the full influence of sound vibrations, cannot hold back her tears, as she is still in emotional shock from what she just experienced, and promises the young man that she will fulfill his request. After which, quietly, with some excitement, the girl tells the guy that now she too must ask him for one favor, since she is unable to restrain herself from her desire. Ling Tian begins to sink into a pleasant and calm hypnotic state, feeling his thoughts slowly dissolve into this sensation, but suddenly he is struck by a strong electric shock. The girl, noticing that the young man was unconscious, quickly orders her subordinates to immediately take him to the Chenji family mansion, stating that she has an agreement. Ling Tian suddenly regains consciousness. His eyes open and he instantly jumps up, trying to understand what happened and where he is. Suddenly his gaze stops on the bed. He notices the director of the music school, who is now lying next to him. The girl, in a mysterious tone, reminds the young man that yesterday he called her sweetie. A satisfied smile appears on her face as she asks him if everything they did wasn't consensual. Ling Tian can barely contain his irritation. He feels himself losing his patience as he feels that the girl is rudely using him and causing him serious problems by manipulating him for her own purposes. At this time, Cao Bilo, very worried, tells the twins that no one has seen Ling Tian since yesterday. She is overcome with great concern for the young man. She does not know what could have happened to him. The twins, trying to calm her down, say that there is no need to worry, and that the young man is fine. They assure her that they are sure of his safety. However, Cao Bilo cannot calm down. The girl continues to worry about the guy, and is afraid that he may be tortured or even raped. This statement makes Dodo laugh a lot, and she smiles and says that of course, Ling Tian is a handsome young man, but not that handsome. The sister, being in a more serious mood, demands that they immediately stop the idle chatter and focus on solving more serious problems that require their attention and action. Suddenly, the director of the music school intervenes in their conversation, approaching the twins, saying that they have misunderstood everything and that the girl does not want to create any problems. She is trying to clarify the misunderstanding that arose due to recent events. Cao Bilo, noticing Ling Tian next to him, immediately rushes to him, asking on the go if everything is okay with him. Suddenly, Cao Bilo trips on the ground and, losing her balance, crashes hard into a young man standing next to her. The girl quickly looks up to meet Ling Tian's gaze, her concern growing as she notices that he looks extremely exhausted and worn out, causing her to feel even more anxious. The #1 streamer, unable to contain her emotions, asks the guy what happened to him and what they did to him. A terrible thought creeps into her head that Lingtian might have been subjected to severe torture that led him to this state. However, a satisfied smile appears on Lingtian's face. The guy gives a thumbs up and happily tells the girl that everything is fine with him. The director of the music school, seeing that everyone has finally gathered together, nods with satisfaction and suggests discussing an important issue concerning the twins' family. She informs everyone present that she is not their enemy and declares her intention to cooperate with them. The twins are visibly worried. They firmly declare that the family matter does not concern them at all, and that they do not want to cooperate with the director of the music school. Suddenly, the girl asks the twins a strange question, asking them if they have forgotten about the one who helped hide their secret. This makes them very uneasy, and they involuntarily begin to look back at the director of the music school, trying to understand what she means to them. The girl asks the twins the next question, asking them if they have forgotten how they used to have fun together as children, which confuses the twins even more, making them think. Dodo's eyes widen in surprise, not believing his ears. The girl sadly says that this can't be, after which she calls out the name Pengju. Bitter tears appear on Pengju's face. She replies that she has changed her name. But to the twins, she remains their older sister, despite the years of separation and changes. Lingtian confidently tells the twins that this is indeed true, and that he has seen evidence to prove that the school principal is actually Pengju. Pengju is unable to contain her emotions as she hugs the twins tightly and tells them how much they have been through over the years. Pengju's face takes on a stern expression as she announces that it will all be over soon, as she has found a way to bring the Chenji family back under control, causing everyone present to become wary. Cao Bilo, unable to bear it, loudly shouts at the director of the music school, accusing her of lying, and asks a reasonable question: if she has a way, then why has she been trying to cooperate with them all this time? Pengju, without losing her composure, gently takes Lingtian by the arm and confidently declares that now she has a boyfriend who will help her in this matter, adding that he will be her support in the implementation of her plans. Pengju, clinging to the young man, calls him her sweet boy. This provokes a furious reaction from Cao Bilo, whose eyes flare with the fire of jealousy and anger that engulfs her soul. In contrast, the twins remain silent and calm, watching what is happening carefully. Pengju, sensing the tension in the air, calmly informs everyone present that the head of the family is currently discussing important business plans for the future. The girl takes out a notebook covered in expensive leather and with a serious expression on her face, says that she should take advantage of this and interfere with the family's business plans, which arouses curiosity and wariness among everyone present. The twins look at the notebook with surprise and bewilderment, asking what kind of book Pengju is holding in his hands. Pengju, opening the pages of the book, which turns out to be a family archive, points to the names of the twins written in it. Lingtian, hugging the twins, confidently says that they need to urgently remove the head of the family from power. He expresses his firm belief that now is the best time for such a step. Pengju reveals that this is only the initial phase of her plan, as she has greater intentions. She is going to change the order of things that has been in place for decades. The twins, greatly surprised by this statement, begin to feel that they have been drawn into something much bigger than they could have imagined, and clearly do not want to be at the center of these grand events. Cao Bilo, stunned by what is happening, asks in bewilderment how the girl can do this, since the family in question is the third most powerful in the province, and such actions can cause unpredictable consequences. Lingtian raises his hand and declares that they will do it, assuring everyone present that their strength and determination will help them overcome this challenge despite the difficulties. Pengju begins to explain his plan, confidently saying that they will all meet at the Chenji family's house tomorrow. However, before she can finish speaking, Lingtian suddenly turns around and, ignoring her words, starts to leave. He asks her to tell him the rest later, as he now has urgent matters that require his immediate attention. Lingtian believes that the most important thing now is to collect the reward from the monetary system for completing the task. The young man calls up the holographic screen of the monetary system and notices with interest that 2 rewards are already ready to be received, which gives him confidence that he is on the right track. The guy understands that now he can solve all the problems with the Chenji family, but first he is going to test the new skills to make sure they are effective. Lingtian and Fanpei meet in a small cafeteria. The atmosphere is tense. Both stand opposite each other, as if preparing for a fight. Lingtian says that he does not intend to drag out the meeting and suggests that they immediately resolve all the problems that have accumulated between them in order to end this once and for all. Fanpei begins to laugh quietly, looking at his rival, and ironically tells the young man that he continues to surprise him with his actions and words. Fanpei's face shows an evil grin as he challenges Lingtian, that he will not be able to defeat a man who once escaped from hell and survived. Fanpei adds that Lingtian has already seen the secret techniques that were used against him, and so he sees no point in hiding his own skills from him. Fanpei moves his hands towards Lingtian. Suddenly his hands burst into a bright energy flame that surrounds his hands. However, despite such a spectacular display of strength, Lingtian remains completely calm, and with a slight smile replies that he is really pleased to see the ancient striking technique in action, because he has long been waiting for such a moment. Lingtian activates his newly acquired skill, which allows him to scan the enemy to determine their characteristics and properties. The money system transmits data, showing that Fanpei has level 3 strength, level 4 appearance, and level 5 intelligence. Lingtian analyzes these indicators and comes to the conclusion that the time has come to act in order to try to change the properties of his opponent. Meanwhile, Fanpei does not hesitate and furiously rushes into attack, using his hidden ancient techniques against Lingtian. However, he notices with surprise that his powerful blows do not achieve the desired effect, as if they are hitting an invisible barrier. Suddenly, Fanpei is forced to stop his attack as a cup of coffee falls and breaks next to him, creating a puddle on the floor. The waiter standing nearby quickly bows and sincerely apologizes for his clumsiness, explaining that the cup accidentally slipped from his hands. Fanpei starts the attack again, but deep down he begins to suspect that the incident with the waiter was not a simple coincidence, but a carefully planned part of Lingtian's plan. In the midst of the attack, Fanpei steps on a spilled puddle of coffee, loses his balance and suddenly falls, leaving him in a vulnerable position. He doesn't understand what happened to him and why he suddenly became so clumsy. Lingtian, with difficulty holding back his laughter, finds the situation extremely funny and barely hides his joy. The young man once again activates the scan of the enemy's characteristics and finds that all of his stats have remained unchanged, except for one. Fanpei's luck is now 0. Fanpei slowly stands up, brushes off his clothes, and proudly straightens his back, declaring that his middle name is Dragon and that he is considered the strongest warrior in the underworld. He begins to tell how, as a child, his father often took him along to street fights. Fanpei watched the power and skill with which his father defeated dozens of the strongest enemies. Young Fanpei memorized everything he saw, including secret fighting techniques, and spent countless hours honing his martial arts skills. Despite his young age, Fanpei had already mastered destructive techniques that could stagger the imagination. He studied and perfected fighting techniques that included the use of hands, feet, knives, nunchaku, and even ancient weapons. He also had a unique eye technique known as the 12 Moon Teaching, which he mastered by spending hundreds of hours looking at the bright light of car headlights. This technique has given him exceptional visual abilities, allowing him to uncover many secrets that elude others. Fanpei is proud that his family's fist techniques have reached a level recognized by all masters. Lying on the floor, Fanpei is at a loss as to why he lost his balance and fell again, despite his strength and experience. Meanwhile, a stranger appears nearby and, using complex optical devices, carefully observes what is happening between the young people. The Queen of the Night, Xueqing, hiding in the building opposite, carefully watches what is happening and becomes lost in thought. The girl wonders how Lingtian was able to withstand the unique destructive fist techniques known for their power. A satisfied smile appeared on Lingtian's face. He was clearly pleased to think that his opponent was about to ask the expected question. Sure enough, a moment later, Fanpei raises his head and asks how Lingtian managed to repel such a deadly attack. Lingtian, unable to contain his joy, begins to dance, saying that everything that happened was planned by him in advance. Fanpei slowly rises to his feet. His body begins to emit a powerful fiery aura. He says in a confident voice that Lingtian will now experience the full power of one of the most ancient techniques. Suddenly, Fanpei begins to use a Qigong technique known as Super Dragon Power. He screams loudly as his body erupts into a bright energy flame, filling the space around him with incredible power. Xueqing drops the binoculars from his hands, which begin to melt under the impact of the colossal energy, and realizes that Fanpei has finally demonstrated his true power. Lingtian watches his opponent's transformation in surprise, realizing that the situation is rapidly getting out of control, and decides to adjust the opponent's properties. Quickly activating the scanning skill, he sees that all of Fanpei's main stats, including appearance, strength, luck, and mana, are now running at maximum power. Without having time to prepare, Lingtian is faced with the enemy's unimaginable speed of attacks and receives a powerful blow to the chest. The force of the blow is so powerful that it throws Lingtian several tens of meters away. A malicious and satisfied smile appears on Fanpei's face and he disdainfully declares that Ling Tian will be the first person in the last 50 years to die from the effects of the ancient secret technique. Ling Tian, gradually recovering from the blow, slowly gets to his feet. He quietly tells himself that it really hurt. Fan Pei, in turn, cannot understand how the young man was able to recover from such a powerful blow. Ling Tian, demonstratively pointing his finger at his enemy, announces that it is now his turn to attack. The young man concentrates all his energy. His body instantly bursts into a bright, glowing energy flame. He looks at his hand in amazement, radiating enormous power, and thinks that he is experiencing completely new sensations that he has never felt before. Fan Pei's jaw drops in surprise. He can't understand how his opponent can possess his family's ancient techniques. This leaves him very confused. Ling Tian informs his opponent that it is time to learn his nickname, and proudly states that his middle name is Ninja Mimic. After these words, Ling Tian delivers a powerful blow that sends Fan Pei flying far away. Fan Pei is overcome with great fear and confusion, and turns to Ling Tian to ask him to explain how he managed to do the unimaginable. Ling Tian's appearance changes dramatically, turning into an all-knowing physical education teacher. After which, with a slight smile, he asks his opponent if he would like to learn new techniques. Ling Tian looks at the defeated enemy with satisfaction and thinks that it is not worth revealing the whole truth about his monetary system abilities to him yet. At this moment, Ling Tian happily realized that the main skill that allowed him to defeat the enemy was intelligence. When Fan Pei used the dragon technique to attack, his energy body would be fed by the surrounding aura, giving him a temporary advantage. Ling Tian gains a new property from the monetary system called Pocket Safe, which he uses in combat. The guy can borrow other people's techniques. Ling Tian realizes that he no longer needs to waste time accumulating energy or training his skills, because he now has the ability to take away the technique he likes right during the fight, which gives him a huge advantage. Ling Tian decides that the name Ninja Imitator is perfect for this skill, and demands that the opponent immediately show him all the techniques he still has. Fan Pei is unable to find a logical explanation for what is happening. He begins to suspect that his opponent is definitely using some kind of cheating abilities, which makes him furious and doubts his abilities. He shouts loudly that he is not going to give up. The guy is convinced that he must defeat Ling Tian at any cost, after which Fan Pei activates the strongest energy form of the second-generation dragon. The young man raises his hands up. At this moment, everyone who has ever owed him something transfers their powers, filling the space with powerful energy, which begins to concentrate intensely around. A giant, sparkling ball of energy materializes in the space above the young man and begins to grow in size at an alarming rate. Ling Tian, feeling great joy, realizes that he can now take this colossal power for himself, placing it in a virtual safe. Fan Pei tells his opponent that he is about to receive a blow of unimaginable force. Ling Tian urges him, demanding that he attack faster. A satisfied smile appears on Ling Tian's face as he watches the huge energy ball rapidly approach him. At this time, Fan Pei increases the energy pressure. The guy is sure that his opponent will definitely not survive after this colossal attack. Ling Tian snapped his fingers. To Fan Pei's surprise, the energy ball instantly disappeared from the space. Fan Pei is unable to hide his strong surprise. He does not understand at all what is happening. A virtual screen appears. The monetary system informs Ling Tian that the energy clot of colossal power, collected from the energy of people, has been successfully moved to the virtual safe. Ling Tian turns around and leaves his opponent. He thanks the young man for sharing a useful thing with him, and says that if he has anything else useful, he should contact him. Ling Tian walks out of the cafeteria. Angry shouts of curses can be heard from the room, shouted by Fan Pei. Ling Tian barely manages to walk a few dozen meters when suddenly the money system informs him that he has received a new task. The system informs that the task is called Master Qigong, in which the guy is to receive true energy, after which the system asks if he is ready to accept the conditions of this task. Ling Tian does not hesitate to respond and agrees to the new task without hesitation, after which the system informs him that he must create his own techniques within 3 days, otherwise he will be punished for failing the mission, and all the work of his chakras will be disrupted. The young man is very worried. He cannot understand how he will be able to create his techniques in just 3 days. At that moment the phone rings. Dodo's worried voice can be heard on the phone, and the girl's trembling voice tells her that the Chenji family has found Pengju and kidnapped her, which makes her very worried. Ling Tian tries to calm the girl down by asking if she or her sister were hurt in the incident. Dodo reports that she is fine. The girls are very upset and crying, as they are sure that everything happened because of them. Ling Tian, realizing the gravity of the situation, asks the girls to find a safe place and hide, promising that he will soon solve all the problems. The guy continues to walk slowly down the street, and soon he comes up to a homeless man who is sleeping carefree, leaning on his crutches. Ling Tian sits down next to the homeless man and begins to discuss his plan out loud. First of all, the young man is going to find and free Pengju. The young man slowly takes a thick wad of banknotes out of his pocket. He decides that if he doesn't have backup, he'll have to use his trump cards. He puts several wads of bills in a homeless man's donation bowl and says he needs to search the entire city. The homeless man glances at the money. A satisfied smile appears on his face, and he confidently declares that everything is clear to him, and the task has been accepted. Suddenly, the homeless man, who at first glance looked like he was disabled, suddenly stands up and throws his crutches aside. A group of the same homeless people, dressed in tattered clothes, gathers around him, and a man, who is clearly their leader, gives the command to start working. A group of people approaches a homeless vagrant in a nearby block, one of whom leans towards him and begins to whisper something in his ear, which clearly interests him. The man's face takes on a stern look. He thinks for a moment, and then says that he understands everything and is ready to take on the task. The tramps, having organized an entire search network and using Pengju's photographs, begin to actively search for the girl, spreading information throughout the city. A homeless man, walking around the neighboring blocks, shows a photograph of a girl, asking everyone he meets if anyone has seen her. Meanwhile, an expensive SUV drives through the port area and stops at one of the buildings. The doors of this expensive car open and out comes a group of men driving Pengju. The girl is blindfolded so that she cannot determine her location. The men slowly take Pengju to one of the buildings, confident that no one can stop them. The men who kidnapped Pengju are unaware of a stranger watching them from the darkness. The tramp takes out a photograph of Pengju, looks at it again carefully, and decides that it is definitely her. One of the homeless people decides to cook chicken by making an improvised barbecue out of a barrel. When the chicken is cooked, the tramp tears off a juicy leg and holds it out to Ling Tian, offering him something to eat. The young man accepts the treat and praises the homeless man, saying that he cooks well. The tramp, hearing the praise, begins to laugh loudly and proudly announces that he has proven ancient recipes for cooking meat over a fire. Young people are leisurely chatting among themselves, discussing various issues, when suddenly the phone rings. The tramp unbuttons his coat, revealing a landline telephone that has received a call. The man picks up the phone and begins to talk to his interlocutor in a stern tone about something. After a while, a smile appears on his face, and he tells Ling Tian that the girl has been found. The tramp tells the young man that the girl was found at the secret base of the Chenji family, which is located in the port. Ling Tian is determined. He replies that we need to start acting strictly according to the plan. The guy finishes chewing a chicken leg and smiles and offers to show his opponent how cool they are. A homeless man, with his mouth full of chicken, tries to say that they are really cool, but his words are slurred by the excess amount of food in his mouth. Evening is coming. It gets dark quite quickly. There is an external guard near the secret base of the Chenji family. A very drunk homeless man approaches the security guards, barely able to speak, and begins to pester the guards, offering them a drink with him. The security guard reacts sharply to such behavior, and rudely orders the homeless man to get out of there immediately. A drunk homeless man ignores the rude orders of a security guard. He is clearly unhappy with this attitude towards himself, and continues to insist on his own. The guard gives the tramp an angry look. The atmosphere becomes tense, and everything begins to lead to conflict, since both clearly do not intend to give in. Unable to bear it, the guard begins to call the homeless man names, then calls him an alcoholic again and orders him to leave immediately. The homeless man is unable to control his gag reflex and spits out a huge amount of vomit directly at the security guard, causing the man to become extremely disgusted. The security guard shouts loudly, and then begins to rudely scold the drunk homeless man for such behavior. The security guard's partner loses his temper. With an angry expression on his face, he takes out a gun and points it at the homeless man. The next second, there's the sound of a flying object. A gnawed chicken bone hits right into the barrel of a gun. A homeless man holds gnawed chicken bones in his hands and uses them as a throwing weapon. Meanwhile, Pengju is inside the secret base. She is tied with a rope to a chair. The girl quietly calls out to the guard, asking him to give her some water as she feels very thirsty. The security guard, with a smile on his face, takes a bottle of water in his hands and begins to shake it near the girl. He promises to fulfill any request, because according to him, she is an incredible gift for the Leah family. In response to his words, the girl experiences strong anger. She calls the people who captured her pathetic slaves of money and declares that their actions will not go unpunished. The guard begins to mock the girl, claiming that she is just a stupid woman trying to play the role of a heroine in her helpless situation. At this moment, a loud explosion is heard, which greatly frightens the man. The doors of the room they are in fly off their hinges, and a silhouette of a man begins to emerge from the clouds of smoke. Gradually, the smoke clears and Lingtian appears in the doorway. The guy no longer looks like usual, but has a demonic appearance. A satisfied smile appears on Pengju's face. She immediately understands that her young man has come to her aid. The guard, feeling very angry, asks the young man how he dared to break into the secret base, after which he orders armed guards to deal with the intruders who have entered the territory. A huge number of portals begin to appear in the space around Lingtian, from which gnawed chicken bones fall out. The young man confidently declares that there will be a lot of calcium here now. A moment later, a whole pile of gnawed chicken bones flies towards the armed guards, destroying them in a matter of seconds. Lingtian folds his arms across his chest and confidently announces that it is time to get even. And in the blink of an eye, a whole gang of vagabonds appears behind him, ready to support him in the battle. The guard's body flares with bright yellow energy as he angrily declares that now the attackers will be able to taste the power he possesses. Lingtian feels great joy, realizing that he will soon be able to capture even more energy, which he will then place in his virtual safe. The guard is filled with rage and immediately rushes to attack Lingtian, delivering a series of lightning-fast and powerful blows. However, Lingtian moves out of the line of attack with amazing dexterity, avoiding every blow, as if anticipating the enemy's movements, and then blocks the next blow with his fist. The guard is very surprised, as he cannot understand what is happening and why his attack was so weak. He feels his strength melting away before his eyes, while the enemy, on the contrary, looks more and more confident. Lingtian tells the guard that he has changed his properties, and now he has become a real weakling, and has completely lost his strength and abilities in all respects. The guard, realizing that he is unable to cope with the young man, decides to retreat, and communicates his decision through a radio earpiece. Lingtian says that he won't be able to leave and extends his hand forward, offering to show the guard his capabilities. However, despite all expectations, nothing happens. The young man does not feel any strengthening. He begins to think that perhaps the monetary system deceived him, and he was not as powerful as he thought. At this moment, a stranger in a cloak appears in the room, his face hidden by a mask. The young man tries to scan his skills, but, to his horror, does not see any characteristics, which makes him wary. Lingtian is furious. He usually uses his skill to find out all the properties of any person, but now he encounters an unexpected obstacle. All the data is blocked, and this makes him angry. Lingtian has strong doubts, and the thought comes to his mind that his new opponent might not be human. The boy concentrates and uses his new skill called the see-through gaze, hoping that this unique technique will allow him to see the true essence of the stranger. Lingtian freezes in place, stunned by what he saw. He quietly says that this simply can't be. With his new skill, the young man was able to look behind the defenses and, to his horror, discovered that his new enemy was the manager. Lingtian is very surprised and cannot believe what is happening. His thoughts are confused, and he refuses to accept this fact. Meanwhile, the manager removes the mask from her face and, looking at the young man, confidently informs him that now the laws of ordinary people no longer apply to her. Lingtian doesn't understand what's going on, because the system shouldn't make mistakes. And the third property rule clearly states that the total number of attribute points cannot be changed. The second property rule states that during idle time, the property parameters do not change, and therefore it could not encounter an opponent such as the control. The first law of properties says that it is possible to gain access to the properties of any person, and this has always been his advantage. But now he is faced with a violation of all these fundamental laws. Lingtian is very confused because the manager clearly violates all three of these laws, which makes him feel unsure. The young man is completely confused in his thoughts, and comes to the stunning conclusion that the manager is not a person at all. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a homeless man who asks the young man what they should do with the captured guards. The guy says that the prisoners can be stripped of all valuables and clothing, but asks not to take off their underwear and to treat them as politely as possible. At this moment, Pengju rushes to her savior. She is sincerely glad that Lingtian was able to find her and free her so quickly. Lingtian, pointing to a gang of homeless people standing nearby, explains to the girl that her salvation was only possible thanks to these people. A satisfied smile appears on Pengju's face, and she says with admiration that thanks to the young man's actions, the homeless finally have a chance to let off some pent-up steam. Lingtian is extremely surprised by such a statement from the girl, as it seems strange to him and arouses suspicion. The guy thinks that there is something more behind it. Suddenly, Pengju approaches the leader of the homeless gang and, to the young man's complete astonishment, tells him that she has found out all about the heiress of the Chenji family, which makes Lingtian feel uneasy and increases his suspicions. The homeless man jokingly remarks that the girl shouldn't be so polite to him because he's just a rude and dirty tramp. Pengju deeply distrusts the homeless gang, as he suspects that they may be playing a double game and hiding their true intentions. The leader of the homeless gang also casts a distrustful glance at the girl, suspecting that she might pose a threat to them or is hiding something important. Lingtian can't hide his surprise at the overall tense atmosphere and tries to figure out what's going on here as the situation becomes more and more confusing. Pengju suddenly reveals that these people are not an ordinary gang of homeless people, but employees of a powerful organization that operates undercover. Lingtian is extremely shocked by this information, as he thought the gang leader was just a vagabond with whom he spent time, communicated and even confided, trusting him completely. At this point, the gang leader starts laughing loudly, calling Lingtian a naive boy, and smirking explains that this is just his small business, the essence of which is to collect the necessary information on the streets. Pengju asks the man not to underestimate his abilities, reminding him that she turned to him for help because she believes in his abilities and influence. The man, smiling, tells everyone present that he is glad to meet them, but is tired of the conversation and intends to leave, which causes confusion in the girl. Pengju asks the gang leader if he really doesn't want to take revenge on those who harmed him. The man stops for a moment and dryly states that the girl has imagined too much. He refuses to give in to her emotional manipulation. However, Pengju continues to insist and asks if he is going to forgive those who broke his leg and kicked him out of the house, and if he wants to take back what once belonged to him. Lingtian, listening carefully to their dialogue, gradually begins to understand what is happening. The details begin to form a clearer picture, shedding light on the situation. The man angrily interrupts the girl. He orders her to shut up and irritably reminds her that he has already explained that he no longer has anything to do with the family. Pengju sadly lowers his head, realizing that every influential family has its victims of behind-the-scenes struggles, and the man seemed to be one of those victims. The gang leader asks the girl why she is provoking him. He says that if he had the opportunity to destroy this family, he would have done it long ago. Pengju, smiling, replies that before she also thought that there was no hope, but now everything has changed and they can act. She then points her hand at Lingtian and states that they now have a useful person who can help solve many problems. The man looks at Lingtian with disbelief, and then asks the girl what this guy has to do with their situation, clearly not understanding her intentions. Pengju confidently reports that her new friend has a huge amount of money, which makes him a valuable ally in any endeavor. Lingtian, hearing such flattering words, begins to feel proud of himself. His self-confidence increases sharply. His nose begins to resemble Pinocchio's nose. The guy self-confidently confirms the girl's words, loudly declaring that he really has a lot of money. At this time, in the huge hall where the meeting of representatives of influential families is taking place, issues related to the upcoming events are being discussed, chaired by a representative of the Chenji family. The Lia family representative approaches the Chenji family representative and informs them that the musicians who will be involved next year are ready, and he asks when exactly their participation will be required. The representative of the Chenji family at the meeting is a young man, who, however, is completely uninterested in the matters being discussed. Instead of participating in the business conversation, he completely ignores what is happening, enthusiastically playing an online game. The man once again turns to the young man with a request to intervene in the meeting and make the final decision. He says that his family has more authority in this matter. However, the boy angrily tells the man to leave him alone, saying that his persistent questions are distracting him from the game, which is much more important to him than current affairs. The man, clearly afraid of making a harsh remark, stands silently nearby, patiently waiting for the young man to deign to pay attention to him. Representatives of other families show dissatisfaction with such behavior. They whisper among themselves, but no one dares to openly express criticism, avoiding direct confrontation. The third head of the family, addressing everyone present, thanks them for their hospitality and announces that he is forced to leave the meeting, as he has urgent matters to attend to. Jito, furious at this decision, starts shouting loudly at the headman, asking where he is going, since they have not finished their discussion and have not agreed on anything yet. The third headman gives Jito a cold and angry look, making it clear that he will not tolerate such a tone, after which he sharply replies that his family is still not given the right to vote in this meeting. Jito accuses the third headman of being impudent and irresponsible, indignantly asking how he dares to speak in such a tone given the presence of a representative of the Chenji family. However, the young man who was supposed to represent the interests of this family is completely absorbed in his game, completely ignoring what is happening around him. His indifference creates a silent tension among those present. All the eyes of the family representatives are turned to him, but he continues to play without stopping. The third headman, almost in a whisper, declares that the Chenji family does not care about anyone at all, and such a policy will sooner or later lead to the complete destruction of the entire clan. These words make Jito furious. He goes into a rage, accusing the headman of provoking hostility between the participants, and adds that one traitor in the person of Pengju is enough for them. However, Jito suddenly falls silent as he receives a slap so hard that the sound echoes throughout the hall. The young man, who had been absorbed in his game up until this point, is now clearly irritated, and he abruptly informs everyone present that their endless arguing and shouting has driven him crazy, that he has just lost the game because of them, and that this is far more important to him than their pointless squabbles. The young man, in a fit of rage, suddenly jumps up from his chair and starts screaming loudly, blaming everyone present for the fact that their screams and feuds ruined his victory. He explains that he was one step away from completing the level, but because of the noise he was forced to collide with 3 players, to whom he eventually lost. Enraged, he throws his phone on the floor with such force that the device shatters into pieces, and immediately orders Jito to track down and bring the 3 players to him. Jito, trying not to make the situation worse, barely maintains his composure, and quietly, in a trembling voice, reminds the young man that an important family matter is currently being discussed. However, these words only increase the anger of the guy, who begins to furiously stomp on the remains of his phone, repeating the order to find and deliver these players, and to top it off, he threatens to complain to his father if his demands are not met. The man sees that the situation is getting out of control. Jito is clearly scared and, feigning interest, cautiously asks the young man what the names of the 3 players are. The guy, seething with anger, sharply replies that 2 of them are hiding behind some stupid nicknames, and the third is registered under his real name, which sounds like Lingtian. Jito repeats the name Lingtian several times, as if trying to remember where he has heard it before. After this, he angrily turns to his subordinates and takes it out on them for their inaction, ordering them to immediately begin searching for the players. At this moment, the young man from the Chenji family couldn't help but get angry and loudly declared that Lingtian was an impudent opponent who dared to beat him in an online game. But before anyone can react, the office doors suddenly swing open and a confident voice sounds, announcing that there is no need to look for the players anymore, because they have come themselves. Lingtian appears at the door surrounded by his new friends, causing everyone present to take notice. Pengju, with a barely noticeable smile, informs that she is the same player with the first nickname that was discussed. Lingtian looks happy and confident. He states that he has no nickname in the online game and always uses his real name. The leader of the gang of vagabonds adds with a laugh that the third pseudonym belongs to him. Then, he suddenly throws a gnawed chicken bone straight towards the Chenji family representative, the young man barely managing to dodge it. The tramp laughs loudly and mockingly asks how he likes the skill with which he was defeated in the game. Lingtian looks at the Chenji family representative with confidence and declares that he will not be able to resist him. After that, he approaches the guy, presses him against the wall, and with a threatening intonation tells him that success is not in the cards for him, as long as he, Lingtian, remains in the game. The young man from the Chenji family looks scared and does not find the words to answer. Jito is enraged by the stranger's insolence and loudly demands that they immediately stop such behavior in the presence of respected people. He accuses Lingtian and Pengju of playing a dangerous game and clearly intending to seize control of the company. Lingtian, with feigned submission, begins to insist in a trembling voice that he was forced to act against his will. Pengju, irritated by Jito's behavior, suddenly intervenes and with a cold smile states that Lingtian is the husband of the Chenji family's eldest brother's second cousin. Jito is clearly furious, calling Pengju a shameless girl who has lost all respect for her elders. A representative of the Chenji family approaches him. The young man slaps Jito across the face with his palm and contemptuously demands that he stop talking in such a tone to representatives of his family. He then adds that he is cutting off Jito's salary for the next year, causing noticeable unrest among the others. Jito, instantly losing his confidence, begs the young man to reverse his decision, pitifully explaining that he has a large family that he must feed. To this, Pengju scornfully remarks that the Jito family seems unable to exist without humiliation. Jito, looking at the girl with fury, calls her a scoundrel and warns that sooner or later she will answer for everything she has done. Ling Tian is trying to ease the tension and says that if money is the issue, he is willing to finance any projects that are deemed necessary. The Chenji family representative becomes tense, seeing Ling Tian's words as a threat, and suspecting that the young man is trying to bribe the others for influence. Ling Tian, in order to dispel doubts, demonstratively unbuttons his coat, under which thick bundles of banknotes are visible, wrapped around his body. He declares with a smile that he has more than enough money. Jito realizes that Ling Tian is not joking at all, and begins to suspect that he really does intend to take over the company. However, Ling Tian calmly responds to his accusations, assuring that he has no such plans and urging people not to jump to conclusions. Those present fall into silence, trying to comprehend what is happening, but remain confused, not understanding what the young man is leading to. Ling Tian decides to set the record straight and addresses the crowd, reminding them that the Chenji family has always been committed to cultivating classical musicians while striving to preserve traditional aesthetics. However, he stresses that times are changing and fewer people value such things, and their family now survives only thanks to the attention of rich and privileged viewers. Ling Tian adds that he and Pengju, as members of the younger generation, see the world very differently and are willing to offer a fresh perspective on the company's future. Ling Tian confidently declares that a completely new era has arrived, the era of idols, where the main role is played by versatile artists who are able to work in any direction and attract the attention of a wide audience. He explains that their goal is not just to follow trends, but to use the huge mass popularity to generate significant income. The young man adds that this will be a revolution in the industry, capable of providing a stable income for everyone. Those present, upon hearing his idea, begin to think about how effective it could be for the business they are involved in. The third advisor, not hiding his enthusiasm, claps his hands and happily supports the proposal, believing that it will be an excellent strategy for the development of their families. His words inspire managers, and they begin to actively discuss how to adapt their business strategies to the new realities in order to extract maximum benefit from this concept. Jito, observing this, expresses his dissatisfaction, calling the managers a bunch of poor people, and claims that they are incapable of making money and are too slow to adapt to change. Ling Tian asks the man if he wants only his family to get the best contracts. The representative of the Chenji family takes this proposal negatively. He asks those around him if they really don't need his family's money and connections anymore. Jito begins to tremble with fear and tells the young man that he has misunderstood everything and that he did not mean to say such things at all. Pengju suggests that those present should immediately hold a council and resolve all problems. The Chenji family representative informs those present that they will pay dearly for wanting to turn their backs on his family. Ling Tian pats the young man on the shoulder and tells him that everyone has already turned their backs on his family. After which the leader of the homeless gang asks to see the dear guests out. The security throws the representative of the Chenji family out of the office. Jito watches as the Chenji family member is taken outside, and is very worried that there will be serious consequences. Pengju asks the man to stop being afraid, assuring him that from now on, the Chenji family will no longer interfere with them, which somewhat calms the meeting participants and gives them hope. Ling Tian, in an elevated mood, gives the command to begin work, which immediately inspires those gathered and makes them focus on the upcoming tasks. Managers are animatedly discussing future business strategies and development plans. They have already begun to understand that they are on the threshold of change. Jito, silently watching the meeting, begins to get nervous, realizing that his role in this process is increasingly narrowing, and he has to remain in the shadows. Suddenly he jumps up from his seat and decisively declares to the managers that they, with their insignificant plans, are still in the past. His appearance instantly changes. He is dressed in a bright pink dress and announces that times have changed, and it is the time of idols. Jito says they have significant resources and are required to radically revise their development strategy to adapt to the new times. Ling Tian, nodding with satisfaction, tells the man that he has been waiting for these words from him for a long time, and happily suggests that they have a competition to see whose idol will be more successful. The manager places a list on the table next to Jito and says that it contains the programs planned for the current month. Jito announces that he will select the program of the young man whose idol will be in the spotlight and win, and he will take over the management of the company. Ling Tian thanks the man for his decision and states that they will begin the selection round tomorrow, and for now he needs to focus on finding a suitable male idol to prepare him for the upcoming competition. Jito orders his subordinate to immediately contact the Lia family representatives so that they can select the most popular artist who can become the main participant of the project. After this, Jido gives orders to prepare teachers in all the main disciplines necessary for the successful training of future idols and achieving maximum results. He specifies that they need music teachers, dance teachers, and a rap teacher. And after thinking for a bit, he adds that a basketball teacher could also be useful for variety. The manager wonders how important basketball skills are for show business, but doesn't get an answer. Jido, showing his impatience, roughly pushes him away from the table with his foot and orders him to stop chatting immediately and instead start following orders. Pengju approaches Ling Tian and asks what they are going to do since they don't have any suitable male artist, which creates a serious problem. Ling Tian thinks for a moment and then confidently tells the girl that he knows a suitable candidate who can handle this role. The young man expresses confidence in his choice and tells Pengju that their future artist is without a doubt ideal for the task. At this time, Zhanli is deeply immersed in thought, feeling an inexplicable restlessness that does not give him peace. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a phone ringing, and he realizes that it is his father calling. Zhanli greets his father and informs him that his pocket money has run out, and he needs a new amount for his expenses. The father, instead of giving money, tells his son that their company plans to open 10 branches and offers him a job as a manager in one of them. Zhanli reluctantly agrees to her father's proposal and asks where their family suddenly got such large sums of money. The father explains that they have a new investor who has just signed a contract with their company and has completely paid off all the family's debts. The man adds that he is very busy right now, quickly says goodbye to his son and hangs up, leaving Zhanli with a lot of questions. Meanwhile, the father, in his office, slowly pours a cup of tea and offers it to his interlocutor, and then bows politely, announcing that they can move on to the next stage of the agreement. His interlocutor turns out to be Ling Tian, who sits opposite him in a chair with a relaxed but confident posture, demonstrating complete calm. Without further ado, Ling Tian hands the man a huge bag filled with stacks of banknotes and tells him that he doesn't care at all how the money will be used, whether it will be for profit or even for loss. Wearing dark sunglasses, he ponders his plan, determined to make Zhanli a true star no matter what the obstacles. At this time, Zhanli arrives at the address indicated by his father, thinking with undisguised surprise about how quickly he became a boss, and anticipating how luxurious and modern the new branch of his family's company will be. Zhanli is filled with genuine admiration as he looks closely at its impressive and rich facade. However, his joy quickly turns to anger when he notices that the building is located in an abandoned and sparsely populated area, which leaves him greatly disappointed. Trying to contain his emotions, he decides that he needs to talk to his father and convince him to change the location of the branch to a more suitable one. Suddenly, Zhanli hears the voice of a girl who is addressing him. His mood changes dramatically, because he sees that she is incredibly beautiful. The girl asks a little hesitantly if he really is the director of this restaurant, her gaze full of expectation. Collecting his thoughts and trying to look confident, Zhanli answers affirmatively, confirming his status as the director of this establishment, although he feels slightly nervous. The girl, sincerely happy with his words, begins to tell him that she recently learned about the opening of a new restaurant and was pleasantly surprised. She admits that visiting the main restaurant was beyond her means, but now, thanks to the branch, she will be able to fulfill her desires and enjoy exquisite dishes. Zhanli, listening to her with interest, feels joy from communicating with such an attractive girl, but notices that something is clearly bothering her and begins to think about what exactly. She begins to doubt that the establishment has already opened and assumes that she rushed and arrived early. Zhanli tries to calm the girl down, assuring her that the restaurant has been open for a long time, and kindly invites her inside. The young people enter the restaurant. Zhanli realizes that he is in a difficult situation because the room is completely empty. The girl asks how long the wait will be, explaining that she has classes starting soon and is limited in time. Zhanli has no idea how to get out of this situation. He assures the girl that she will be served soon. He heads to the kitchen, determined to try cooking something himself, having previously seen how professional chefs work. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a loud noise and a girl's scream coming from the dining room. A group of hooligans, known for their bad behavior in the area, show up at the restaurant. They begin to surround the girl and behave aggressively and disrespectfully towards her. Zhanli begins to tremble with fear, because he is unbearably afraid of being face-to-face with aggressive hooligans. The girl notices his presence, calls him the director of the restaurant, and sincerely believes that he came specifically to protect her. Zhanli realizes that he has nowhere to retreat, and, gathering his courage, declares that, of course, he is here for this, assuring the girl that she is completely safe as long as he is around. The hooligans are enraged by such a bold statement. They begin to surround him, and clearly intend to teach the guy a lesson for his courage. Janli, immersed in his fear, closes his eyes and makes no attempt to resist, believing that he cannot overcome such a large and aggressive crowd. Suddenly, he hears the enthusiastic voice of a girl who exclaims that he is incredibly strong and was able to single-handedly deal with an entire gang. Janli opens his eyes in confusion and is surprised to see the hooligans lying on the floor defeated. At this moment, the door of the restaurant swings open and a film crew bursts into the room, who happen to witness what happened. It turns out that they had been secretly filming for some time and were amazed by the unexpected turn of events and the heroism of the young man. The girl thanks Janli for his actions, and with sincere admiration declares that he is now her idol, because he is not only handsome and brave, but also knows how to cook. Ling Tian holds in his hands the latest issue of the morning newspaper, on the front page of which there is an article about a humble restaurant manager who heroically saved a girl. Pengju looks at him with bewilderment and asks why he decided to make this guy an idol, since, in her opinion, he is clearly inferior to the other candidates in every aspect. Ling Tian confidently states that this is precisely the strength of Janli, because now it is not sophisticated artists who are gaining huge popularity, but the most ordinary people. He begins to fantasize with excitement, imagining how their team will achieve success, creating a shining star out of such a scum of society as Janli seems to him. Janli feels extremely insecure and, trying to hide his excitement, asks in a quiet voice, asking if he is at the location of the event called Idol Rescue. The people standing nearby begin to whisper, recognizing him and calling him the very hero who recently became famous for his actions in the restaurant. One of the girls looks at him closely and declares that, despite his rather stupid appearance, he looks quite cute and attractive. The manager tells Jido that Lingtian has chosen the young man who is now standing hesitantly near the entrance, adding that the guy is already gaining popularity. He explains that news about Janli is spreading rapidly in the media, even surpassing the popularity of the websites they bought. Jido is filled with great anger, as he has spent a lot of money, and realizes that the first round is almost lost. He believes that underestimating Ling Tian was a serious mistake. The host, respectfully addressing those present as ladies and gentlemen, announces that the broadcast of the event will begin soon. The first candidate, a student intern from the Faculty of Culture, comes onto the stage, looking confident and ready to begin his speech. The young man begins to sing. His pleasant voice fills the hall, creating an atmosphere of harmony and enjoyment among the listeners. At the end of his performance, he performs a spectacular dance number, and at the end blows a kiss into the audience, which causes delight among the audience. The girls in the audience consider the contender to be a real handsome man, and cannot recover from their delight after his performance. The judges were also impressed with his performance, all of them unanimously giving the first contender 10 points. Jido, watching what is happening, tells the manager that this is a classic. The young man's appearance is impeccable. He has obvious talent, and the public simply adores him. The manager tells his boss that he has no doubt that the challenger will win, adding that he fulfilled his request and the judges gave the required points. The host thanks everyone present and announces that the next candidate will now take the stage. Janli comes out on stage with an awkward gait and hunched over. The guy is clearly very constrained and experiencing great anxiety. He scratches his head, looks around and wonders if he has really come to the right place. The audience immediately falls silent, closely following every movement of the young man, and is surprised by his clumsiness and absent-mindedness. A few seconds later, loud laughter is heard in the hall. The audience begins to laugh loudly at the guy. Many of them call him a loser and a bungler. Janli starts singing as this is the first stage of the competition. However, the guy has no musical ear at all and his performance sounds terrible, causing laughter among the audience. At the end of the number, according to the rules, Janli performs a dance routine, but the young man stumbles, loses his balance and falls on the stage, which only worsens his situation. Janli is under great stress, turning into despair. He understands that he has completely failed the competition and is unlikely to win this contest. Many spectators begin to make fun of him, discussing his clumsiness and unsuccessful performance. Jido, watching what is happening, believes that this contender will be thrown off the stage in disgrace. Suddenly, one of the judges raises his hand and informs those present that he wishes to speak, which causes some confusion in the room. The host notices the judge and tells everyone that he wants to say something. One of the judges turns out to be Ling Tian, who loudly declares that he can't watch this any longer. Janli is very surprised because he did not expect that one of the judges would be Ling Tian. Jido is very surprised and asks the manager how the young man ended up on the jury. The manager replies that he has no idea how this could have happened, because he carefully checked all the lists of judges, and there should have been only top streamers there. Jito is furious and grabs the manager by his clothes and starts shaking him, asking if Lingtian is really a top streamer, which clearly makes him confused and angry. Meanwhile, Lingtian begins his speech and quietly informs the audience that Zhanli's performance was not bad. Jito and his manager listen to the young man's speech and do not understand what he is talking about. Lingtian doesn't hide the fact that the first participant had much better parameters, but despite this, he decides to give a chance to Zhanli, which greatly surprises everyone present. The next moment, he presses the yellow button, which gives Zhanli a chance and allows him to advance to the finals, which shocks everyone present. The audience is very surprised and confused, not understanding why the young man did exactly that and gave a chance to an obvious outsider. Lingtian begins to laugh quietly and looks back at the audience, asking if they want to know why he did this. In response, the audience begins to vigorously discuss the judge's decision and his unexpected choice. Even though the audience did not like Zhanli's performance at all, Lingtian insists on giving him a chance to move on. The other judges tell Lingtian that he acted rashly and suggest that the guy think again about his decision, warning that such a choice could affect the outcome of the competition. A hand is raised from the crowd of spectators and a male voice is heard saying that he is against it. With malice in his voice, Jito says that he is against such lawlessness, believing that Lingtian's choice is too hasty and illogical. Lingtian asks the man why he is so categorical and what he didn't like about the decision. Jito, unable to contain his irritation, says that the contender can neither sing nor dance, and asks the young man why he allowed him to reach the finals. Lingtian searches for the right words to answer and looks like he can't answer the question asked. Jito asks the young man again why he didn't give a chance to a talented student, but chose an outsider. Lingtian still can't answer this question, and from his appearance it seems like his decision was rash. The man shouts loudly at the young man and states that he now understands the real reason. He accuses Lingtian of being in league with the applicant. The manager picks up the phone and says he has evidence to support this accusation. He reports that the music company that sent the outsider has Lingtian on its board of directors. The host finds himself in a difficult position. He does not know how to respond to the accusations, and cannot believe that such an experienced streamer would be involved in such a situation. Jito confidently walks up to the stage and asks Lingtian how he would explain the current situation. Lingtian replies that he was just about to explain his decision. With a smile on his face, he informs that this applicant is his employee. The audience instantly falls silent. Everyone present is clearly surprised by the young man's unexpected answer. Jito literally starts to beam with joy, thinking that Lingtian has just admitted to cheating, and that soon everyone will start throwing mud at him. After a short pause, Lingtian confidently informs those present that all the artists on this stage are his employees. The candidates confirm the young man's words, bow low to him and call him their boss, which surprises the audience. Lingtian reports that all these people work under the Pengju Music Company. The young man feels superior and, hugging Jito by the shoulders, tells the man with a smile that they are official partners of this entire program. The manager is very angry. He was already hoping that the guy would fail, but he managed to cleverly get out of the situation. Enraged, he decides to take revenge on the young man, and signals the bribed judges to use the banish button and eliminate Zhanli from the competition. The two judges raise their banishment signs. The manager feels great joy, believing that now Zhanli has lost, since it is 2 judges against 1. Lingtian sighs heavily, and then tells the judges that he respects their decision, even if it differs from his. He asks Jito if he really thinks he has won this competition. The men watch closely as Pengju brings the contract and hands the pen to the first bidder to sign. Contestant number 1 signs the contract offered to him with a satisfied look, enjoying his victory. Lingtian thanks Jito for providing such a talented artist who is now their employee. He then happily announces that, according to the rules of the dispute, the opponents no longer have a participant, which means that the victory goes to him. The manager is furious and accuses Lingtian of acting in a complete fraud. In response, Lingtian takes out 2 cards from his pocket and says with a smile that he always has a couple of jokers up his sleeve. Jito, in turn, begins to laugh smugly, the man confident that none of Lingtian's tricks will help to cope with their power. Lingtian mockingly asks the men how they feel about his brilliant operation, and asks if it's time to hand over the position of head of the Chenji family company to him. The manager, barely containing his anger, reminds the young man that he is grossly violating the terms of the contract and states that he must first terminate it by paying a huge fine. In response, Lingtian calmly hands the manager a thick paper bag, which clearly contains a large sum of money. The manager takes the package from Lingtian's hands and begins to carefully count the money inside. However, a moment later his face is distorted with rage, and he throws the bag with force on the floor, realizing that inside lies the very same money with which he himself bribed the judges yesterday. Lingtian asks the manager how he feels knowing that his own money is now being used to pay the fine. Suddenly, Jidou intervenes and shouts loudly at Lingtian, demanding that he stop this behavior immediately. Lingtian, feigning offense, pretends to be genuinely surprised that he was yelled at, and smirks as he states that even his father never allowed himself to be treated like that. Jidou, not giving in to provocation, sternly says that the guy can continue his tricks as much as he wants, but he will not tolerate anyone humiliating his family. The man adds with a threat in his voice that Lingtian has played too much, and now he will have to answer. Jidou takes out his phone and dials a number, contacting his management. He urgently needs to talk to the CEO. His voice sounds confident as he shows off the Lingtian phone and sarcastically states that the young man is now going to see how rich people really make decisions. At this time, the host of the selection competition notices how a group of event security guards begin to move from behind the curtain onto the stage, causing noticeable tension among those gathered. The guards approach the presenter and begin to quietly whisper something in his ear. Their words cause him obvious surprise. He is momentarily speechless. He then turns on the microphone and loudly announces that due to technical problems, the competition is being concluded. Jidou's face shows a smug smile. He looks at Lingtian defiantly and says with joy that serious rich people were able to cancel this show. With mockery, he adds that money rules this world, and no one has yet been able to resist this law. Lingtian takes a deep breath and then calmly tells the man that since he became rich, he has realized one important thing. The young man grabs the curtain tightly and, with a confident smile, tells the man that true freedom of action lies not in accumulating money, but in the ability to spend it. Lingtian then tears down the curtain, revealing a large group of police officers, with the police inspector and the director of the disciplinary bureau in the center. The director of the disciplinary bureau casts a stern and angry look towards Jidou and his manager. Lingtian points to his competitors and loudly informs the police officers that the men are now completely at their disposal. The police inspector, stepping forward, formally charges Jidou and his manager with violating the Trade Act and also attempting to bribe judges, which is a serious crime. The female inspector adds that the men have interfered with the show and are connected to illegal groups, after which she orders her subordinates to arrest them immediately. The manager, seeing that the situation is taking a critical turn, tries to protect his boss. He takes all the blame on himself and insists that Mr. Jidou is not guilty of anything. A slight smile appears on Lingtian's face as he confidently reports that his confession was recorded on a tape recorder. The guy had already made an agreement with the first bidder 3 days ago, outbidding him, and now this man is giving testimony to the police, becoming the main witness. Jidou realizes that he is in very serious trouble and understands that it was all planned in advance by the young man who skillfully set up the situation. The police take away the arrested Jidou, who angrily threatens Lingtian, saying that he should no longer count on cooperation with major channels. Zhanli is very surprised by this turn of events. He asks Lingtian by chance if this whole situation happened because of him. Lingtian asks the young man to calm down, and then confidently replies that he is ready to do anything for the sake of his friends, without thinking about the consequences. Lingtian believes that this incident will benefit him, as such a scandal will significantly increase the ratings of the show. He already sees his benefit in this, planning to use the situation to his advantage. Secondly, he is convinced that cooperation with large channels can always be bought, and if necessary, he can do it with his own funds. Wearing sunglasses on his face, Lingtian reflects on how he likes to spend money, enjoying his financial status and all the opportunities he has. Lingtian is in a depressed state. He feels anxious and keeps repeating that it might not work. The streamer watches him closely. She is worried and asks what happened to him again. Lingtian can't find a place for himself and literally rushes around the room while he explains to the girl that he needs to find someone to fight with. This greatly surprises the streamer. She does not understand why the guy would do something like this. The girl does not know that he has a mission in the monetary system, within the framework of which he must create effective combat qigong techniques. Lingtian tells the girl that he intends to defeat the bad guys with his iron fist of justice. The young man resolutely opens the door, realizing that there is very little time left to complete the task called Master of Martial Arts. He urgently needs to find someone on whom he can hone his techniques. Fanpei is in the hospital after the last fight. He is going to get out of the hospital as soon as possible to fight again and take revenge on Lingtian. Lingtian appears in the window of the room where the young man is lying. The guy starts making faces and asks when he will recover and be ready to fight again. Fanpei is extremely angry at what he sees and, without holding back his emotions, loudly shouts at Ling Tian, calling him a crazy psycho. At this time, on the street, two young men are sorting out their relationship. They are unable to decide which of them likes the girl, whom they both consider their beloved. Ling Tian stops their squabble and, with a smile on his face, tells the young men that if his eyes and ears are not deceiving him, it looks like the boys are about to fight. The young men are very upset that some stranger is interfering in their conversation, and they ask Ling Tian with irritation what business it is of his. Ling Tian says that he has thought about it for a while and is now ready to help them, after which he offers to fight him so that the young people can let off steam and calm down. However, the young men believe that they are dealing with a clearly mentally ill person and choose to run away. Ling Tian shouts after them and allows the young men to strike first. After this, Ling Tian attends a pensioners' meeting. Approaching the elderly ladies, he suggests that they hit the rude guy, which, of course, scares the women, because his actions are clearly beyond the norm. A young man comes to a playground. He has a huge amount of sweets and lollipops in his hands. He invites the kids to hit him. Whoever hits him the hardest will get the biggest candy. Ling Tian sits alone at a table in a cafe, thinking that this is the so-called loneliness of a great martial artist. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a loud pistol shot. The young man, not understanding what is happening, turns around sharply, trying to understand the incident. A strange man with a gun in his hands asks Ling Tian if it is him. The young man, without losing his composure, smiles, and in response also asks the man if they know each other. The man behaves extremely aggressively, and pointing a gun at the young man, angrily declares that he does not understand how it is possible to forget everything so quickly. The guy realizes that the situation is serious, and looking at the gun that is pressed against his head, he begins to feel that something similar has happened to him before, causing him a clear sense of déjà vu. The man tells the boy in an angry voice that his actions have caused great harm to his brother, who found himself in a dire situation. Ling Tian immediately understands who they are talking about, his thoughts returning to the recent incident when he eliminated a gang of robbers who were about to rob a bank. Ling Tian clearly remembers the incident, which was a turning point in his life. But he does not know the man, because he was not involved in the robbery, and therefore has no direct connection to the matter. The man continues to shout loudly at the young man, telling him that now, because of the boy's actions, his brother is suffering greatly and is in prison. Ling Tian, realizing that he did the right thing, believes that the gunman threatened ordinary people and committed crimes, and his actions were absolutely justified. The man is surprised by the courage and bravery of the young man. His feelings of anger begin to change to strong surprise, because he did not expect that the guy would behave so confidently in such a situation. A moment later, the man loses his composure again. His aggression intensifies, and he points the gun at the guy, declaring that Ling Tian's words are meaningless, and he will simply kill him. A gunshot rings out, and time seems to slow down, creating the feeling that everything around is frozen, as the bullet fired from the gun slowly approaches Ling Tian's head. The man laughs loudly, mocking the boy, calling him a brat, and believing that he has done justice by avenging his brother. The man is very surprised when he hears Ling Tian's voice. The guy tells him that he was looking for a person like him, and there is a strange calmness and confidence in his words. Ling Tian activates his virtual safe and tells the man that he has just won a ticket to a world of pain and suffering, to which the guy sincerely congratulates him. After these words, as if defying the laws of physics, Ling Tian deftly intercepts the pistol bullet that is rapidly approaching his head. The armed man experiences strong surprise, which quickly turns into real shock. He cannot understand how the young man grabbed the flying bullet with his bare hands, which is impossible and frightening for him. The armed man comes to the conclusion that he is facing a person with supernatural powers, and this explains a lot to him, including how his brother, being a career criminal, could be defeated by Ling Tian. The man takes a second pistol out of his pocket and with a sarcastic grin suggests that the young man now try catching bullets. Ling Tian, remaining completely unperturbed, makes a slight gesture with his hand, indicating that the man can begin his attack, which further irritates the armed man. The man screams loudly, venting his rage, and opens automatic fire from two pistols simultaneously, creating a veritable rain of lead directed towards the young man. Ling Tian watches as a huge number of bullets fly towards him, but instead of fear or panic, he feels intense joy, as if this is the moment he has been waiting for. The guy snaps his fingers, and the bullets flying at him instantly freeze in the air, as if they had collided with an invisible wall. Ling Tian thanks the man for his activity and determination, but with a slight smile, says that this is clearly not enough to cause him a real problem. A virtual safe appears above his head, emitting a bright glow, The guy, with a slight irony in his voice, praises the man's determination, adding that his brother should be proud of such a brave relative. Ling Tian then points his finger at the shooter and with cold confidence announces that his time is up and it is now his turn to attack. However, instead of accepting the challenge, the man suddenly disappears from the place he was just a moment ago, leaving Ling Tian slightly confused. Meanwhile, the man, clearly frightened, tries to escape as quickly as possible using his racing motorcycle, which he parked nearby. The thought flashes through his mind that today's youth have gone completely crazy, and he thanks fate for the fact that he has a means of quick evacuation. Feeling a slight relief, the man joyfully accelerates, enjoying the speed that, as it seems to him, guarantees his safety. However, his triumph is short-lived when he suddenly hears Ling Tian's voice coming from right behind him. The man is in extreme shock when he notices that Ling Tian is right next to him, despite the fact that he is riding a motorcycle at high speed. Ling Tian decides to explain his sudden appearance and tells the man that he uses an ancient martial art known as the Blazing Dragon Wheels, which gives him the ability to reach unimaginable speeds. The young man adds that in the process of numerous battles with opponents, he gained insight and mastered several new techniques, which he brought to perfection. With these words, Ling Tian materializes a bullet right in his hand, and then accurately throws it at the front wheel of the man's motorcycle. The wheel instantly bursts into pieces, causing a powerful explosion that throws the motorcycle and its driver a considerable distance. The man, barely recovering from such a powerful blow, is overcome with fear and tries to crawl away from the approaching young man. But Ling Tian slowly catches up with him, declaring with a slight grin that he would like to try out a few more new tricks. After this, Ling Tian lets out a loud cry, reminiscent of an ancient battle cry, and smoothly raises his hands to his face. He activates the sunrise technique, an ancient art that demonstrates the power of light energy in its most destructive manifestation. Instantly, a powerful energy is concentrated around Ling Tian, which gathers into a huge shining ball, emitting a dazzling light. The man, taken by surprise by this light, clutches his eyes, screaming loudly in pain and complete disorientation. Ling Tian ignores his cries, removes the slipper from his foot, and declares that he is going to use the ancient technique of ethereal spirit of union, which he says symbolizes the fusion of body and energy. After this, Ling Tian immediately moves on to the next strike, which he calls the 10 hands of the evil deity, his movements becoming swift and powerful. The man, under the barrage of incredible force, can no longer bear such pressure. He cries loudly, kneeling down, and begs Ling Tian to stop, admitting his defeat. Ling Tian wipes the sweat from his brow, noting that he is so tired from the battle that he is unable to even demonstrate his final and most devastating move of the mystical technique. His fatigue, however, turns to alertness when he hears a strange sound coming from somewhere nearby. The money system notifies Ling Tian of the completion of the martial arts master's secondary mission, and the upcoming reward. The young man is surprised to learn that in addition to the main reward, there are additional incentives for his outstanding performance. The money system informs him that for the first stage he will be awarded a ticket to a martial arts competition, which brings the guy into indescribable delight. Ling Tian, inspired by the opportunity to test himself, sets out to find worthy opponents to improve his skills. His interest is piqued by the mention of the powerful Lia family and its famous 8 demons, renowned for their fighting abilities. Ling Tian asks the man a direct question about whether there are any fighters in the Lia family who could give him a worthy competition. The man, looking at Ling Tian's determined look, understands that it is better not to hide the truth and begins to tell everything he knows. He mentions a mountain village where an ancient and powerful martial arts school owned by the Lia family is located. Ling Tian and the streamer stand in front of the massive gates of the martial arts school. The girl whispers to the guy her concerns, saying that the school has long been known for its bad reputation. Ling Tian, without showing the slightest worry, declares that he intends to go undercover to deal with all the enemies within. The streamer admits that she is not used to being in the world of martial arts and says that it gives her goosebumps. The young people boldly enter the school gates, but before they can take even a couple of steps, sharp carving knives appear in front of them. Strangers armed with knives rudely block their path and sharply ask who they are and why they have come here. Ling Tian calmly asks the strangers to make way, adding that he has an entrance ticket to prove his right of entry. One of the men reacts sharply to the young man's insolence, gripping the knife tighter and swinging it to strike. At this critical moment, Cao Bilo boldly stands between Ling Tian and the attacking men, raising his hand and demanding that they stop immediately. The girl, without taking her eyes off the strangers, leans towards Ling Tian and whispers that she has a plan and is ready to deal with them on her own. Ling Tian has genuine admiration for her bravery, believing that the girl's behavior is surprisingly cool and worthy of respect. Cao Bilo confidently turns to the strangers and loudly declares that they should call their parents so that she can discuss the situation with an adult. The men, slightly taken aback by her words, look at each other, trying to figure out who this impudent girl could be. One of the men decides to check if she is bluffing and demonstratively begins to use his energy qigong. With a loud cry, he uses a technique called Heavenly King wants to overtake the mountain tiger. Cao Bilo fearlessly assumes a fighting stance and confidently declares that his attack is doomed as she uses the Raging River technique against a high cliff. The man makes complex hand passes and grins as he announces that if the girl is truly not bluffing, he will use the Grey Eagle fledgling style. Cao Bilo calmly replies that in that case she would use the tree root technique, which only the most powerful warriors can master. And to back up her words, she takes out an ID card showing that she belongs to one of the branches of the famous clan. The man folds his hands in front of him as a sign of respect, and respectfully asks which generation of students the girl belongs to. Cao Bilo, keeping a serious face, replies that he cannot reveal this information until he is in the main hall. The guy decides not to escalate the conversation, but in his mind he assumes that the girl probably belongs to the first generation of warriors. Cao Bilo displays a large case she holds and asks to accept this gift as a token of goodwill. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a stranger who calmly steps forward and asks why they are arguing so loudly on such a beautiful sunny day. The young man introduces himself with his full name and then adds that they can just call him Suni. Lingtian and Cao Bilo greet Suni warmly, exchange names and smile as they say they are glad to meet her. Suni asks the young people how they like the weather here, but in reality it is a hidden question, meaning who sent you here. Lingtian, not understanding the hidden meaning, with a sincere smile declares that the weather is fine, with a light breeze, pleasant sunshine and a comfortable temperature. Cao Bilo quietly whispers to Lingtian to be quiet, and quietly explains that their interlocutor speaks in a special slang and needs to be careful. Keeping her calm, the girl replies that the wind today is divine, which means the second master of the family has approved of their visit. Lingtian hands Suni a case of money and says with a smile that they did not come to visit empty-handed. Apparently satisfied with this gesture, Suni becomes noticeably friendlier and announces that in that case, he is ready to take them inside. The young people follow Suni up the steep, high stairs that seem endless and make Lingtian curious. He whispers to Cao Bilo where she got such knowledge and ability to use this complex slang. The girl, also in a whisper, reports that she lived for some time on Tiger Mountain, where she learned many arts, including a secret language. Suni doesn't show it, but an evil smile appears on his face, and it is clear that he is clearly planning something. Lingtian suggests getting straight to the point. He tells Suni that they want to join his clan. Suni slowly drinks her tea, after which she tells the young people with a smile that this is quite possible. Lingtian is very surprised by the fact that the young man talks about such important things with such a casual expression on his face. Suni is in high spirits. He says that the young people gave him so much money and he sees no reason to worry about anything. However, Lingtian is a little upset. The guy planned to be sent to the forest, and then he would fight with every person on this mountain. Suni smiles and says that he likes the guy's attitude, but in his mind he thinks that Lingtian is just another warlike fool. Cao Bilo understands what the young man is thinking. She begins to get nervous. She is irritated that he laughs in their faces, because the young people came to the mountain gates not just for an excursion, but to fight demons. Suni does not condemn senseless actions, including murder, especially if it occurs on the territory of his clan's possessions, but at the same time he prefers to resolve such issues in a civilized way, offering to discuss everything among the trees, in the fresh air. The girl, hearing about trees and fresh air, was clearly surprised, since the clan is the master of the underworld, the underground arena and the black market, and such words seemed strange and ridiculous to her. Suni is a little upset by the girl's statement. He considers such statements to be swearing and baseless accusations that have no real basis. The guy states that things may have been different before, but now everything has changed completely. After which he shows a certificate from the city municipality, which confirms their great contribution to the development of the city. The young people are very surprised because the underground militant organization, which used to be a leader in the black market, is now engaged in charity, which seems incredible to them. Lingtian reminds the young man of the brother of the bank robber he recently fought, his memories of the recent encounter still fresh in his mind. Suni, in turn, calmly replies that he no longer has any dealings with these people, and has long since severed all ties with them. Lingtian says that he has no complaints against the young man, and holds out a case of money towards him, demonstrating that he is ready to move on. A pleased smile appears on Suni's face as he tells the young men to follow him. Lingtian and the #1 streamer follow the young man. Everything they see surprises them greatly. Suni happily tells his new acquaintances that this is his favorite chocolate tree. This moment is really important to him and brings him genuine happiness. The guy touches the cocoa tree, after which he takes on a demonic appearance. He reports that these trees are simply magnificent. He cuddles up against a tree and says that he becomes a happy man at the thought that someone is investing money in his garden. Suni hands the young people an investment agreement and asks them to sign it, confidently expecting them to agree to such a lucrative offer. Lingtian carefully reads the documents. The guy believes that there is no need to rush into signing, as he needs to carefully consider all the conditions and consequences before making a final decision. However, Suni says that if they do not invest in his garden soon, other investors will do so, and they will be willing to invest in the project without hesitation. And he says that he knows a large number of investors who want to participate in the project. Lingtian thinks about his words. He can't understand who would spend so much money to buy a remote garden with cocoa trees. Suni believes that this is a profitable investment. Despite the fact that these trees are located far away, he claims that this type of cocoa is the best on the market, which makes such an investment highly profitable and promising. The guy says that many investors actually want to buy the garden not to extract cocoa beans, but to completely destroy it, which will give them the opportunity to use their cheap raw materials to take over the market and drive out other competitors. Suni hugs the tree and starts crying loudly. He doesn't want this beautiful cocoa to disappear. The young men look at what is happening with surprise. The girl quietly says that she knew what a pervert the guy was, but had no idea that something like this could happen. Lingtian believes that for the sake of the young man's obsession, he should invest his funds in these gardens. Lingtian suddenly wanted to buy the company that wanted to destroy these tree gardens. Suni is very interested in this decision and is trying to find out the name of the company that Lingtian is showing such interest in. Lingtian learns the name of the company and dives into the business documents, trying to find something important that could change his perception of the situation. Lingtian learns that the racing queen Xueqing is involved in this company. The guy thinks that the girl is creating more and more problems, which are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Previously, he thought that Xueqing was just an arrogant girl with big ambitions and nothing more. But now he realized that his view was naive. The girl was creating much more serious problems. Xueqing drives his expensive car along an empty country highway, enjoying the peace and solitude. After which, having arrived at the place, she begins to climb a very high, responsible cliff. Pengju enters the office and informs the young man that this strategy is unlikely to be a good one, letting him know that the choice they are about to make could lead to mistakes and serious consequences. Lingtian asks the girl with a smile on his face if the acquisition of Xueqing's subsidiary failed. Pengju says the deal went smoothly, but once they decided to sign the contract, strange events happened that immediately attracted attention. Lingtian thinks that their business partners simply raised the price. He is sure that all this does not matter, and asks to pay the required amount without paying much attention to the details. Pengju says they sold the company without saying a word, and were happy with the price. But then something bad happened. Several people from the subsidiary quit. Lingtian doesn't understand at all why something like this could happen, since he raised everyone's salaries and literally showered employees with money, hoping that such actions would ensure their loyalty. Pengju says that these people also asked to resign through disciplinary action, which makes the situation even more strange and unpleasant. Lingtian understands that this is all part of Xueqing's cunning plan, but he does not know what the girl is up to, since her actions have always been unpredictable and sometimes contradictory for him. Pengju goes into silent contemplation before revealing that she most likely knows the plan. Lingtian suggests that this was a deliberately organized sabotage through the dismissal of the entire management apparatus, since such actions could not have been accidental. Suddenly, the conversation between the young people is interrupted as Lingtian receives a message on his phone. Weiqing sends a photo of herself and shows a thumbs down. The girl asks if the new boss is happy with the situation, which seems like a blatant mocking message filled with insolence. Lingtian is very interested and thinks that this development is already something interesting. The action moves to an abandoned industrial base, which is located in a sparsely populated area. Lingtian carefully looks at the photo of Xueqing that she sent him in a message and believes that he has found the place where the girl took the photo. He is so engrossed in looking at the photograph that he doesn't even notice someone's hand reaching out to him. The guy decides that someone is trying to attack him and gets into a fighting stance, activating an ancient martial art called the Fire Dragon's Roar. Xueqing reacts to this completely calmly. The girl slowly takes off her glasses and tells the young man that his ancient martial arts are absolutely useless in this situation. Ling Tian is very surprised that his martial arts did not bring the desired result, because he is used to the fact that any of his actions in such situations always lead to the desired effect. The girl looks at the guy in surprise and then asks what he is even talking about. Ling Tian realizes that he has let it slip about his virtual safe and tries to get out of the situation. Shui Qing smiles back at the guy and offers to talk about the subsidiary company he recently acquired. The guy asks the girl to be quiet and asks her why she follows him everywhere, which makes him more and more wary and irritated. The girl skeptically notes that it was not she who rushed here, based only on one photo from the message. Ling Tian, in turn, believes that the girl did it deliberately, trying to manipulate him and, perhaps, lure him into a trap, because she could not have accidentally taken a photo in such a place. Yue Qing angrily admits that the young man is indeed the strongest person she knows, and although her words are defiant, she still cannot hide her respect. Ling Tian provokes the girl. He says that this is not the main reason. In fact, Shui Qing just secretly fell in love with him, which causes a storm of emotions in the girl. This statement makes Shui Qing very irritated, the girl thinks, whether the young man likes it or not. But now they are in the same boat and he should become more serious. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud sound. The girl orders the guy to get ready immediately, informing him that the survival game has begun. The guy doesn't have time to react. He is instantly hit by several powerful shots of sleeping pills, which knocks him off his feet. The girl stands over Ling Tian's unconscious body and says that when the landing party arrives on the island, the guy will beg her for help. She asks herself a philosophical question. Are there things in this world that cannot be bought with money? Shui Qing believes that, of course, such things exist, and there are clearly more than one. The girl believes that such things are advanced scientific and technological achievements, because they can change the future of humanity. There are also such moments as the emotions that people experience while watching their favorite team play. Shui Qing adjusts his sunglasses and thinks that now there is something that unites these things into one. This thing is a survival game called Island of Despair. A game in which everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance, because its goal is not just to fight, but to test people's strength. This game does not have any rules, which makes it especially dangerous. No one can predict what will happen next, so players are always on the verge of life and death. Initially, it was a regular game about fighting for the amusement of rich people, and everything happened just for fun. But over time, everything changed. The winner received an award, incredible achievements of scientists in various fields and research, a single specimen that became the object of conquest. The girl knows that because of such awards, strict rules were introduced, and breaking them is extremely dangerous, because those who tried to cheat the system disappeared without a trace. Ling Tian is on board the plane, slumped in his seat and snoring loudly. Shui Qing, beside herself with rage, the girl loudly shouts at the guy and demands that he listen to her carefully. The guy wakes up from his sleep and lazily says that the girl's voice works on him like a strong sleeping pill. He constantly falls asleep against his will. The guy says that sleep is good for him and asks the girl to continue her monologue, as he needs some time to come to his senses. The girl says that in short, several teams will participate in the game, and now Ling Tian is her partner. The guy scratches his head and wonders why the girl chose him out of all the guys, because he is not at all sure that he is suitable for this role. Shui Qing has been watching the young man for a long time, and, as it turns out, her choice was far from random, because she sees that the guy knows how to fight and is also able to make decisions. Besides, he is rich and cannot be bribed. She puts on a parachute and approaches the open door of the plane. The girl thinks that many people can help her in this matter. The guy should say thank you for the fact that she chose him. Ling Tian looks out the open door of the plane in horror. The girl, ignoring his fear, says that first they need to go to the base and find supplies. Ling Tian says that this is his first time flying on a plane, which greatly surprises the girl, because the guy, despite his wealth, has never flown on a plane. With a sharp movement, she grabs him by the collar, and they both jump out of the open door of the plane. Ling Tian panics and tells the girl that he has encountered a small problem. The young man starts screaming hysterically and asks the girl where the hell his parachute is. Shui Qing calmly explains that the rules allow only one parachute per group, and adds that she is being generous today and offers to share her parachute with him if he calls her mistress. This statement deeply offends the young man, and he proudly turns his head to the side, deciding not to answer. Ling Tian snaps his fingers loudly and says that he has another solution to the problem. Suddenly, the parachute that was on Shui Qing's back disappears, which greatly surprises the girl, as she cannot understand what is happening. A moment later, the parachute is behind the young man. He thinks that his mobile storage is really very convenient to use, because you can put a lot of useful things in it. Shui Qing, very frightened by what is happening, asks the young man when he managed to steal her parachute. Lingtian shows the girl his gold plastic card and replies with a smile that rich people should not be called thieves. The guy stuffs a plastic card down the girl's collar and smugly announces that he just bought her a parachute. Xueqing angrily calls the young man a complete psychopath and demands that he return her parachute immediately. Feeling his advantageous position, the young man, with a slight smile on his face, asks the girl to call him master, and then he will gladly share the parachute with her. Xueqing clenches her teeth, trying her best to remain calm, but anger overwhelms her. The guy asks again if the girl wants to call him a noble master. Her irritation only increases. The girl is extremely irritated. She falls down at breakneck speed, and the guy still manages to laugh. She demands that the parachute be returned to her immediately. Otherwise, she risks being smashed into a pancake. Suddenly, Lingtian approaches the girl and, to her surprise, hugs her tightly, which causes great discontent, as she believes that the young man is clearly taking advantage of the situation. Lingtian explains that he is not a heartless person and assures her that she will call him master later when they land on the ground. Lingtian pulls the ring, the huge main canopy of the parachute instantly opens, and the young people begin to slowly land on the ground. Xueqing calms down and thinks that the young man is afraid to take responsibility, and this can't help but irritate her. The young people were not the only ones landing on the island. Other participants' parachutes opened next to them. The girl immediately notices this and begins to think that they have wasted too much time. She believes that someone is already waiting for them downstairs. Lingtian, after thinking about Xueqing's words, begins to think about a possible plan of action after landing. Indeed, the newcomers have been spotted. 2 hunters are in cover and watching closely as the other participants descend on parachutes. As soon as the parachute reaches the ground, the hunters rush toward it, mockingly calling the new participants greenhorns. One of the hunters takes aim with a crossbow. He is sure that in this game you need to act quickly and efficiently, since delay can lead to death. He fires an arrow from his crossbow, and at great speed it pierces through 2 young men. The hunter is clearly pleased with himself. His face lights up with a satisfied smile. He suggests to his companion to approach the destroyed opponents and search their bodies for anything useful. The man straightens out the crumpled fabric of the parachute dome and sees something that leaves him in a state of great surprise. The hunter sees only the clothes of the young people instead of them and wonders where they went. He starts swearing loudly, telling his partner that these bastards have deceived them. However, he doesn't have time to finish his sentence because a fist flies towards him. Lingtian cleverly eliminated the threat. The young man believes that these hunters are not skilled enough to catch him. The guy examines the unconscious man and is surprised that he has nothing on him except a weapon. Lingtian asks the girl why this player has no equipment at all, because he had previously heard from her that all the participants in the survival game are rich, well-off guys. The girl clearly feels uncomfortable. She calls the guy an idiot and asks him to give her his clothes first. Xueqing says that she forgot to mention an important point. 60% of the game participants are petty hooligans, bandits and marauders, and the rich and well-trained players, who are called tyrants, make up only 40% of the total number of participants. Lingtian, not losing heart, continues to joke and, with a little sarcasm, tells the girl that he was counting on good trophies. But now he understands that finding them will be too problematic. Suddenly he hears a loud scream from a girl, but does not notice how a laser beam is aimed at his forehead. The girl immediately rushes to the guy and warns him of the danger, because the time to react is very limited. The next moment, a loud shot was heard and a huge bullet flew towards Lingtian. The young man grabs the bullet in midair and asks the girl with slight surprise what she was afraid of. Was it really this small bullet? The guy sincerely thanks the girl. He understands that she cares about his fate. He is pleased to realize that she is worried about him. Xueqing in turn responds to the young man and says that he has misunderstood everything. Her actions are not as simple as he might imagine. Lingtian says the shooter is likely on the roof of the building opposite and noticed glare from the sun reflecting off the scope, giving him an idea of where his opponent was. Xueqing announces that she will be the one to take action this time, and invites the young man to watch her kung fu technique, which, according to her, is far superior to all other martial arts. Lingtian, unable to scan the girl's abilities, has no idea about her powers, but nevertheless perceives her actions as a great opportunity for himself. He calls up the holographic screen of the monetary system, and is surprised to notice that its color has changed from blue to bright yellow, which clearly indicates some changes in the system. The guy thinks that this is related to the mission level, and begins to carefully study the information displayed on the screen. To his surprise, he discovers that the challenge is to become the champion of a survival competition, and if he wins, he will upgrade his money system to the final version. He is surprised that he has been using an unfinished raw product for so long, and begins to hope that this improvement will give him the opportunity to make even more money. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a girl. She firmly grabs the young man by the hand and pulls him along, not paying attention to his bewilderment. Xueqing informs them that they need to leave immediately, as they have no time left. Ling Tian, not understanding what is happening, asks the girl what she means by saying that they have no time left. At that moment, as if in answer to his question, a powerful field forms near the young people, which takes the form of a huge sphere. And this sphere quickly approaches, suddenly filling the space around them. Xueqing, seeing his bewilderment, tells the guy that soon a nerve gas will begin to spread across the island, which will eventually fill the entire island, and they must hurry to avoid its effects. The guy, realizing that they can't stay in one place for long, asks Xueqing what gas she's talking about. He can't understand why the girl is hiding so much useful information from him that could help them avoid danger. The young men watch the plane that suddenly appeared in the sky above them. Xueqing asks the guy not to ask unnecessary questions, and says that they need to follow the direction of this plane. The plane circles around the game location, and then begins to drop containers down. This makes Lingtian feel happy, knowing that these containers may contain useful things. Suddenly, they turn around and notice a trembling young man next to them, who, with alarm in his voice, informs them that most of the participants already have equipment, unlike them. The girl looks at the guy carefully, and, after a short pause, answers him that she thinks they understood him correctly. The young men begin to suspect that this player is trying to offer his head in exchange for their lives. A group of armed hunters are positioned behind a concrete shelter on a large bridge. One of them, raising his binoculars, warily informs his partner that he has noticed some movement. A minute later, a car roars onto the bridge and begins moving towards the players at high speed. Players, without wasting a second, instantly emerge from their hiding places and point their weapons at the approaching car, preparing to attack. The senior hunter gives the order to immediately open fire on the car. The players take aim and fire several shots, after which the car explodes, flying high into the air. After a powerful explosion, the mangled car falls to the ground with a loud roar, leaving behind thick smoke. The hunter, with undisguised satisfaction, informs his partner that they have chosen a truly advantageous position, because the location on this bridge allows them to deal with anyone who tries to take the equipment dropped from the plane. The man peers into the distance through his binoculars again and says with caution that he has again noticed some movement. The hunters immediately hide in their shelters to avoid becoming a target for a sudden attack. The elder strictly warns his partner not to shoot under any circumstances without his command, in order to avoid mistakes and not give away their position. The men slowly peer out from their hiding place, clearly shocked by what they see. A large group of naked players are moving towards them, carrying a man wrapped in a lot of explosives. A group of players throws this man, wrapped in flaming explosives, straight towards the hunters, using him as a living bomb. At great speed, this living bomb approaches the players. The man tied up and wrapped in explosives lets out a loud scream. At this point, the hunters immediately run out of their hiding places and begin to randomly shoot at the attackers with automatic weapons, trying to stop the threat. Ling Tian and Xueqing are also heading towards the bridge, wearing a lot of body armor. The guy notices that with just one protective armor, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive. The young men, demonstrating extraordinary dexterity, quickly deal with the other players. Ling Tian arrogantly declares to the players that their cunning and intrigues are pathetic and make them mere outsiders in this game. The girl, ignoring his comments, carefully examines the container dropped from the plane and warily wonders what exactly they put in it this time. The young people begin to slowly open the lid of the container, and the surrounding space is instantly illuminated by a bright light. Xueqing is very surprised, because inside the container she finds a portable invisible safe, the existence of which she had only heard about before. Ling Tian is also genuinely surprised to see this high-tech device. The safe looks exactly like his little virtual safe given to him by the monetary system, which raises many questions for him. Xueqing says she is familiar with the item, as she recently saw information about it in a scientific journal. Ling Tian, not hiding his amazement, realizes that this invention is somehow connected with his monetary system. And in a serious tone, he asks the girl in which scientific journal she read about this technology. Xueqing takes the virtual safe in hand and proudly announces that this storage technology works by compressing items to nano size, which makes it unique. Ling Tian becomes even more thoughtful, beginning to think that there might be some scientists involved with advanced technology behind his monetary system. Xueqing places the safe in the back pocket of her jeans and firmly states that the item is hers, by right of first refusal, since she was the one who found it. The girl adds that under no circumstances will she give such a valuable item to the guy, regardless of his objections or persuasion. Lingtian, remaining calm, says that he is completely indifferent to the object itself, since he is much more interested in the people who were behind its creation. Lingtian was thinking that his things like the virtual safe, the function of changing the opponent's attributes, and the ancient martial arts were also developed by someone. At this time, another group of planes appeared in the sky, causing the young man to feel slightly uneasy. The girl raises her head to the sky, watches the planes closely, and with alarm in her voice, reports that something is clearly wrong here. She notices that the frequency of planes appearing seems too high, and although Lingtian is new to the island, he too senses that there is some kind of anomaly to what is happening. Lingtian sees a huge sphere-shaped field catching up with them and starting to approach their bodies, after which he orders the girl to run away immediately. The young man comes to the conclusion that this game is extremely disgusting, because these incomprehensible fields mercilessly squeeze their living space and move without stopping, leaving no chance for a break. Xueqing catches up with the field that is rapidly approaching her. Upon contact, her clothes on her back are torn, which makes the girl notice with alarm that their speed is clearly not enough. She believes that nothing like this has ever happened before. Lingtian suddenly picks up the girl in his arms and immediately activates the acceleration mode, hoping that this will allow them to escape from the pursuit of this strange energy field. The boy sarcastically asks Xueqing if her powerful ancient martial arts can be of any help in such a dangerous situation. The girl, in response, annoyed, demands that Lingtian immediately shut up, and in a commanding tone tells him to run as quickly as possible, since the field is already very close. Lingtian gives it his all, using his full potential, and rushes forward, but when he turns around, he sees something amazing. The young man ran with all his might and even activated acceleration, but the energy field caught up with him and touched his clothes, as if it was accelerating along with him. Suddenly Lingtian brakes sharply, and from such a rapid change in movement, the girl, unable to hold on, flies out of his hands and flies to the side. Lingtian feels very angry. He feels that the people who control this energy field are simply mocking them, turning their efforts into a meaningless struggle. Suddenly, a loud bang is heard, after which the energy field abruptly stops and takes on a solid, almost tangible form, from which the silhouette of a man begins to appear. With a grin, he reports that the guy showed himself quite well. The man fully regains his physical form. He praises Lingtian for his intelligence and notes that the guy really figured everything out quickly, which causes him genuine respect. Xueqing looks at the stranger with obvious surprise, and then, slightly squinting, asks him what he is doing here and for what purpose he has appeared. The stranger's name is Zhao, and he comes from the country's strongest scientific research family. The family has been dedicated to knowledge and science for generations. Zhao's great-grandfather was a member of the imperial dynasty and studied abroad, and later passed on his passion for research to his descendants, who continued his work even before Zhao's father was born. This man is the only representative of the fourth generation of the family who is actively involved in scientific research, for which he has been nicknamed the Lord of Science of all Asia. Zhao proudly mentions that he began his college education when he was only a 13-year-old boy, and by the age of 15 he had already become a doctor of science, confirming the reputation of his family. Now he is a famous scientist, whose patents and inventions have brought the man a lot of money and fame, making him one of the most influential in his field. Xueqing believes that Lingtian somehow stole the scholar's money, and she insists that he return it to the man, fearing that the situation may become even more serious. However, Lingtian is not at all bothered by this situation. He confidently tells the girl that he cannot return what he has already spent, and he does not intend to regret his actions. Zhao looks at the young man carefully, amazed that he openly admits everything, which shows honesty and courage. Lingtian in turn believes that he has nothing to fear, and adds that scientists know exactly where he spent all the money given to him by the monetary system. The scientist is indifferent to money. He clarifies that for him it is all nonsense, and that his goal is not at all to accumulate wealth. Zhao, studying the young man with interest, decides to ask how he was able to discover a bug in the system he created. Lingtian is very surprised because he thought that the monetary system was something mythical, not created by people. But it turns out that it was developed by scientists, and this greatly changes his understanding of what is happening. Lingtian, trying to remain calm, says that he has not told anyone about the monetary system, and promises to remain silent and not reveal this information further. The scientist believes that in order to solve his problems, he needs to defeat Lingtian, overcome him in programming, invention, and all other areas. Ling Tian is very surprised because the young man has no intention of measuring his strength with the scientist. He thought that he would simply pay him for his silence, and nothing more. Zhao, unaware of Ling Tian's true intentions, believes that he is different from the usual swindlers who only care about money, and is willing to face him in a fair fight. At this time, Huiqing wonders why she is suffering from the consequences of this whole situation, since she has nothing to do with the monetary system. Zhao, without hesitation, activates his bracelet. A holographic screen instantly appears in space, on which the scientist is going to block the account of the monetary system in order to finally eliminate the influence of finances on their further interaction. The scientist tells the young man that he has blocked the accounts, and now money will no longer play a role in the fight. He offers to fight fairly. Ling Tian still can't quite believe that the money the system gave him actually belongs to the scientist, and this fact leaves him feeling deeply perplexed. The guy decides to call the virtual system screen, which tells him that a system error has been detected and an urgent update is required to eliminate its consequences. Ling Tian, feeling very irritated, does not restrain himself, swears and begins to call the monetary system names, becoming increasingly angry at its failures and oddities. At this point, he resolutely rushes at the scientist and declares that now he will show what he is really capable of. A barely noticeable smile appears on the scientist's face. He is clearly pleased, because such a determined young man is of interest to him. He perceives this as a challenge. Zhao, with an arrogant look, looks at the guy and says that he is too young and naive, and then disappears into thin air. The next second, the young people find themselves surrounded by a large group of armed men, who immediately point the barrels of their machine guns at them. Huiqing, determined to fight, says that she will fight her way through the ranks of the military, and the young man should cover her back. Suddenly Huiqing looked back, her eyes widened in surprise. Ling Tian, who was standing next to her just a second ago, had disappeared without a trace. The girl tries to stop the young man, not understanding what happened, and wonders why he suddenly runs straight towards the energy field that was chasing them. Ling Tian reaches the energy field that was following them and crashes into it at high speed. He assures the girl that this energy field is just a fake, and demonstrates that it does not cause him any harm, being, in fact, just a hologram. The guy begins to realize that the resources in this location may be under the complete control of the scientist. Ling Tian turns sharply to Huiqing, warning her to be extremely careful with the virtual safe she took for herself. The girl immediately turns her attention to the back pocket of her jeans, where she hid the safe, and sees how it begins to emit a bright glow. The glow grows, becoming more and more intense. The guy understands that something is clearly wrong with the virtual safe. An explosion occurs. The young man grabs the unconscious body of the girl in his arms. He understands that the scientists will stop at nothing to defeat him, and that this game is just a means for them to achieve their goals. Ling Tian is filled with great anger. This game only uses rubber bullets. The guy doesn't understand how a scientist could kill Huiqing in a game like this. Ling Tian is determined to avenge the girl. He gets on his motorcycle and gives chase, with huge fiery explosions rumbling behind him, shaking the ground. He had to make his way through all the locations of the island, overcoming them one after another, in order to finally get to the last zone and settle accounts with his opponent. Holding a frying pan in his hands, Ling Tian shouts loudly and orders the scientist not to hide and to come out immediately. Zhao actually comes out to his cry. He asks the young man to calm down and not rush. The man says that the rest of the players will arrive soon. Ling Tian confidently announces that there is no one left except him, and he is the only one who reached the final zone. Ling Tian used financial resources to reach the final zone. He bribed many participants of the competition. Sometimes players were reluctant to take large sums of money, in which case Ling Tian had to threaten with a gun to complete the deal. The young man literally threw money around to bribe and take out other participants from the game. Ling Tian tells the scholar that money itself is a trifle, but in the world of ordinary people it decides a lot. Zhao says that this doesn't surprise him at all. The scientist adds that he can do this too, and now he expects more original solutions from the guy. A bright, energetic aura flares up around Zhao. He believes that the young man will never be able to defeat him, since their forces are not equal. Ling Tian wonders why scientists play in public, taking the top first place, and wonders what they will get after defeating him. Zhao shouts loudly at the guy and tells Ling Tian that he will win not only against him, but also against his friends, his family, his acquaintances, his classmates, and his teachers, believing that winning will bring him much more. Ling Tian thinks that he will still see who will win this fight, and begins to slowly approach the scientist, clutching a huge frying pan in his hands. The scientist believes that the end is near. The young man is finally going to show his true strength, after all the trials and obstacles he has overcome. Ling Tian approaches the scholar and, to his surprise, raises his hands up and then announces that he surrenders, leaving his opponent confused. Zhao can't believe what the young man said. He is very irritated by the guy's reaction, since he expected completely different behavior. The scientist demands that Ling Tian not be so naive and informs him that he will not let him leave alive, as the purpose of their meeting has not yet been achieved. He puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and mockingly asks him what about the girl, since Ling Tian himself said that he would avenge her. Ling Tian begins to smile wickedly and tells the scholar that Suiqing must avenge herself, reminding him that she was not as defenseless as he thought. Jito shouts loudly at the young man, ordering him to stop talking nonsense immediately, and does not notice how the girl jumps high in the air and approaches him from behind. Suiqing survived the explosion and is only a few meters away from reaching the scientist, raising a huge frying pan to strike. A second later, the girl reaches her target. A giant frying pan falls on Zhao's head. He screams loudly, claiming that this cannot be, because he was sure that he killed the girl. Suiqing turns to Ling Tian and asks the boy when he became a doctor, surprised that he feels much better, even better than when he came here. Ling Tian begins to laugh mysteriously and says that she should thank the monetary system for this, which was able to correct her condition to some extent. However, a moment later he is overcome with great sadness, because according to the rules of the system, in order to increase the level, the guy had to sell all his property and capital. Ling Tian believes that there is no need to worry about the lost resources, because all this was done for the sake of a beautiful girl, and he does not regret anything. Suiqing is greatly shocked by the young man's decision. She didn't expect that the guy would give everything he had to heal her, and she can't contain her surprise. Ling Tian looks towards the scientist and asks the girl to put off this conversation for later, as they are not finished yet, and they have much more important things to do. Suddenly, the scientist's body begins to shake violently. Zhao makes strange sounds, and then begins to slowly get to his feet, recovering from the powerful blow. Ling Tian begins to scan the scientist and realizes that it is not the real Zhao in front of them, but just a robot created by the scientist. The robot has suffered serious damage. The metal frame is visible through its face. It casts an angry look at the young people. Its aggressive behavior immediately makes it clear that despite the damage, it is ready to continue to carry out its mission.